Be part of the discussions focused on solutions to Europe's crucial challenges. Climate change. The EU is heading towards climate neutrality, which presents a wealth of opportunities but also various challenges for economies and societies. Post-pandemic recovery. Building a sustainable and inclusive strategy with a focus on environmental challenges will be a key aspect of the successful recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Democracy and rule of law. The EU must redouble its efforts to safeguard its foundational values and the people they protect. Future of the EU as a geopolitical actor. As the transatlantic partnership is crumbling due to rising populism, the duty to tackle the climate crisis and the pandemic falls to the EU. Like in the previous years, the Prague European Summit connects officials with business and NGO representatives, academics and journalists. Let's shape the green and prosperous future of Europe together at the Prague European Summit. praguesummit.eu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chernian Palace at the Prague European Summit 2020, Day 2. My name is Katerina Etrichova and it's my pleasure to be your presenter during this day. This is the 6th edition of the Prague European Summit and it is organized by two leading Czech think tanks, Europeum, Institute for European Policy, and Institute of International Relations, Prague. Prague European Summit is supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, European Commission, International Visegrad Fund, European Investment Bank, City of Prague, Hans Seidel Stiftung, Stratos Auto, Bleichecke Glass, HAMU, Music and Dance Faculty of the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague, Forum 2000 and French Institute in Prague. Media partner of this year's edition is the EU Observer. This year, the whole summit is held in a hybrid format, with most of the speakers connecting remotely and allows participants to follow the summit from the comfort of their living room. We are happy that you are here with us again. Please enjoy the opening musical performance by the Academy of Performing Arts, Walter Hofbauer and Karel Vrtiška, performing Jean-Baptiste Alban, Le Carnaval de Venise. And the time for our welcome notes is here. Let me introduce you Mrs. Ingeborg Radok-Žádná, Vice Rector for International Relations and Artistic Activity of the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. Thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, let me greet you on behalf of the Music and Dance Faculty of the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. A year ago, you had the first opportunity to see our students performing live during the program of the conference. It was the first cooperation between the European Institute and the Academy. 1 year has elapsed, and here we meet again, however, in a completely new context and definitely in completely new conditions. Therefore, the format of the music performance of our students is different, and so will probably be your experience this time. A strong topic reflected in the papers and discussions of this year's conference is the topic of pandemic. The pandemic, which has changed temporarily or perhaps permanently our lives, and which accelerated certain processes and the use of modern technologies. For education in the area of art, the current situation represents a major challenge in many aspects. New technologies and the virtual environment are very helpful tools now that our social contacts are limited. They are also creative. In case of music, theater, dance, and political negotiations as well, direct human contact is irreplaceable because it is the essence of creative work and forms the basis of mutual agreement on strategic issues. As well as the participants and speakers at this conference, we too, the teachers and students of the Academy, will think to what extent the current situation has opened us new ways and to what degree new technologies will help us or place obstacles on our way. Fortunately, art is able to find its recipients regardless of time and place limitations. Nevertheless, we are aware of the fact that during cooperation with our foreign partners, educational institution as well as artistic collaboration, we'll have to cope with certain inconvenience. Even though the international dimension of education and artistic work will be somehow reduced, it will make us think more about the necessity to meet physically, which may help us effectively consider the environmental impact of our international activities. In this sense, I see the current situation as another strong challenge. It is also one of the topics covered by this year's Prague European Summit. I wish you a fruitful second day of the conference, and I hope you enjoyed the live-streamed performance of our students as a pleasant accompaniment to your session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, and I'd love to invite on stage Mr. Martin Kastler, Resident Representative and Regional Director of the Hans Seidel Foundation in the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It is my great pleasure to welcome you today here for the second day of Prague European Summit. As director of the Hans Seidel Foundation, a German political foundation, it is my really big interest bring people together to discuss our visions about Europe. I want to thank you, the organizers and our cooperation partners, very much for their work, also for their flexibility in this time. And please allow me as well to bring some ideas and topics today here for the discussion on the table. When we think about the coronavirus, about the impact of COVID-19, between hopes, fears, and tears for our economy in Europe. Because the outbreak consequences are having an extraordinary impact on our economy in Europe. Supply chains are affected and market access restricted or not longer possible in a way that we know. The pandemic is not the only cause of the current crisis in Europe. It actually demonstrates that the Europe economy, and especially also its small and medium enterprises, are not strong as expected. They often have hardly finance reserves, no plan B for hard times, are inadequately digitized. The European internal market must function and its full integration must be completed quickly. And this means we must restore our sales market. We have to bring the full accessibility. Protecting the health of the population in Europe naturally remains a priority for all of us. But we should use all possible modern tools to get the pandemic under control and reopen business. Data changes, artificial intelligence and digital technologies can help, for example, to regain freedom of movement, even under the current conditions. We should also focus on decisive investment in infrastructure, digital change, education and research. We need to use the funds to make Europe fit in long term. And also the funds we discuss at the moment, especially here in the Visegrad countries. Allow me to bring some ideas or demands on the discussion today. Tax cuts or tax deferrals are a crucial contribution to boosting the self-healing powers of economy. Europe must strengthen itself as an attractive investment location with accompanying measures to promote new investment capital. At the same time, the small medium enterprises have to protect against any cheap or strategically sensitive takeover wave. All useful administrative reforms that need no legal act should be completed as fast as possible in the whole European Union and the member states of the EU 27. Let's improve recognition of qualifications across Europe. And last but not least, please avoid protectionism, prevent dangerous narratives about buying only domestic products and so on. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a backlog of investments in many areas of infrastructure in all Europe. Rural areas in Europe are not fully developed digitally. But now we have the chance to change that, also with the money and the discussions, and I hope also with a solution in all the member states of the European Union. When it comes to digitization, public-private partnerships should be at the center of a rapid and successful digital transformation. I want to finish my small remarks in the beginning of the second day of Prague European Summit 2020 with a citate of Winston Churchill. Never let a good crisis go to waste. We need to use this current situation and this crisis to assess our strengths and weaknesses, to solve underlying systemic issues now. We want to strengthen the European Union of 27 member states. Go for Europe. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you very much for organizing. Thank you for discussion and following on us here via social media.
Thank you for your speech. Thank you very much one more time, and we have here an important video message related strongly to our next debate. Mr. Tom Steyer, philanthropist and climate activist, and also one of this year's presidential candidates in the United States.
Climate crisis is at its heart an economic problem. The energy that drives the world, the energy that people have used to create the Industrial Revolution, the entire fossil fuel apparatus, has also driven us to an environmental and climate crisis. It drove unparalleled achievement, prosperity, and growth, but the planet is now choking on its side effects. Fortunately, human ingenuity, human research, human invention have put us in a position where we can now replace fossil fuel energy with renewable energy and do it cheaper. We can replace internal combustion driven vehicles with zero emission vehicles and do it cheaper. We can redo manufacturing and agriculture and the built environment and do them better. Yes, we can do all this now and create millions of good paying jobs and clean up our air and water. We can do that. We can do that right now. But we'll never do it without support of business leaders and union leaders and community environmental leaders. We need government leaders across the globe, people who sit at the nexus of the economy and climate, to pursue policy paths that enable the clean energy future that we all need. Business and labor leaders know this move is necessary, and they know it's a win-win-win for jobs, prosperity, and our climate. They need to advocate for the framework that will enable them to make it happen and make it happen as fast as possible. We need business to step up in a big way, and that means we need long-term policies. Policies that business people can trust and invest against to support their businesses. And markets have already moved. They're supporting and anticipating a clean energy future. Now we need to make sure that businesses and government cooperate and support each other in changing how we generate and use energy across this planet, so that we can continue to increase our standards of living, so we can grow good paying jobs, and so that we can preserve the health of the planet.
Thank you, Tom Steyer. And now a micro-study is waiting for us. Micro-studies on topics discussed during the Prague European Summit 2020 were written by researchers of organizing institutions: European Institute for European Policy and Institute of International Relations Prague. You can find the full reports on the web pages of praguesummit.eu in the section Documents. The topic of our next micro-study is Greening the European Industry in the Post-COVID-19 World, written by Christian Korning-Lassen and Daniel Schitera.
Hi, my name is Christian Korning-Lassen, and together with Daniel Schitera from the Institute of International Relations, we co-authored a study called Greening the European Industry. In our study, we focused on the European Green Deal as well as the new industrial strategy for Europe as answers to the challenges of climate change as well as Europe's post-pandemic recovery. We analyzed changes in the global energy mix as well as sustainable financial megatrends. We found clear evidence that global value and supply chains are becoming increasingly green, and therefore beginning a green transitioning sooner rather than later is more important than ever. We also found that the V4, as one of the most industrialized regions in Europe, face significant disruptions from this transition. Therefore, it's going to be important that it's managed in an inclusive and socially just way in order to not
lose legitimacy. What we found interesting was that industries are in many ways ahead of both policymakers and public when it comes to realizing the inevitability of a carbon-neutral future. It's important that we therefore ensure a stable regulatory and policy environment that can provide certainties for industries when facing this transition. I would also like to thank Daniel Citera for the cooperation, even though we never met in person, but only virtually. Thank you.
And this micro-study is immediately followed by a discussion: green transitioning, what role can industry play towards an ambitious sustainable industrial strategy for 2030 and 2050. Before I pass the floor to our presenter, Mr. Tomáš Jungwirth, analyst of the Association for International Affairs, let me please remind you that during every debate you can ask questions. You can write them down directly into the chat, and some of them will be chosen and answered. Tomáš, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the debate on the Prague European Summit that will be dealing with the issue of green transitioning. What role can industry play towards an ambitious, sustainable industrial strategy for 2030 and 2050? Now, as we all know, industry is at the heart of several transformations. Decarbonization on one hand, automation, robotization, and digitalization on the other. And these potentially disruptive developments mandate the European Union to ensure an inclusive and socially responsible transformation to the benefits of citizens. My name is Tomáš Jungwirth. I am a head of climate team at the Association for International Affairs, a think tank based here in Prague, and I'll have the privilege and the honor to lead this esteemed panel. Now let me introduce our panelists. I hope that all three of them are already online. It seems definitely so. We have a very esteemed and accomplished panel of three amazing women. Let me go in alphabetical order. First, I'd like to present Ms. Claudia Olsson, who is the founder and chair of Stellar Capacity, a global education company specialized in professional development related to digital transformation. And among other things that she's done in her career, Claudia co-authored the Vision for Industry 2030 of the European Union, and also previously set up and managed the policy think tank ACC-EES. Welcome, Claudia.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be a part of this.
Pleasure to have you on the panel. As a second, please let me introduce Ms. Nilgun Tas, who is the Deputy Director of the Department of Environment at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and also leading the UNIDO's cross-departmental team for circular economy. Welcome, Ms. Tas.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure also for me to be able to join you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for us. And last but not least, and we're now experiencing some technical difficulties, but we believe to have Ulrike Rabmer-Koller, an entrepreneur and Vice President of SME United coming from Austria, also joining us. Hopefully she resolves the difficulties very shortly. Now, I propose several guiding questions for this panel that I would like you to try to address, at least in part, in your opening remarks. And then we will get into an interactive discussion on what is really the role of industry in this green transitioning. So let me just pose those questions so that also the audience can have an idea what we should be talking about on this panel. So first of all, the question of what is the positioning of industry, particularly in Europe, as regards the climate and sustainability agenda. And have we been witnessing a sort of a change of attitude lately in the context of the European Green Deal debate? Second question which I would like to address is, which notable transformations are already underway in the industrial sector when it comes to making the value chains more sustainable, and what can we expect in the near future? So what is there for industry, and where can industry really be leaders and perhaps even ahead of the political discourse? Now third, how can the global competitiveness of European industries be safeguarded vis-à-vis the climate policies? And I think this is a very pertinent question that many industrial leaders are asking. A growing price on carbon, more regulation on, say, how cars should be effective and efficient. And all of that, of course, creates additional pressure on European industry already under strain by global competitors. So what can be done, and what does industry actually expect from the European leaders in this regard? And last but definitely not least, the question of the social impact and social benefits and opportunities that are stemming from this multiple and multidimensional transition. So all of those questions I would like us to address during our panel. I know it's ambitious, but let's get into it straight away. So Ms. Olsen, if you would be so kind to start with your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm joining this debate very much from a perspective of working with digital leadership. From Stellar Capacity side, we are training digital leaders to be at the very forefront of understanding and implementing cutting-edge technologies to make sure that we can reach the society that is inclusive with high living standards, which is also enabling a great economy that is thriving, and of course a green economy. And coming to this discussion with this perspective, of course, I have had a chance to have a lot of dialogues and a lot of interactions with leaders from across industry for many years. And I definitely see that there has been a shift in attitude during the past 10-15 years. 10-15 years ago, you needed to speak with leaders to assure and to inspire leaders to see the importance of shifting towards a more green perspective. You needed to highlight the benefits and the competitive benefits of actually having a sustainable orientation. Now, it seems as more and more leaders, more and more industries and governments are understanding the sense of urgency, the importance. And this is also something, of course, that the popular opinion has started to highlight, understand, and engage in. Being Swedish, I could possibly not enter this debate without mentioning, of course, the impact individuals like Greta Thunberg have had on creating a global engagement and investment in these topics as well. We've definitely seen during the past 10 years that there has been a shift in more and more industries, people understanding the importance. But now we're also seeing that more and more leaders are actually seeking how you address these issues. They know it's important, but now they're looking for concrete measures going forward. So this is something that we really need to focus on to enable leaders to leverage innovation, digitalization, policies, collaboration to be able to address the hows. So the motivation is there. We can also see that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of individuals and a lot of studies show that individuals are really seeking that the economic recovery agenda that we are creating, that they take into account that the economic recovery should have a green focus, that we should focus on our global goals and on our environmental goals. In relation to this, of course, digitalization is playing a huge role in terms of the possibilities it's open up for industry. We're seeing that by connecting more and more devices, basically creating a smart industry where we can follow everything from all the inputs, energy usage, monitoring machinery, monitoring maintenance, using predictive analytics to make sure that we have as an efficient and energy efficient production as possible. To conducting life cycle analysis and being able to track every single item through its full potential life cycle. That is something that's being enabled now through digitalization. But to be able to leverage this, of course, we need to train also skills to be able to leverage all these technologies and the opportunities they present. So this is something I see as imperative going forward, that digitalization can provide a lot of solutions to what we're seeing, but it needs to come with an active push and active upskilling so that we can identify the opportunities and make the most of them. I also see, of course, that SMEs will play a huge role in this, and I know my colleague Lilyana will speak further to the topic, but I'm seeing that we need to invest in innovation and new startups in the clean tech and green tech space, enabling more new green unicorns to really have a transformative impact. And of course, we're not doing this as a sacrifice. We're doing this because it's a huge business opportunity for industry, for entire Europe. And the world has recognized this. China, for example, is already now producing more than 70% of the solar modules in the world. And of course, energy storage is, for example, an area where many industries are really investing to be ahead. And Europe has a potential to position itself in this. So to round off my introductory statement, I'm looking forward to discussing this more, but I definitely see that digitalization is providing a lot of potential solutions. And if we can learn, if we can upskill, if we can implement technology, and of course work together with governments, with academia, creating favorable, innovative, basically settings for the innovation, we can definitely also reach the goals we set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for these opening remarks. And I believe we can now also officially welcome on the panel Ms. Ulrike Rabme-Kolle, who was able to join us after all. I'm very happy that has been possible, who is an entrepreneur and Vice President of SME United and the Chair of SME United's Sustainable Development Committee. And she has actually worked in different roles at SME United for the past years, also as a president. So she is a very accomplished entrepreneur coming from Austria. I'm very happy that you could make it to the panel. Welcome, Mr. Rabme-Kolle.
Thank you for inviting me, and I hope that you can hear me. We had to switch something, so I had technical problems, so that's why I was late, but I hope we managed now to solve it.
It seems to be working just fine, so thank you very much once again. In my introduction, I only presented the theme of the panel and the guiding questions that you've received from my side, so I believe you haven't really missed on too much, and I hope you were able to follow most of Claudia's remarks as well. But let me now give the floor for Ms. Nilgun Tas for her opening remarks that I asked her to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you. Greetings to you all from Vienna, to my fellow panelists, as well as the audience. I come from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and we are the specialized agency of the United Nations that is mandated to accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We have 170 member states, including most of the European Union member states, but primarily developing countries. Our mandate requires us to work with industrial firms, industrial and other service providers that feed into manufacturing or use manufactured products. So we are the UN's agency that supports the business community in all our member states. Our advice and assistance to firms has to make a business case that we engage with. We also work closely with the government and consumers to create, with the governments, to assist them to create favorable environment for firms to start up and flourish, and with consumers to enable them to understand what they consume and create demand for products, greener products, as this is our topic today. We have a very strong case for green transitions that make a business case. Firms will not will move forward on greening their operations and their products unless it makes a business case. And we know this because we have been working over the last 4 decades with thousands and thousands of companies all over the world. In fact, our work has resulted in setting up by governments or autonomous entities in different countries. In 51 countries, there are 65 resource efficient and cleaner production centers that we have helped create, which are all autonomous, some of them also in the private sector, that help firms, small and medium firms primarily, to improve their operations, which simultaneously reduce production costs and prevents waste and pollution, therefore have positive environmental results. Let me give you a few examples why firms are taking the lead, even in developing countries, to green their operations, to improve their sustainability. For instance, we also closely work with the European Commission, with EU-funded EU-funded projects and programs. A recent and right now is in its second phase, a Switch Med program has worked with until end of 2019, 125 small and medium firms that have been working in food processing, styles, parts and components that feed into European value chain leading company products. And through saving raw materials, energy and water, these 125 firms were able to achieve cost savings, financial savings of 42 million euros per year. Translates into approximate, on the average, about 336,000 euros per firm per year, which is an undeniably significant financial savings, leveraging another 700,000 euros per year over payback periods of approximately 2 to 2.5 years. This is great. It's great for business, but the savings have been 3.5 million cubic meters of water, 707 gigawatt hours of energy, and 35 tons of raw materials per year. So obviously, a very significant environmental impact. In CO2 equivalent emissions, this translates into 200,000 tons per year of CO2 emissions, only from 125 small and medium firms in 8 North African countries. So obviously this makes both the business case, but translates into significant environmental benefits. And in these companies, there were about 32,000 jobs, which were all maintained, and about 2 to 3% of these 32,000 jobs were freshly created as a result of these operations. So without a business case, it's not possible to achieve this, but greening makes a business case. Another example I bring you, I'm sure all of you are looking at the tags in your clothing, in your shirts, in what you wear. So you would see that some of them were made in Indonesia. In Indonesia, 149 small and medium companies, primarily working in textile garment industries, have been able to save 20 million US dollars per year by cutting down on their raw material inputs, energy inputs, wastewater consumption, water consumption, and wastewater generation. And they have already, during our work with them, been able to also invest $10 million into this endeavor. So clearly, there is a very strong business case for recovering a green recovery. I give you the developing country examples for two reasons. One, value chains are global. So what happens in Indonesia, what happens in North Africa, in the small and medium enterprises feeds directly into the products that are consumed in the European market. So the green recovery covers not only the European market when Europe starts its recovery in a green way. Second, the competitiveness that we have been able to achieve, improvement in competitiveness that these firms out there in the developing countries have been able to achieve, we believe as UNIDO is also much more possible for European firms, European small and medium SMEs, because of all facilities and the single market, financing, skills, and opportunities, new business opportunities that are much in abundance in the European Union. So with that, I would like to stop for now. There is a strong case for Europe to recover, European firms to recover in a green way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nilguntas. I think it was really helpful from your side to give us the perspective of the developing countries and making a very strong case that the business interests and the environmental interests actually are going well hand in hand, and also showing us that in Europe our potential for the green transition is possibly even much greater given our internal capacities and the development of the business sector already. So thank you for this, and let me give the floor to Ms. Ulrike Raab-McCullough to give her remarks and possibly also, some responses or insights into what she has just heard. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, thanks for inviting me and to take part in this discussion. I think it is very important, and especially your question, what role can industry play towards an ambitious sustainable industry strategy? I think it can play a very big role. And I'm representing especially SMEs, and I was also engaged in the industry strategy high-level group, and we developed a sustainable industry strategy. And I really believe that we can combine create a win-win situation between companies, between economy and ecology. And as Mrs. Tass already said before, we have to create this win-win situation. And if we do so, I'm sure that we can also solve the climate crisis. And I always emphasize that especially companies and industry are not the problem, they are the solution. And for me, solving the climate crisis, we need 3 I's. I for innovation, technology and research and development is really the key. We have a lot of technologies already available, but they have to be made known and they have to be used. And there the 2 other I's are coming in. It is investment. So also with all the investment plans of the European Union and also the member states, they have to make the wise investments in green technologies and in the innovations which are already on the market. And of course, we have to inform, we have to bring information to other companies and also to the people. So I have experienced a lot that there are several technologies or several measurements are not known well enough. And if we are really having this 3I strategy, that we are going more in innovation, in investments and information, I'm sure that we will have more progress. And we developed also the industry strategy, basically that we said, okay, we want to have a sustainable production in Europe, and we want to make sure that production comes back to Europe. So with investing in greening of the economy, we have to make wise investments and also take wise measurements that industry can produce in Europe again. And so we have to not bring on some more regulations or some more red tapes. We really have to incentivize. And as I'm representing SMEs, I also always emphasize that SMEs are really the backbone of the European economy. And also in industry sector, we have a lot of SMEs. So more than 90% of the companies active in industry sector are also SMEs. So when it comes to greening of the economy and greening of the industry, we have to make sure that SMEs are on the forefront. And we have a lot of SMEs which are active in innovation, in green technologies. And I'm also an example myself. So I'm running a company who is investing in green technology and developing green technology since more than 30 years now. And we created a lot of solutions, but of course they have to be implemented. And so we have, with all the programs on the Green Deal and all the programs now also recovering from the crisis of COVID, we have to invest in the right measures and in the right innovations and technologies. And I'm sure if all the players are pulling on the same string and going in the same direction, I'm really very positive that we can reach our climate goals on one hand, but also make sure that we have industry in Europe again and keep, of course, also the jobs and the welfare here in Europe.
Thank you, Ulrike. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. Now, my question to you is, would you have something to respond to or directly address to any of the other panelists? Because if so, you can just speak up now freely. If not, okay, Claudia, please go on.
Should I start?
Definitely.
So I wanted to reiterate, of course, the importance of technological investments to enable us to enable a green transition. And looking into how fast technologies are developing, we of course need to match that with the skills that our workforce has. And looking at how our industry has been construed historically, we can see that the industrial revolutions often built their industry that was focused on centralization, focus on your unit, focus on producing in scale and mass. Currently in the transition, we're seeing that the ownership of an item, the ownership of machinery, ownership is not the key. What is instead the key is access. And having access as a core value driving also this transition means that our industry needs to rethink how it's organized also and how it creates value. Because the value that is created is not just by creating, of course, products, but it's also about making sure that maintenance continues, that you can continue adding value throughout the lifetime of the product. And this means that a lot of our industries actually need to add the component of also being service companies. And making that transition, understanding that potential it brings, requires a lot of courage from industry. It requires that leaders understand that you need to invest in new skills, understanding how you can use the platform economy. It also requires a different kind of system thinking. The World Economic Forum works very actively with, for example, ranking the skills that are the most important for the economy currently. And we do this ranking basically every 4th, 5th year. And I think it was quite interesting when they released one of their latest reports in 2018, highlighting that until 2022, one of the most important skills that we need to train in the workforce is also the ability to have systems thinking and have systems analysis. And having that kind of wider picture where you think about the ecosystem which you're working in, and then I mean the ecosystem of the different partners and stakeholders, of course, as well as the wider ecosystem, that if you have that kind of skill, you can also in a different way understand how you're creating value and how you can create that value in a more sustainable way. So I think that I would want to complement the previous comments in terms of highlighting that the current industrial revolution is about understanding that you're working in a system, taking responsibility for greater part in that system, and seeing that that will create long-term value. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, and well noted. Nilgun, please.
Thank you, Claudia. What you have said inspired me to talk about an industrial service which is quite unusual. We've been working with Austrian, German, and Swiss environment ministries since 2004 on what we call chemical leasing. Normally, manufacturing firms use a lot of chemicals, whether it's for dyeing a material or cleaning products. Chemicals are used, and the normal way of using the chemicals is to buy in barrels, in liters, in bulk, the chemical, owning the chemical that you will use in your production processes. Through chemical leasing, and this is quite prominently used both also in Europe since we started this initiative, but also in far-flung places like Vietnam to Sri Lanka to Brazil to Argentina and in South Africa and so on. The chemical is sold by the producer of the chemical as a service. For instance, by the number of bottles that this chemical is going to clean, or the parts that this chemical is going to clean, or if it's a glue, by the number of labels that this glue is going to stick the label onto the chemical. This saves both the amount of chemicals used, but not only that, after washing, after cleaning bottles, for example, you have water that contains the chemical, and when you buy it by the barrel, you have to make sure that you dispose of that wastewater properly. But you can return it to the chemical producer, which will be able to earn additional financial gains by extracting that chemical out of the water, because they have that opportunity. So clearly, not owning, but using a product, even if it's a chemical, as a service, is a great initiative. It's both green, and it has a very good business case, both for the producer of the original product, but also for the user of the product and environment. If you allow me just to add another one, the new circular economy action plan of the European Union is exemplary. It shows opportunities, business opportunities. In fact, because it's called circular economy, by name, as its name suggests, it does not focus on the environment only. It first focuses on the economy of circulating. It uses the power of the economy and its actors so that use of resources are reduced, you increase your both efficiency, but also resource productivity, meaning the dollars, euros that you earn per that reduction, and also mitigates climate change and negative environmental impacts. So circular economy practices provide new business opportunities and creation of great new jobs, for instance, in remanufacturing. And I will just stop here to elaborate further later if the opportunity arises. Thank you.
Most definitely, and thank you, Nilgun, for bringing up the European Union Circular Economy Action Plan. And let me use that as a springboard to deep dive into the European context now, because this is the Prague European Summit, so obviously Europe is at the heart of what we are discussing here. And the reality is that the Green New Deal is the top of the agenda politically, even in times of COVID, which I guess many of us assumed would lead to the certain diminishment of that agenda. Probably we can see that that has not happened, and the environmental and climate concerns are really high up. And I mean, all of the business, but also political leaders tell us that the recovery must go hand in hand. So recovery from COVID, pandemic, and the economic recession linked thereto has to be linked to the climate targets and environmental goals of the European Union. Now, at this point in time, the new multi-annual financial framework, the new European Union budget, is to some degree held hostage, so hopefully we'll see that being resolved on the political level. But you've spoke quite a lot about what we can expect from industries and what industries, SMEs particularly, should be doing to stay competitive and stay on top of the game and combine the business model with the environmental concerns. Now, what, in your view, should industries be expecting from the political leaders and from the political agenda? So what is there in the Green New Deal quite specifically for industries in your point of view? And just feel free to raise a hand, please. Ulrike?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So basically, I think the most important thing is really with the Green Deal that it is combined with the industry strategy and all other strategies which are under the head of the Green Deal. So we have already mentioned the Circular Economy Action Plan, but there is also the Sustainable Chemical Strategy, the Farm to Fork Strategy, Climate Law, and only to name a few ones. And so I think the most important thing really is that all those strategies and all those topics are really coordinated. And it is also very important that We also not only concentrate on the European Union, we also have to concentrate and negotiate with all other regions that they also keep with the Paris Agreement, and so that we have also for the future a level playing field, because it would not make sense to actually to bring up or to bring on some additional burdens or red tapes to European companies, and then they have to close down, and then the production is in other regions where they do not respect the climate goals. And so I think this is also a really major topic for European decision makers, to make sure that we can engage also other regions in reducing CO2 emission. And of course, we have to then also make sure that our technology, which we have here in Europe, will be also exported to other regions, and that this European technology can also help reducing CO2 emissions in other regions. And we have to really make sure that, as Claudia also said, that we need the right skills also for people to set on those new technologies. And I think this is also a very big chance we have now, that with greening of the economy, with the transition, there are a lot of job potentials. But of course, we need the right skills. And the last thing is really, as I emphasized before, SMEs are the backbone of the economy. So we have to make sure that, especially now with COVID crisis, we have to revise also the Green Deal in this aspect, that the companies get the support and that they are not overloaded with the transition, so that they really can see the potentials and the chances and use also these chances.
Thank you. Claudia, please.
Yes, I just wanted to add to Ulrike's very insightful comment that I think approaching the Green Deal is something we need to do collaborating across Europe and within the framework of the European Union, but it also requires each individual governments to really take brave steps as well. So looking at what is happening in Sweden, for example, the Swedish government has, for example, one initiative where they're investing roughly 1 billion Swedish crowns, I think, per year towards sustainable innovation and new solutions in collaboration with industry partners. So they're supporting this transition. They're also setting up these acceleration hubs and innovation hubs to enable more green tech and clean tech innovation. So I see that as much as it's extremely important that we have knowledge transfer across Europe and collaborate, it's also important that each country takes a great responsibility. And I would wish to see that the countries actually try to outdo each other in this arrangement, collaborating, but also trying to innovate and lead the way in terms of new initiatives to inspire national industry partners to go forward. And of course, then share the knowledge among each other.
Thank you. Nilgün, would you like to compliment?
If I may, Thomas?
Yes, most definitely. You're welcome. Yes.
Thank you. I totally agree both with what Ulrike and Claudia has said. As an intergovernmental agency, we have a lot of, we were established in 1966, by the way. It was a different era. So we have amassed a huge amount of evidence and experience over the evolution of industries. What we have seen that costs the most for businesses, but also to societies, is the lack of coordination. Policy coordination, and as Ulrike has mentioned, cutting down the red tape, but getting down to business as fast as possible is the key. there are huge coordination costs, lack of coordination, that costs both the societies and the businesses. So at the global level, we agree fully that Europe's green recovery cannot happen by itself. In fact, yesterday I was listening to some of the more political, geopolitical perspectives. It has to be, everybody has to be brought on board, from the large manufacturing hub that China is to the United States and so on. Putting the politics aside, looking at where the industry is happening, this is critical. But at the global level, we have partnered with the UN Environment Programme and the European Commission, the EU. We are preparing to launch a global alliance on circular economy and resource efficiency, hopefully on the margins of the online UN Environment Assembly that is going to convene in February, towards the end, 22nd of February next year. And the objective of this global alliance will be to share experience, first create a shared understanding. And it has to cover not only Europe or a few of the larger countries, but everyone in the global commons. To create the shared understanding that circular economy and resource efficiency is a means and can help us achieve our global goals with respect to climate change, economic and health impacts of not greening our recovery, creation of new jobs, also in the what we call the fourth industrial revolution, the digital jobs and so on, to talk about the barriers, solutions, learn together, create partnerships, but hopefully eventually converging on global actions that will enable widespread implementation of circular economy practices and resource efficiency. Coming to the country level, we need the governments, the policymakers also to take a similar approach. Shared vision, not only by among the government entities, but also, very importantly, with the businesses. There are good examples, as Claudia has said. In Sweden, there is an example of the 100 circular economy deals that the Netherlands, quite a number of years ago, struck with the business community, between the business community and the government. And the government has not even had to invest public funds into all these initiatives, because they had to as Ulrike said, they had only to remove a few barriers for the business to undertake green actions. So creating a cross-sectoral pre-competitive space for consultations between government and the business community, as well as including the consumer interests into that dialogue, and joint thinking, joint learning, and joint decision making on how to move forward, at least in a few fields, will go a long way. And we are, as UNIDO, we can strongly vouch that it is going to work, but because we have seen why it hasn't worked and why it has worked. Coordination of policy with business action and consumer awareness is key. The 3 I's. And in this process, you can create a lot of innovation, incorporate digitalization, benefit from research and development, overall better well-being for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilgun. This would be almost good for closing remarks, but we are definitely not there yet. And let me still push you into some more timely and controversial issues, perhaps. I would now ask if it would be possible to present the poll that was posed to the audience. And I don't know if you will be able to see it. Hopefully, yes. The question there on Slido was, will the carbon border adjustment mechanism help European industries decarbonize faster? And as of now, it seems that almost 80% of the respondents, so an overwhelming majority, says yes. Now, I know that you all come more from the ecosystem of SMEs rather than big industries and potentially big polluters. But still, I think the carbon border adjustment mechanism is a very timely item on the agenda of the European Green Deal. And maybe more generally, I mean, the question of the safeguarding of global competitiveness of European industry is definitely on the table. So any of your thoughts or remarks on this question in particular would be welcome. Yes, please, Ulrike.
Yeah, so I would like also to take this then as my last input, because unfortunately I have to hop now from Prague to Brussels. I'm taking part at 11 o'clock in another discussion. So this digitalization makes it possible. But coming back to the carbon, global carbon pricing. So I think it is very important that we find a solution to have a global carbon price. And especially maybe as a first step for the power sector and also for the sectors with high emission. And this would bring a competitiveness to all industry sectors and to all regions. But we have also discussions about setting up a carbon border adjustment mechanism. Here we really need a detailed assessment. If the mechanism can be then compatible with the World Trade Organizations, we have to make sure that we are not having then a protectionism again. So I think really the first step should be to have a worldwide global carbon price. And of course, the most importantly and effective carbon leakage protection must be also further ensured. And I really hope that we can manage, and that of course the governments, the international governments can manage to really have a joint action plan, and of course also a joint carbon pricing. So with this, I would like to say goodbye and also to thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. And I'm sorry to have to leave, but unfortunately I have to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulrike, for both your insights and for being able to make it on the panel, despite the time constraints on your side. So we wish you best of luck in your work and hope to see you again in some sort of a debate later on. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. So hopefully we'll still be able to follow up on this with both Claudia and Nilgun. So perhaps, Claudia, up to you. I mean, what do you think from your perspective, perhaps from the Swedish perspective as well? What do you feel is the mood among the business leaders there when it comes to ensuring global competitiveness at a time of growing price of carbon?
It's an excellent question, and I would want to see that the dialogue shifts towards more of the business opportunities in the space. A little bit like I mentioned in my introductory statement, if we're looking at the tremendous business potential in carbon capture, in energy storage, and so many of the clean tech and green tech areas, industry is truly seeing that this is a potential revenue source. It's also a potential way to grow further and to innovate towards the future. So many of the leaders I'm speaking to are saying that there's a tremendous potential in the circular economy, that this is a way to decrease waste, this is a way to innovate faster towards more sustainable and more durable and more purposeful materials. So the dialogues I'm having is, of course, with a lot of visionary leaders that actually see this as a potential and are also seeing the movements in other regions of the world, as mentioned, China, the US, which are really investing in this as a growth opportunity. So I would say that the dialogues I take part of through our programs, Stellar Capacity, with different leaders from some of Sweden's biggest industries, everything from Scania, ABB, NCC, many of them are actually seeing this as a path forward to innovate, to create more value going forward. So I would say that is the response. And I think we need to change the narrative a bit, because the narrative we've had for such a long time has been that, you know, how can we deal with the fact that this is hampering our innovation, hampering our competitiveness? And by changing that narrative and instead actually looking into the potential opportunities and the reasons to why so many other regions are investing in more basically green solutions, if we look at that, that will actually spur even a more positive movement forward, I would say.
Thank you for the positive message then, Claudia, and really happy to hear that this is the narrative and this is the prevailing opinion of visionary leaders, at least in the part of Europe that you're working in. Nilgun, perhaps your insights on that with a view of the global context would be very helpful. I mean, the global carbon pricing came up, Ulrike brought it up, and perhaps, of course, Europe can be one of the initiators of such a debate, which I would dare say is much needed. So what are your thoughts on the business positioning vis-a-vis this agenda?
Well, first of all, I think we have to, I agree with Claudia that the narrative has to change. We have been promoting that. But global initiatives such as these, carbon pricing, for example, are not easy to come. Because they have never really been achieved so far. There are no good examples of that that have worked, but they are doable. So, as I mentioned just a moment ago, this requires a global alliance on any of these governance issues. I consider this to be a governance issue in the long run, because if everybody is going to accept and enforce it, it is such. So, but I think the pandemic and the need to recover now creates the right conditions, both for getting around into a global alliance to discuss how we can come back better, achieve a green recovery. And within that context, I think it's very important that carbon pricing and other issues has to be discussed, and the future has to be designed. Like China, possibly because of what EU has brought forward on the carbon border tax, has declared that it is going to move forward on its own initiatives, which was unexpected in most cases. China has been doing a lot of greening itself with the bringing back the US to the Paris Agreement would be very important. But starting from practical steps such as circular economy, implementation of circular economy practices, I think I want to hope that the world would be able to agree on global actions that will make that will improve the competitiveness of the businesses, but also protect the environment. I think it's possible.
Thank you, Nilgun, for the words of hope, really. And now let me turn in our remaining time to the questions that were posed by the audience. And there is one that focuses specifically on the Visegrad countries, so let me try to come back to it still at a later stage. But I'd like you to address a question that deals with an issue that came up repetitively and again, I think, is about the need for industries to create the right skill set, and I mean to foster the right skill set creation among the society. So the question here is, what skills particularly will be important so as to achieve the global competitiveness of European industries? We spoke about the right skills, the proper skills. So what are those skills? Claudia, please.
Well, this is a topic I'm very passionate about, of course, because Stellar Capacity really has the ambition to help train these skills. We actually have as a motto for Stellar Capacity that we train skills that robots can't replace. So we'll see whether the future will prove us right or wrong, whether the skills we're training are critical going forward. But the way we see it is that technology is accelerating extremely fast in so many different areas, and it's also converging. So we see basically computing power enabling progress in biotechnology. We see areas in synthetic biology progressing super fast, so that individuals now have the R&D possibilities to work in virtual labs that previously only large industries would have, for example. We're seeing energy technologies merging with basically AI robotics. We're seeing a tremendous progress in terms of being able, for example, to create even solar panel paint to paint our houses, to be able to leverage more of the power of the sun. So seeing all of these technologies accelerating, of course, we need to make sure that our workforce also has the right mindset, the right leadership, the right skills to leverage this technological progress. And many of the technological skills actually get outdated in about 18 months. The life length of the skill has gone down significantly, and it's really required that we continuously update our skills throughout life. That, of course, means for industry that we need to recruit for new skills, but we also need to train the workforce that we have so that the workforce can stay ahead and continue to stay ahead. Many companies have shifted from doing a skills mapping once per year to doing a skills mapping once every quarter to make sure that they are up to date with the skills. Many go out to their employees and say, go to our website, compare your existing skill set with the skills we're looking for right now. And if you see that the gap is too large, you should really definitely focus on upskilling to meet the new skills and knowledge that is required. So to be able to acquire a lot of what many people define as hard skills, I don't like that division hard skills, soft skills, because in one way, the soft skills, the collaboration, the creativity that you need, the curiosity is actually a power skill, because once you learn it, you can have it throughout life, and it enables you to also get more of the hard skills, technological skills. But to be able to acquire and learn continuously about technology, seeing how blockchain can impact, for example, more transparency in logistical chains and supply chains, to be able to work with user experience in terms of creating value for customers and for the stakeholders, you need to continuously also have a mind of curiosity and basically an active learning strategy. I've been quite involved with the World Economic Forum, and that is quite interesting because in 2018, one study there pointed towards that we need to spend 101 days of learning to meet the digital skills gaps we have until 2022. And that translates into 3 to 4 hours per week of learning. And so this is something that we definitely need to implement more in industry. So what I would say is we both need to train for skills that are very technological, but also the interpersonal ones and the digital mindset of being open, flexible, agile, creative, experimental, and very collaboratively oriented. Those are the skills I think are super important.
Great. A concise message and so much information in it. I mean, 100 days to spend on learning in the next 2 or 3 years. It seems like a lot. Let's hope we can actually aspire to that. Nilgun, would you like to give your point of view?
Yes, absolutely. Claudia addressed the very high-level skills that one would need in a digital world. But we are, as UNIDO, very strongly promoting circular economy. There is a circular economy action plan of the European Union. So compared to what Claudia has talked about the digital technology skills, IT-related skills and innovation, there is a lot of other skills that are required. Let me give you the example of remanufacturing or repairs. That's just only repairs. Let's say you have some electronic equipment or even a washing machine or refrigerator. Instead of getting rid of it at what you might think is its end of life, getting it repaired will give it a second and even a third life, doubling the utility that you draw from its first life, including all the embedded energy, the materials, the labor costs that went into the first life of the machine. You can get a second life. So for that, you will require different skills, engineering skills for that you could use for repairs and maintenance of all kinds of equipment, from high-tech equipment like aerospace, defense equipment, medical, robotics, but not only those, including down to vending machines, pumps, telecommunication equipment, surgical tables, office equipment, excavation, even bakery equipment, right? So there is so much to do, and there is so much to gain from that kind of work. I had, when I was a representative in Vietnam, I had this consultant who was an economist, but when he retired, he went to school and learned how to do plumbing repairs. And he has been telling me he draws as much, even more, personal satisfaction going to homes and repairing plumbing. So in our fast-moving societies, we have, in a way, forgotten some of these skills, and these could come back easily within a circular economy context. And trust me, it could also be personally satisfactory, as my friend and colleague told me.
Thank you very much, Nilgun. And with only 4 minutes left, let me move to the last question that was also posed by the audience, and it was specifically focused on the V4 countries, so I might broaden it a little bit. So the question was, what should the Visegrad countries, that being Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary and Poland, do to improve the conditions for industries to focus more on green innovations? So maybe more broadly, but I'll ask you to answer very briefly, is what can carbon-intensive countries and carbon-intensive economies do to nudge the industries that are the backbone of their economies to transform faster and better?
Let me give it a go. It's the energy. In any product, the highest carbon content comes from the energy that has been used during the mining, extraction, and processing of, let's say, the metal or the non-metallic mineral that goes into a product. So greening the energy input into manufacturing will go a very long way in what the governments could do and should do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claudia, any of your thoughts on that?
I can only agree about the focus on energy, and I would reiterate that it's a collaborative effort. It's both from the governmental side in terms of creating different incentive programs. It's about enabling more risk in the area through these kind of incentive programs, and also making sure that the talent, the opportunities for technological development is there. So I would say that Europe needs to focus on really growing further the knowledge economy. We have been extremely innovative in many different ways. Many of the European countries are also coming out really high in innovation indices globally. But at the same time, we're seeing a tremendously fast progress in other regions and huge investments both in China and the US. And we need to also define the vision and move forwards. We have experienced in many countries a great development, but we're also seeing an acceleration in other regions where we shouldn't think about how to keep up, but we should think about how to take the lead. And this, of course, encompasses many different factors in the ecosystem, but that's what I would say. We need to ask ourselves on a national level and on a collaborative level for the European Union, how do we define the way forward to dare to take the lead also in this field?
Thank you very much, Claudia, and thank you to all our panelists who were able to join us on this excellent discussion on green transitioning. What role can industry play towards an ambitious, sustainable industrial strategy for 2030 and 2050? We covered a whole range of topics, starting from the skills that will be needed for the new economy, also, of course, linking the whole question to the COVID and post-COVID recovery, and then, of course, also bringing into play the European Green Deal and the expectations and assumptions that industries and businesses have from that. I believe the message that we should take from this is that the economic progress and transformation of the industry can go hand in hand and must go hand in hand with the environmental and climate agenda. And I'm very happy that you as audience also were able to present some questions and opinions during this debate. So thank you once again to both the audience and our panelists to join us at the Prague European Summit debate. So thank you to Claudia Olsen, Nilgun Tas, and Ulrike Grabner-Koller, who was unfortunately already had to leave earlier. And I hope to continue in those excellent discussions with you in the coming times. So all the best in your work, and thank you very much.
Okay. And now, a message from young leaders. Every year, an opportunity to have a tangible policy impact is given to 30 exceptional future leaders with diverse professional and academic background who participate in Future European Leaders Forum, an integral part of Prague European Summit. This forum summons individuals with a proven track record as opinion leaders in their fields of activity, including, but not limited to, politics, science, business, media, the arts, and civil society. This year we have an opportunity to hear from 2 alumni of Future European Leaders Forum. I would like to give a floor to Jiří Mach, who is coordinator of Future European Leaders Forum, to introduce them. The floor is yours. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to stand here in front of you to be able to present our project, the Future European Leaders Forum, to all the policymakers and other guests that are viewing the Prague European Summit online. So what are we doing here at Future European Leaders Forum, or shortly abbreviated FELF? Is, as Kateřina mentioned, we're aiming to bring 30 exceptional young individuals who are engaged in their fields of knowledge and expertise, who have the passion to shape European politics and their local politics as well. It's been 3 years since we firstly have started doing this project, and it brings me great pleasure to be able to say that we have gone through the learning curve. We have found out what works for our alumni and our participants, and that we are able to provide them during the course of 5 days, these editions, with the knowledge of how to shape policy, how to write a concise policy paper, how to work more effectively to be able to feature deep work, and also to find some time in your schedule to answer all these mails. So how to juggle all these responsibilities that a future European leader future European leader should have. What we aim to do, apart from increasing capabilities of our leaders, is that also we aim to create an intergenerational and interprofessional dialogue with our up-and-coming leaders, with the senior policymakers, and senior in the sense that they're more experienced, of course. Hopefully as well, in the end, to burst some bubbles with the young and bright ideas of our participants. Now it is my pleasure to welcome first FELF alumni, Martina Větrovcová, who's been a part of the last year's summit and is here to present her speech. Thank you.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a true honor and privilege to be invited to address such a distinguished group of professionals. Truth be told, I would much rather stand in front of you in person and engage in some lively conversations with all of you. But unprecedented times require innovative solutions. At this point, I would like to thank the organizers for making the Prague European Summit possible, despite all the uncertainties and additional effort involved in planning this event. My name is Martina Větrovcová, and I am a PhD candidate in political science at Heidelberg University, Germany. I have also co-founded a social enterprise called Momentum Novum, which strives to foster sustainable development. I was trained by Al Gore to become a climate reality leader, and I am a Future European Leaders alumna. In my current research, I deal with the topic of solidarity in Europe. And in the next few minutes, I would like to share with you why I believe that global solidarity and effective international cooperation are needed, now more than ever, to overcome complex global challenges such as climate change. People my age grew up in a time when there was less conflict, more prosperity, and more freedom on the European continent than at any time in human history. And we happily took this for granted. We traveled, we studied abroad, we enjoyed free roaming. The events of this year have, however, reminded us that we must never take our freedom, democracy, and mainly our health for granted. Very often, events happening beyond our borders feel distant, and it is difficult for us to understand or identify with challenges others are facing. There will always be voices who say that what happens in the wider world is not our concern, not our responsibility. But that is simply not true. With the COVID-19 outbreak, it has become clear that viruses know no borders, and that they do not care about our ethnicity, our political affiliation, or how much money we make. We should also not forget that the coronavirus pandemic is not the only global challenge humanity is and will be facing. There are countless conflicts happening in the world as we speak. Millions of people continue to live below the poverty line, and we are still far from stopping climate change. My point is that we all share only one planet, and that what happens in Melbourne, Cape Town, or Quito more or less directly affects us too. This brings me to a brief reflection on the current state of affairs in the United States. I don't know how about you, but I got very emotional during this year's presidential election in the US. Often people ask me, why do you care so much about something that is taking place on the other side of the globe and that you cannot even influence? To this I say, I do care because A, questions such as who occupies the White House significantly shape the course of events globally. And B, I truly believe that my words and actions do have an impact. In fact, I believe that every individual has an impact, and that small-scale actions have the power to bring about positive change on a larger scale. To give you one example, this year's Prague European Summit has chosen climate change as its spotlight topic. When talking to people about climate change, I've heard some of them say, my one plastic bottle won't make a difference, so why should I even bother? My usual response to this is, all right, repeat this 7.8 billion times. Does it make a difference now? We must realize that we can't always count on others to solve our problems, but that we are required to act too. We must be the change we wish to see in the world. Of course, this takes time and effort. It requires the right frameworks, policies, resources, and most importantly, the right mindset. I really hope that we can soon move beyond the point where we discuss whether Black Lives Matter, because they just do, whether climate change is real, because it just is, and whether women should have the same rights as men, because they just should. We must learn to respect each other, irrespective of age, gender, sexual orientation, race, color, ethnicity, or religion. Because only by listening to each other, learning from each other, respecting each other's views and differences, and seeking a common ground, we can succeed in resolving global problems. As I said before, the coronavirus knows no borders, but neither does our solidarity and our compassion. And this is why I'm extremely grateful that there are events like the Prague European Summit and the Future European Leaders Forum that strive to foster an open discussion and contribute to a positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martina, for your wonderful speech. I just want to say that I'm really happy for you to be the part of the family and that you're able to provide workshops and interesting thoughts to our participants, and this time, not only to them. So thank you once again. And now it is my pleasure to invite Dinesh on the stage to give us his thoughts on what's happening.
Děkuji, Jiří. Dobrý den, jó napot kívánok, and good day. I have to say that, of course, we must thank all of the organizers at Europeum, IIR, and directly the Prague European Summit. However, I have here a list of names that you might not have heard. You were paying attention to the high-level speakers. I want to thank Aneta, Wojtek, and Andrzej, our technicians who ensured that the 25 European leaders who tuned into FELF were able to watch it, in spite of the fact that they come from 12 countries and were unable to travel here. I want to thank Theresa, who welcomed us every single day, with a smile on her face, hidden behind a Prague European Summit mask. And I want to also thank Natalie for preparing the program, making sure we stick to it, and Jakub, who's watching online but cannot be here today. And beyond this, Filip, who took us photographs, Huyen, who managed our logistics so excellently, Michał, who waited on us and ensured we always had lunch in spite of the fact we were very, very late, and Anton, spasiba, you kept the hotel open for us at all times. Jarosław, you drove us always on time, and you really put effort into making sure that we understand how important it is that Czechs are happy that there are no pesky tourists messing up the Charles Bridge and that you are freely able to walk across, and yet we ruined it by arriving here. And I want to say also thank you to Zsuzsa Stučlikova. I've been here for the third time now, and every single time I come here, you welcome me with open arms. I want to share with you an alarming statistic. According to Eurostat, 17.1% of young EU member state citizens are unemployed currently. Many of them may be watching us today. Therefore, it is clear that our political, economic, and social system is at a breaking point from the perspective of young people. That is why it is immensely important that in spite of the difficulties, young leaders were able to gather, to debate, and to discuss, and to realize what we all know to be true. Namely, that in spite of the fact that Martina comes from Kladno, and I hail from Taliandurugd, the hopes and dreams of Europeans across this continent and the challenges we face are common and require that we come together in order to overcome them. Jiří, for example, his ancestors and mine were fighting a century ago on the borderlands of a ruined empire where Hungarians and Czechs no longer felt at home. And yet, 100 years after, here we are, building one common European home, and all of the 12 countries that were represented by young leaders, those 25 people would agree that we are building a more equitable, a more fair, and perhaps, most importantly, a union where all can feel at home. And perhaps that's the answer to that age-old question that Czechs ask. Kde domov můj? Where is my home? It's Europe. And I have to say that in spite of the difficulties, as Martina mentioned, solidarity is very important, and I want to show you something. This is a mask that was fabricated here in the Czech Republic. I ordered it online in Hungarian. It was made from Slovak cotton, and I checked. The company has huge investments from Poland. This is a Visegrad 4 mask. And we have to come together as a V4, as the 3 Cs initiative, and as one united European Union. But I beseech the leaders who are watching today, involve young people, listen to their ideas, and involve them in the decision-making process. Because you were once our future, and one day they will be yours. And most importantly, perhaps of all, I have to say that we have to keep hope that although things are very bad currently, they can be better. And to share an old-age Hungarian poem, Még jönni fog, még jönni kell egy jobb kor. There must come, and there shall come, a better age. And in that spirit, the European one, the motto being, of course, united in diversity, I want to say we should be always united in adversity as well. And we should look at the positive examples, the ones that bring us together. And I'm reminded of our talk yesterday with Vladimir Bartovic and Milena Hirdenkova about the Minority Safe Pack initiative, a European citizens' initiative that has united every Czech political party represented in the 2 chambers of your parliament, all of them in the European Parliament, and also your government supports it. There is consensus on such a subject that could change the fate of 50 million EU member state citizens who speak one of 60 national or regional minority languages. So therefore, keep the faith. We'll see you next year. The Future European Leaders Forum of the Prague European Summit is signing off. Děkuji mnohokrát, köszönöm szépen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Denis, for your wonderful speech. I think what has been amplified in both of the messages is very important. And we as young people, we obviously want to have a say. So thank you for including us into this program. You can be looking forward to what we propose during these five-day workshops in the future, after we debate it tomorrow with Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs Tomáš Petříček, who will hear our proposals, and then we will obviously publish them on our website. So you can, if you're interested, you can look up what the young people have to say and work with us on these solutions that we believe are beneficial for everybody. That's something I've been mentioning in my introduction. I sincerely think that intergenerational dialogue is crucial to us finding common goals and common solutions to everything. So thank you very much once again, Martina, and thank you very much, Dinesh, for coming up here, saying your messages, and thank you very much, the others, for including us in this. And I'm looking forward to working together with everybody to finding common solutions to our common problems. Thank you, and have a nice day.
The coronavirus pandemic is a big part of our lives in 2020, and it is also an important topic of our next debate, European crisis, role of the EU in times of COVID-19. Please welcome our next presenter, Filip Nerat from Český rozhlas. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the exclusive talk or chat of the Prague European Summit 2020. We are going to speak about how European Union has tackled the COVID-19 crisis, which influenced everybody and changed almost everything this year. Our guest is a man who has been the busiest, or at least one of the busiest people in Brussels in recent months, because he is in charge of the EU's crisis management. And this year, everything was about challenging or dealing with the COVID-19 crisis. Please let me welcome European Commissioner for Crisis Management, Janez Lenarčič. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for joining Prague European Summit 2020, at least so virtually from Brussels.
Good morning. Greetings to Prague.
Thanks. Before we start, one reminder for our audience: if you want to ask our distinguished guest, you are very much welcome to do it. You can use the Slido right next to our stream. Write there your question, and I will put it to Commissioner Lenarčič in the second part of our chat during Q&A session. But let's start our talk. Hopefully we won't have any technical crisis in next 25 minutes. Commissioner, during spring and summer there were a lot of debates about how prepared or rather unprepared was EU on a crisis like this. What is your opinion? Could EU do more and react better than it did in the beginning, or we simply weren't prepared for a crisis of such a scale?
Well, I have to recall that the European Commission started very early, already in January, warning the European Union and its member states that this may be a grave danger for public health. And our message was centered on the following. We called for preparedness, we called for coordination, and we called for solidarity. The fact is that health, border controls, civil protection, these are all areas that are the national competence of member states. And this has been quite a challenge since the beginning to ensure that member states do work together to the best extent possible. The Commission has very few powers in these areas, and nevertheless it acted proactively, it acted early, it offered a number of recommendations and guidances in order to help the EU member states tackle this pandemic. Now, understandably, the level of preparedness, as we now see, in the spring was low, and this is understandable because we have been dealing with an epidemic of the proportions that nobody could recall in one's lifetime. The last such thing that we know about was the so-called Spanish flu immediately at the end of the First World War. So it is difficult to be prepared for something that you don't know, that you have not experienced, and that was the case in the beginning of the year. That, of course, has improved. I think that the European Union and its member states have been much better prepared for the second wave through which we are going at the moment.
Since then, a lot of measures have been taken by European Commission, by the member states. but now we are in the middle of the second wave of the pandemics, and we see again problems, ill rates and death rates growing. What went wrong that many countries, like for example Czech Republic, have the situation worse than in the spring, even though these measures and recommendations you were speaking about?
Indeed, the second wave and its intensity has again surprised some member states, I would say. And this in spite of the fact that the Commission already in July, before the summer holidays, issued a comprehensive package of recommendations for the member states concerning their preparedness and resilience for the possible second wave. And my colleague, Commissioner Kyriakides, responsible for health, warned in September that we should not lose our guard, we should not relax, and we should react quickly to increasing numbers of infections. And she said, I quote her, "This may be our last chance to avoid the spring scenario." She said that in September. So I think that member states were a bit reluctant to introduce stricter measures. Perhaps there was some delay, a week or maybe two, but in such a pandemic, 1 week can mean a huge difference. Now, as we see, the measures were tightened in most of Europe, and they are already showing results, including in the Czechia. In Czech Republic, the number of infections has been now stabilized, and the curve has turned downwards. Now, we hope that this trend will now continue and that we will go back to the low numbers of infections, numbers that will be low enough to control the pandemic with measures that are less intrusive, less harsh than the lockdowns.
What about the cooperation of the member states? We saw a lot of unilateral steps in the first months of the crisis, closing borders from day to day, lockdowns and so on. All of that contributed to the chaos of that time. Now states are trying to coordinate more their steps, but again, we can witness vain attempts to unify some cross-border measures. So how does member states work together to tackle the current crisis, and how important is this cooperation for solving it?
Well, chaos is a bit too harsh a word, I would say. Yes, there was a lack of coordination in March, and it lasted for a couple of days. And we could see that in uncoordinated border closures and things like that. But the Commission reacted immediately and forcefully. And after a couple of days, these long queues that you could see on the borders between some of the countries were gone. And we don't have such problems now. But the challenge remains when something like health is in the competence of member states. It is a challenge to ensure coordinated action, because the coordination of such issues that are the responsibility of member states is first and foremost the responsibility of the Council of the European Union and its presidency. Nevertheless, the Commission offers a lot of recommendations. You mentioned travel. Let me recall that in the beginning of September, the Commission offered a recommendation how to coordinate travel-related restrictions among member states. And it took almost 6 weeks for member states to agree on how they will coordinate this. This is the so-called traffic light system. So and they were able to agree that there will be no restrictions for people coming from the green zones, but they were not able to agree completely on restrictions that would be in place for orange and red zone. And at the end of the day, this whole package, as it was adopted by the Council, by the member states, is non-binding. So the member states still are responsible themselves alone for measures that they take. That's why we do continue to face this challenge of trying to get the member states to act in coordinated manner to the extent possible.
Speaking about the coordination, that means also solidarity, which you already mentioned. I would like to ask you on solidarity of the Central Europe in the crisis time. In other areas, we could see that countries of this region didn't feel solidarity with the rest of EU. Also in the spring, for example, Czech government refused to send medical soldiers to Italy to help there. Would you say that the Central European countries have had enough solidarity with other members in this crisis?
I insist that there has always been solidarity in European Union throughout this pandemic. There was a problem in late February and early March when one member state, Italy in that case, asked for assistance and it did not get it soon enough. But this was not due to the lack of solidarity. It was due to the lack of personal protective equipment, which was a problem throughout Europe. The proof for what I'm saying is in the following. First, once that the problem of personal protective equipment was no longer so big, this equipment started to flow to Italy and to all other countries that needed such equipment. Also, medical teams went to Italy from a number of countries, including from Romania or Norway through the EU civil protection mechanism, and so on. And you will remember, in the middle of the first wave, there was a big earthquake in Zagreb, in Croatia. Croatia asked for assistance. It asked for items concerning the shelter, generators, foldable beds, and so on. But it also asked for personal protective equipment to deal with the pandemic, because it was faced with two challenges: the fallout from the earthquake as well as the pandemic. There was immediate response by a number of EU member states who sent assistance to Croatia through the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism. However, the items that were sent to Croatia were related to the earthquake. There were no personal protective equipment sent, although Croatia also asked for that. Why? Not because there was no solidarity, because there was a lack of equipment. And this, in my view, is the biggest difference between the first wave and second wave. We, and especially the European Union member states, are now better prepared. For the time being, we don't have any indication of any severe shortage of medical equipment. There are some isolated cases when member states still ask for assistance, but for that we now have also European reserve in place, which we started to build already in March, so as to avoid a repetition of situation that we had with Italy. And this European reserve of medical equipment has already been used in countries including Czech Republic, which asked recently for assistance in the ventilators. Part of the assistance in ventilators came from this European Union reserve, in addition to equipment that was offered by Austria and the Netherlands through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism.
Speaking about Central Europe and also one current affair, which is also asked by one of our followers. What does it mean for European crisis management that Hungary and Poland is blocking the next MFF with the Next Generation EU fund? Is it a problem?
This is a very serious problem. This is a very serious problem, and I hope that this situation will be resolved sooner rather than later. The recovery instrument has to start functioning as soon as possible. There are many jobs at stake, many survival of many companies, especially small and medium enterprises. All of this is at stake if this deadlock, if this blockade that happened in the Council will continue. The urgency needs to be understood by all. And I hope that this situation will be resolved, because it would otherwise affect very negatively the ability of the Union to fight the pandemic in general, and to start recovery and resolve the issues that we are facing. So I regret the blockade that happened. I hope that it will be lifted for the sake of everybody, including Poland and Hungary themselves.
Teresa Novotná asks if European Commission also collaborate with Asian countries such as South Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, and so on, to manage the crisis much better, which lessons were learned from such a countries which already gone through the pandemic crisis.
The European Union has to act globally, because the pandemic is a global problem, and we need to eradicate this virus on a global scale. If we don't do that, we will not be able to defeat this pandemic. And the European Union has started to do so very early. Already in January, China requested assistance. At that time, the epidemic was limited to China only. And the Chinese request for assistance was met with a positive response. China asked the European Union civil protection mechanism, we activated it, and a number of countries, a number of European Union member states responded positively, and there was assistance that was delivered to China at that point. China then reciprocated. When the epidemic spread to Europe, and when it started to be really intense in March, China provided many European Union countries with its assistance. It also donated, through the Union civil protection mechanism, some personal protective equipment that we sent thereafter to the most affected EU member states. In addition to that, we put in place the so-called Team Europe initiative, which brings together European institutions, European Union member states, and European Union financial institutions like European Investment Bank to finance the assistance to the countries around the world in order to fight this pandemic. Again, we need to control the virus everywhere in the world. If we don't, it won't be controlled anywhere.
Thank you for mentioning the Team Europe, because that was also one of the questions that our followers sent us. Many questions are related to the competences, health competences of the European Commission. Do you think that the COVID-19 pandemic will push the EU member states into passing on competences in health policy area to the EU level? And I would add, should the Commission also have more powers in crisis management to deal with a crisis like this one?
One of the lessons from this pandemic, which is quite clear to me, is that European citizens want more Europe in situations like that. Obviously, European citizens are aware of the fact that when we are facing such a challenge, which is trans-border challenge, which affects most or all European member states, we need to have more European action, more Europe. That is clearly the wish of a large majority of the European citizens. Now, the treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, defines the competences between the European institutions and the member states. And this division of competence is clear. And we are not arguing for transferring the competence that the treaty gives to member states. What we are trying to do is to give the European Commission more power to help European Union member states in a crisis like this one. That is the main aim of our initiatives, both in the area of civil protection, where we have proposed strengthening of the Union civil protection mechanism with a view to enable the European Commission to support European Union member states in situations like this, and not to transfer the competences. The same ambition is in the health area, where the European Commission has also submitted a number of proposals to strengthen the European Union role, the European Commission's role, and the role of certain European Union agencies like European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC, as well as European Medicines Agency, to be better able to help EU member states when they face a pandemic like this one. So it is not about transfer of additional competencies from member states to the union level. No, it is correct to expect that the health and civil protection will remain the competence of member states. But what we are trying to do is to enable the Commission to help member states in case of need, to be able to help them better when they face a situation like we faced in the spring and like we are facing now during the second wave.
We have time for a very last question, so I will ask you to be quick as possible. And maybe not so positive question, but is this type of public health crisis the potential end of the Schengen zone? What do you think?
This crisis does represent a big challenge for Schengen. That's why we have to be very careful not to lose Schengen. Schengen and Euro are the most visible, the most tangible achievements of our Union, and they must be protected. It is for this reason that the Commission proposed this traffic light system and tried to help the member states coordinate much better the way they manage their borders in the conditions of pandemic. We insist that travel and transport of goods have to be ensured also during the pandemic. There is no proof that travelers carry greater risk of infection with them than those who don't travel. We need to preserve the Schengen area. We need to preserve the operation of the single market. These are vital foundations for our union. And of course, if there are restrictions necessary, they have to be first necessary, they have to be proportionate, and they have to be taken in close coordination with other member states, especially the neighboring ones.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your answers. That was a Commissioner for Crisis Management of European Union, Janez Lenarčič, who joined us from Brussels. Thank you once again for joining and for your answers.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. And we will be soon ending, so thank also to you for your questions, for joining our really interesting debate on a very hot topic. But this chat is not the last one today. We will have another one at 6 o'clock, again with me and with Margot Wallström, former Swedish foreign minister. We will be speaking about the global role of European Union. And in between, there will be many more interesting debates at the Prague European Summit 2020. So stay connected, follow us, and enjoy the rest of this very interesting evening. From my side, thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now share with you a video message from Mrs. Vaira Vike-Freiberger, former president of Latvia, who will talk about female leadership in times of crisis.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen in the ongoing pandemic that has struck the entire world that countries whose leaders at the time, which is now, are women, have responded remarkably well and comparatively well in comparison with the majority of countries which are led by men. It is difficult to generalize from simply that observation, but we also know that businesses that include women in their upper echelons of management, and particularly in their supervisory boards, their boards of trustees, actually perform better. Their earnings are better than the average of the traditional model where men only were admitted to such positions. In foreign relations, in governance, in the management of businesses, the world has a great deal to gain by including women. Women make up half or slightly more of humanity. By ignoring women, we are ignoring a pool of talent that may contain somebody who just at that time and in that place and in that function would be absolutely the right person with the right talents to respond to the challenges that face them, including those of international relations, of foreign affairs, but also of being heads of state and government and ministers, and as I said, also leaders of businesses, institutions, research centers, what have you. Women are human beings, and they have in their possession half of all the talent and all the capabilities that humanity possesses. Let us not waste them.
And now it's time for the lunch break. We'll be back right a few minutes before 1 p.m. Bon appetit.
Hi, I'm Kurt de Boeuf. I'm the editor-in-chief of the EU Observer. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. Since 20 years we are bringing independent, in-depth news about what is happening in Europe. We are reporting on the big events, but also on the small events that otherwise no one would see. We are a platform for powerful, famous voices, but also for small voices, people who would otherwise never be heard in Brussels. And we investigate to hold power in the EU onto account. For 20 years, we are the experts on Europe, and we want you also to become an expert on Europe. So celebrate with us our 20th anniversary and join the EU Observer.
founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, not kingdom, more seriously ideas. And then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Be part of the discussions focused on solutions to Europe's crucial challenges. Climate change. The EU is heading towards climate neutrality, which presents a wealth of opportunities but also various challenges for economies and societies. Post-pandemic recovery. Building a sustainable and inclusive strategy with a focus on environmental challenges will be a key aspect of the successful recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Democracy and rule of law. The EU must redouble its efforts to safeguard its foundational values and the people they protect. Future of the EU as a geopolitical actor. As the transatlantic partnership is crumbling due to rising populism, the duty to tackle the climate crisis and the pandemic falls to the EU. Like in the previous years, the Prague European Summit connects officials with business and NGO representatives, academics and journalists. Let's shape the green and prosperous future of Europe together at the Prague European Summit. praguesummit.eu.
To ambitiously tackle climate change, Europe must realize that there is not a silver bullet solution. It is about adopting a diversified strategy which is made up of funding, and 37% dedicated to climate change. The climate action in Next Generation EU is an important step in this direction. There must be regulation, and there must be an important effort at education of civil society and in particular youth.
There is no contradiction between economic growth and climate change. We can perfectly work to have both together. No economy in the future without environmental issues.
I think Europe has already been taking quite ambitious steps. Europe is about to increase ambitions to 2030. It's very important that we are at the same time realistic, and we work very hard also on improvement of competitiveness of industry in Europe.
Tackling climate change in an ambitious way requires a new approach to urban design, especially what concerns housing and transport.
Today, Europe is many times risk-averse. We need the push, the pull from the young that are bolder than we are right now.
This work on climate actually shows young people that we hear them very well, because it's namely them who pushed Europe towards very ambitious climate goals. It's also very important that they understand why European Union, for example, exists, why it is here, and why it is so important that we all guard our peace and conditions, the lives that we are used to, so that it remains also for the next generations.
Youth is both a key segment of society that has to be engaged on climate action, but it is also a key segment of society that has to be listened. It is absolutely clear that the current push towards climate action in Europe would probably have been possible without the mobilization of youth. So it is about listening to the ideas and the energy that youth can bring to the debate and to the action when it comes to climate change.
Young people can be convinced about the value of democracy if they can start practicing it early, for example in schools, universities, and also at the first workplace.
We have to think in this period of coronavirus to the young people. I think they have to be heard, and probably the best way for them to be heard is to be involved in political activities. So let's hope that political parties in the future will not be only clubs for old boys, but also for the young generation.
Hi, I'm Kurtubov. I'm the editor-in-chief of the EU Observer. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. Since 20 years we are bringing independent, in-depth news about what is happening in Europe. We are reporting on the big events, but also on the small events that otherwise no one would see. We are a platform for powerful, famous voices, but also for small voices, people would otherwise never be heard in Brussels. And we investigate to hold power in the EU onto account. For 20 years, we are the experts on Europe, and we want you also to become an expert on Europe. So celebrate with us our 20th anniversary and join the EU Observer.
founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, think more seriously and we should develop new ideas. And then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
I'm I'm the editor-in-chief of the EU Observer. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. Since 20 years we are bringing independent, in-depth news about what is happening in Europe. We are reporting on the big events, but also on the small events that otherwise no one would see. We are a platform for powerful, famous voices, but also for small voices, people who would otherwise never be heard in Brussels. And we investigate to hold power in the EU onto account. For 20 years, we are the experts on Europe, and we want you also to become an expert on Europe. So celebrate with us our 20th anniversary and join the EU Observer.
founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, our kingdom, more seriously, and
vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Be part of the discussions focused on solutions to Europe's crucial challenges. Climate change. The EU is heading towards climate neutrality, which presents a wealth of opportunities but also various challenges for economies and societies. Post-pandemic recovery. Building a sustainable and inclusive strategy with a focus on environmental challenges will be a key aspect of the successful recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Democracy and rule of law. The EU must redouble its efforts to safeguard its foundational values and the people they protect. Future of the EU as a geopolitical actor. As the transatlantic partnership is crumbling due to rising populism, the duty to tackle the climate crisis and the pandemic falls to the EU. Like in the previous years, the Prague European Summit connects officials with business and NGO representatives, academics and journalists. Let's shape the green and prosperous future of Europe together at the Prague European Summit. praguesummit.eu.
To ambitiously tackle climate change, Europe must realize that there is not a silver bullet solution. It is about adopting a diversified strategy which is made up of funding, and 37% dedicated to climate change. The climate action in the Next Generation EU is an important step in this direction. There must be regulation, and there must be an important effort at education of civil society and in particular youth.
There is no contradiction between economic growth and climate change. We can perfectly work to have both together. No economy in the future without environmental issues.
I think Europe has already been taking quite ambitious steps. Europe is about to increase ambitions to 2030. It's very important that we are at the same time realistic, and we work very hard also on improvement of competitiveness of industry in Europe.
Tackling climate change in an ambitious way requires a new approach to urban design, especially what concerns housing and transport.
Today, Europe is many times risk-averse. We need the push, the pull from the young that are bolder than we are right now.
This work on climate actually shows young people that we hear them very well, because it's namely them who pushed Europe towards very ambitious climate goals. It's also very important that they understand why European Union, for example, exists, why it is here, and why it is so important that we all guard our peace and conditions, the lives that we are used to, so that it remains also for the next generations.
Youth is both a key segment of society that has to be engaged on climate action, but it is also a key segment of society that has to be listened. It is absolutely clear that the current push towards climate action in Europe would probably have been possible without the mobilization of youth. So it is about listening to the ideas and the energy that youth can bring to the debate and to the action when it comes to climate change.
Young people can be convinced about the value of democracy if they can start practicing it early, for example in schools, universities, and also at the first workplace.
We have to think in the spirit of coronavirus to the young people. I think they have to be heard, and probably the best way for them to be heard is to be involved in political activities. So let's hope that political parties in the future will not be only clubs for old boys, but also for the young generation.
Hi, I'm Kurt de Boeuf. I'm the editor-in-chief of the EU Observer. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. Since 20 years we are bringing independent, in-depth news about what is happening in Europe. We are reporting on the big events, but also on the small events that otherwise no one would see. We are a platform for powerful, famous voices, but also for small voices, people would otherwise never be heard in Brussels. and we investigate to hold power in the EU onto account. For 20 years, we are the experts on Europe, and we want you also to become an expert on Europe. So celebrate with us our 20th anniversary and join the EU Observer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and the afternoon program is waiting for us. Let's jump into it together. We'll present to you right now another micro-study using trade policy to tackle climate change and protect the environment, written by Kateřina Davidová and Jan Kovář.
Hi, my name is Kateřina Davidová, and together with Jan Kovář from the Institute of International Relations, we try to provide a fresh look on how EU's trade policy can be used to advance climate goals and protect the natural environment. With the EU being the biggest export market for about 100 countries in the world, it is worth exploring how the power of this market could be used to tackle climate change. If the EU wants to achieve its ambitious European Green Deal objectives, it will also have to adjust its trade policy. One of the most discussed instruments is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. If designed properly, it could help prevent carbon leakage, which is moving emission-heavy industries away from the EU to countries with lower emission standards, while also safeguarding European competitiveness. But the goal of this should not be to resort to protectionism, but rather to create a global race to the top where other countries outside the EU improve their emission standards as a result. We also looked at other available measures, such as norms, subsidies, labeling, or creation of new environmental treaties. What I found interesting was that while writing this study, some major EU trading partners such as Japan, China or South Korea have already announced their plans to become climate neutral by mid-century. This is precisely the goal of linking trade policy with climate action, and it is a sign it might be working. I also really enjoyed working with Jan Kovář, and I would like to thank him for his cooperation.
European Summit talk by Mr. Janez Potočník, co-chair of UN Environment Programme International Resource Panel. This topic is natural resources management for environment positive trade. Let me tell you briefly what Prague European Summit talk is about. It's focused on the power of ideas to change lives and ultimately the world. It's delivered by a single presenter and enables speaker presenting great, inspiring, well-formed ideas. It can be something that is new, surprising, inspirational, and also an idea that audience has never heard about. Or it can be also a great basic idea with a compelling new argument behind it. Mr. Potočník, the floor is yours.
Focusing on two things. One is trying to put the trade in the overall context of the transformation of the economies which is needed. And second, to address some of the issues which are related to trade and that are often overlooked and in particularly addressed through the resource management lenses. But let me start by explaining very quickly where I'm coming from. I'm co-chair of the UNEP International Resource Panel, which is a kind of a sister organization of the IPCC, which is dealing with the climate change, and IPBS, which is dealing with the biodiversity loss. So we are science policy interface in the area of natural resource management. So natural resources, according to us, are a kind of missing link between the environmental agendas and their drivers. Let me explain you why. When we talk about how to approach to the questions today we are facing, we look through the optics of drivers, pressure, state impact, and response, which normally in our policy life, we are more or less looking to the state and impact. When we talk about the climate change, when we talk about biodiversity loss, pollution, health implications, we talk about states and impacts. But in essence, when we want to address the real drivers and pressures which are causing that, we cannot avoid to talk about humans, human activity, in particular about economics. And natural resources are a kind of bridge between those two stories. On one hand, they are decisive for the competitiveness of the companies. On the other hand, they are the core factor which is influencing on the climate change side effects, on the biodiversity disappearing, and so on. Why that is important? Because the policies which you design are different, and that is leading me on the fact that it is obviously that what needs to be in our focus is our economy. So, you know, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and 12 of them are directly dependent on natural resource use. According to the research done by International Resource Panel, trade-offs, of course, between 17 SDGs are unavoidable. But according to our scientific work, sustainable consumption and production is the most efficient strategy to mitigate them and also create synergies to resolve the development and environmental challenges articulated in the SDGs. So focus on the SDG goal 12 is fundamentally important. If you do not set the economies right, you cannot eradicate poverty, which is the target number 2, not address zero hunger, which is the target, poverty was number 1, hunger number 2, health number 3, and I can continue. So, if I just present to you some very basic things which emerge from our Global Resource Outlook report, which we released last year. Last 50 years, global resource use has more than tripled. It has almost doubled per capita, which means that majority of that tripling can be devoted to economic growth and to a lesser extent to the population growth. And what is particularly interesting, material productivity, which is the efficiency of the use of natural resources, in this case of materials, has started to decline on a global level around the year 2000. Why? Because many of the products which we are buying, using, wearing, were before that bought in the countries which were very resource efficient, like European Union, like Japan, like United States. But now we are buying, they are produced and we are buying them from, let's say, Indonesia, India, China, which are less resource efficient, which means that we are using globally more resources per capita of GDP, per unit of GDP, than we have before the year 2000. And finally, trade is responsible for a large share of global material extraction. 1/3 goes into the production of goods which are traded across the borders. We have also analyzed the environmental impacts in the resource extraction and processing phase and find out that approximately 90% of global land-related biodiversity loss and water stress are connected to that, half of global climate change impacts, and even 1/3 of the air pollution health impacts, which means if you are, for example, buying a car and parking it for the whole life, don't using it at all, you have already created 1/3 of the air pollution because the car needs to be produced and because resources for the production of the car needs to be extracted. If I now move to the link, which we have also analyzed in the International Resource Panel, between the natural resource management and the trade, and of course, in connection to that, to a stable global economy. When analyzing the physical trade flows of material consumption in also last 50 years, we can see that fossil fuels account almost for half of the physical trade flows. That trade in metal ores and biomass, or products containing these, has more than tripled since the year 1970. And that the shrinking number of exporters actually makes the commodity trade system more vulnerable for the shocks. I have a bit of connection to OctoQ was lost, so I will just try to re-establish it again. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah. Now we have to make a distinction between the physical trade balance and the raw material trade balance, which we normally don't do. When we talk about physical trade balance, we talk about the volume of the goods crossing the borders. When we talk about raw material trade balance, we talk about the same volume plus the embodied materials which were needed to produce that kind of products. So the total natural resources which were actually used and are included in that production chain. Which are the conclusions? The embodied materials in trade was far exceeded by the factor of 3 the direct volume of the goods which were traded across the borders. And when counting the embodied materials, so the raw material trade balance, only Europe and North America have remained net importers of those materials, while Asia and the Pacific already become a net exporter of the materials driven by large export volumes of manufactured goods. So when we talk about by importing end products with large material waste and emissions in their production chain, as we have discovered, high-income countries are actually effectively outsourcing environmental impacts to exporting countries. So we are outsourcing impacts most often, and these outsourced impacts most often remain hidden in national and also international statistics. You will find it nowhere. But thanks to advancing databases and analysis, also, for example, by the IRP, the embodied impact and trade can be better understood and also taken into account. In the Global Resource Outlook report, we can, for example, find that the impact footprints of high-income countries are, when it comes to climate change, 7 times greater than in low-income countries, and when it comes to biodiversity loss, approximately 3 times higher than in income countries. This leads me finally to the trade-related policy recommendations and conclusions. Are trade agreements good as policy tools for environmental protection? Yes, if we focus them on the drivers of sustainable production and consumption. Conditionality, that means must adhere to global commitments, it's an important minimal requirement that this would function. But the power also lies in using trade policy to directly incentivize and enable nature-positive practices. For example, enable and incentivize demand for nature-positive products like circular products, regeneratively farmed crops, efficient proteins, or to enable and incentivize innovation in better regenerative, circular, resource-efficient production model in exporting countries. These are the recommendations which are coming in the context of World Trade Organization and regional trade agreements. What would their role need to be to advance circular economy recommendations which are coming from International Resource Panel? Enhance alignment between international trade and environmental legal frameworks. Align domestic policy in developing countries with trade agreements. Ensure that trade agreements move towards a circular economy that is inclusive of developing countries. Proactively use regional trade agreements to advance circularity and reduce demand for primary raw materials, and advance the development of international resource standards in the trade. So what can actually countries do to incentivize and enable these nature-positive practices? Countries can incentivize demand for products and services with minimal embodied materials, for example, recycled products or plant-based foods. Countries can target imports with maximum nature-positive impacts through making impact footprints for products transparent and valuing natural capital. Countries can invest in positive practices, for example, integrated land management, which are the precondition for nature-positive exports. Countries can compensate remaining impacts of consumption through international trade and investments into conservation and high-quality carbon offset services. And this would have a positive impact in both exporting and also importing countries. It would protect nature, reduce waste, and also improve the health. One thing which practically nobody, I'm sure, is taken into account. If we are looking to the structure of the trade, you can compare it, of course, in physical terms and in monetary terms. Then we can find it that approximately 50% of the global physical trade is linked to fuels and additional 20% to mining products. Now, I will ask you a simple question. Since European Green Deal is setting a target of 0 net emissions of GHG by 2050 and decoupling of growth and resource use from economic growth, what would be the trade implications? Obviously, this will be linked to how the trade flows, in particular on the sea, will actually fundamentally change. But it's an interesting question which practically nobody is discussing. Finally, what conclusions we can draw from this very short presentation? First, trade is an important, usually underestimated and not correctly and fully accounted factor of current unsustainable economic models. Second, consumption and demand for products in high-income countries is a major driver for environmental impacts we are facing. Third, trade agreements could be a powerful policy tool for environmental protection if they would focus more on drivers of unsustainable production and consumption, and the trade policy should directly incentivize and enable nature-positive practices. Fourth, by understanding material flows of trade, these impacts can be tackled at the cause, and responsibility for protection can be assumed by both producing and also consuming countries. And finally, trade policies must not only pressure producing countries into environmental measures, but they must also align with the trade-related economic incentives of importing countries, demand and investment with better practices. That would be all for the introduction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this inspirational and very interesting talk. And next debate is right now on the program of Prague European Summit 2020 Day 2. The topic is using trade policy to tackle climate change and protect environment. We hope you'll have a great time with our guests, and we are delighted that you're here with us today discussing European and international topics. Let me please remind you that after this debate, or at the end of this debate, we will have again the section question and answers, and I will come right back with your questions. So if you want to ask anything to our guests concerning this topic, then write it down into the chat, and some of the questions will be chosen and answered. I'll pass the word to our next presenter, Gert de Boeuf, Editor-in-Chief of EU Observer.
Welcome to the panel, using trade policy to tackle climate change and protect environment. In the next hour and 10 minutes, we are going to discuss one of the most probably underestimated and overlooked ways to tackle climate change and environmental protection: trade. As Mr. Potočnik said in his excellent presentation, 50% of all physical trade is linked to fossil fuel, and an additional 20% to mining. At the same time, we see that fossil fuel subsidies amount to no less than $500 billion worldwide. This not only creates a market distortion and a consumer bias, it is clearly contradicting any climate change and environmental goal. Whoever has traveled around the world has heard the words European standards. It is often used as a magic formula to convince you the product they want to sell you is of the highest quality. With this panel, we want to try to find out how Europe can use its free trade agreements to make the so-called European standards also good for climate and environment. In other words, how can Europe use trade to improve global policy towards climate change and environmental protection? For this discussion, we are very lucky to have a panel with 4 fantastic speakers. First of all, Special Envoy Stéphane Dion, with Special Envoy of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Canada's Ambassador to Germany. Secondly, we have Nathalie Bernasconi Osterwalder, who is Executive Director of the International Institute for Sustainable Development Europe, and also Senior Director, Economic Law and Policy at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. Thirdly, we have Geneviève Pons, who is Director General and Vice President of the Institut Jacques Delors. And finally, we have again Janez Potočnik, who is co-chair now of the UN Environment Programme International Resource Panel. I will give each one of you 3 minutes for opening remarks. The subject matter is political, but also technical. That's why I would like to ask you to be not too technical and avoid abbreviations. And also, let's try to make this panel as interactive as possible. So raise your hand if you want to react. We will respond to public questions in the last 20 minutes of this panel. I'll now give the floor to Special Envoy Dion, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deboeuf. I will use my 3 minutes maybe to go to the basic of our topic of today, which is how to design trade in a way that trade will help more the transition we need to do toward a zero carbon economy, a zero emission economy, and also to protect the environment. The basic point I would like to make, because we'll have other opportunities to go further in the debate later, is that we will need trade. Whatever we do, we should not weaken our ability to trade to each other. We need to design trade in a way that it will speed up the dissemination of clean tech solutions and the best practices and so on. We need trade for that. It's the best way to do it. Now we'll need to find a way that it will be a race to the top and not a race to the bottom. That's the key point I want to say. Because the task we have to do, and I would like to mention it at the very beginning, that keep that in mind, is huge. It's an enormous task. As we speak, as you mentioned it, Mr. Deboeuf, it's 50% of our trade linked to oil and gas, but 84% of the source of primary energy of the world is linked to oil, gas, and coal, 84%. And it was 84% about in 1990. So it did not budge despite all our efforts. And we want to go to zero for 2050 for Canada, the EU, Japan, US with President Biden, and about 12 other countries, UK, to be at zero emission for 2050. But 2050 is 30 years from now. It's tomorrow. So how can we do it if we don't facilitate the dissemination of our best practices and technologies and low cost and so on through trade? If there is an innovation, I'm sure there are a lot in Czechoslovakia, I want that to be in the Canadian market as soon as possible. And for that, we need trade. And for Czechoslovakia to phase out their coal power plants, maybe Canada has a lot to offer, I'm sure of it. and especially regarding also even the nuclear technology. We may provide a lot of support. Canada is the fourth innovator of the world for clean technology. It has been ranked fourth. So for hydrogen, for carbon storage, for water management and so on, Canada has a lot to offer, and thanks God that we're a trading nation. And when I look at the CETA accord we have with the EU, which is the trade agreement we have, where we design strong chapters on the environment, on trade, on climate, how much it's helped to have our cooperation beyond trade itself, cooperation for science, for technology. I just want to use these 3 minutes, and I conclude on that. We need to design trade in a way that will have a race to the top, because we cannot do it without trade.
Thank you so much, Special Envoy. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Bernasconi Oosterwelde, please. Your 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for inviting IISD to this event, and it's a real honor to be part of this very distinguished panel. The EU is really already an environmental leader, and most recently, of course, with its ambitious green recovery package. And trade agreements really must be aligned with the EU's environmental ambitions and commitments and not undermine them. In addition, these agreements must positively contribute to the EU's overarching sustainable development goals and commitments. So agreements such as CETA, as we just heard, they include provisions to guarantee governments their right to regulate in the public interest. However, risks persist, especially in the context of investment, where the treaty still allows investors to sue the government directly, alleging certain violations and lost profits, which can put in jeopardy those policies linked to the low carbon transition. And we know that with the Energy Charter Treaty, which is a sectoral investment treaty, the EU is already considering carving out fossil fuel investments from protection under the deal's scope. And these issues should be taken account and taken seriously in future trade and investment agreements as well. But along with doing no harm, trade agreements really can complement environmental policies and help achieve international environmental commitments. Current EU agreements include sustainable development chapters, as we heard, and even though their ambition and binding nature sometimes vary. So these chapters are subject to a compliance mechanism, which may not lead, like some other of Canada's trade agreements, to trade sanctions, but can still play an important role in holding states accountable. However, the mechanism's effectiveness, of course, depends on the rules that the mechanisms aim to uphold. And on this front, agreements could be improved, for example, by incorporating robust climate change provisions. Future EU agreements should address fossil fuel subsidies, for example, because these are not compatible, as we heard in the introductory, with the Paris Agreement commitments. Trade agreements could also introduce, in this sense, could introduce principles and disciplines on the use of fossil fuel subsidies and prohibit certain types of subsidies altogether, although this approach would have to be adapted depending on the situation, especially for FTAs, free trade agreements, or partnership agreements with developing states. EU agreements could also entrain countries to distinguish between different types of investments, depending on their contribution to sustainability, and they could treat them accordingly. For example, investments in certain sectors, such as coal, could be disallowed or barred from accessing export finance, and instead, home states could commit to providing finance to green outward investment. These are some ideas that IISD, my organization, developed in our proposal for a climate-friendly investment agreement, which actually won the so-called Stockholm Treaty Lab Prize. The approach would send a strong signal to investors and contribute to achieving climate objectives. So to sum up, I would propose first, ensuring policy space and avoiding chilling effects, also by limiting the use of investor-state dispute settlement. Second, disciplining fossil fuel subsidies. And third, distinguishing between sustainable and other investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your opening remarks. Now I would like to give the word to Ms. Geneviève Pons.
Yes, thank you very much. Really glad to be with you. It's a very important subject. As you know, because I shared them with you, I will base my remarks on the work we are going with Pascal Lamy and Pierre Le Turc on greening trade. Okay, so I will make 4 points. First of all, the EU can strengthen its FTAs in a positive and cooperative manner. Second, a carbon border adjustment mechanism is justified, should be introduced in a cooperative manner. Third, the conditions are there for greening the multilateral agenda, at least much better than a few months ago. And finally, the EU should accelerate the work on market access, domestic standards, and due diligence. So on the first point, FTAs can be strengthened, and we should do it in a positive manner. There is a growing consensus on that. France is not alone in this endeavor. France and the Netherlands have published together a non-paper on this question. And there are maybe 3 points I would like to make on that. First of all, the respect of the Paris Agreement should become an essential element of future FTAs, free trade agreement. Sustainable impact assessment should be published before the signing of the agreement to allow a timely and informed public debate. And third, environmental and climate-related tariff conditionality should be introduced in a positive manner, providing for preferential gradation, rewarding the realization of environmental objectives. Second, EU carbon border adjustment mechanism. We believe it is justified, but it should be introduced in a cooperative manner or it will be dead from the start. There is a need to progress on carbon pricing in order to reach carbon neutrality while avoiding carbon leakage. And a carbon border adjustment mechanism can play this role. Second, in order to ensure the compatibility of such a mechanism with the WTO, an open and transparent governance of the mechanism will be key, as well as the use of revenues, notably to facilitate the transition and innovation in developing countries. I think that presently there is room for maneuver at international level on cooperation on carbon border mechanism, but also more largely on greening the multilateral trade agenda, for reasons that nobody can ignore, the election of Mr. Biden, of course, but also the fact that Mr. Xi Jinping has committed his country to carbon neutrality by 2060. Such an agenda could contain a code of conduct on carbon border adjustment mechanism, a relaunch of the negotiation of an environmental good agreement extended to services, and that could start with goods linked to the energy transition, and end to the most harmful subsidies, namely the fisheries subsidies, for which a compromise, a good compromise, is on the table, and of course fossil fuel subsidies, where a commitment could be included in the next ministerial declaration at the WTO. We can also, and this is my final point, act in a unilateral manner at EU level by setting ambitious standards. And REACH has been a very good example in this regard, triggering ambitious similar standards elsewhere in the world, starting with the US. And we, for that reason, welcome the resolution that the European Parliament has adopted the 22nd of October for deforestation-free standards to be proposed by the Commission. We will base our next publication on the power of ambitious standards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So let me give now the floor to Mr. Potočnik. I leave it up to you if you want to do some extra introductory open remarks, or if you want to react on what has been said so far. We have 3 minutes for making that choice.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I will do both, because introduction was already quite thorough and there I have anything to add. But since you were telling us that we should not be too much technical, more political, and I think that's the right thing. Actually, you have to mix both. But what is for me most important is that we actually understand and share what is the world in which we are currently living. We are the first generation ever in this planet which is living in socio-ecological space of planetary scope. So we are more interconnected and more interdependent than anybody was ever, which means that our individual and collective responsibility has enormously increased. And I think we should simply be aware of that fact. Club of Rome has nicely said that we have moved from so-called empty world, which was dominated by humans, to by nature, to the full world, which is now dominated by humans. And in the empty world, it was labor and infrastructure, which were the limiting factors of human well-being, while in the full world, it's actually environmental things and how we will treat the natural resources, which are the factors, core factors of our human well-being. So understanding that means that any future economic question, without taking into account environmental questions, and natural resource management is simply misleading debate. So in that context, of course, multilateralism and cooperation, it's a kind of logical consequence. So if we don't see that during the times of COVID, where practically we are connected in this problem all over the world, but in essence, it's pretty much the same story as it is the climate change, if we are honest. Only that in the climate change, we were less obviously short-term addressed by the problem than we were in the context of the COVID crisis. So I think it's absolutely important that we understand that, which is leading me to the major problem which we share. And the major problem is actually the model which we have created to provide us with the means of living, and that's the economic model. So economic model is fundamentally based on wrong incentives. It is driven, it is quantity driven. More you produce, higher profits you have, higher are your share contributions or shares incomes which you get from the shares. And we are disregarding to a large extent negative social consequences and totally disregarding the environmental consequences. Only now, when we see them so clearly, we have started seriously to take them into account. So if I would summarize, we are sending to producers and consumers on the markets which are decisive for our behavior, signals like productive capital, it's overvalued and over-rewarded, human capital, it's undervalued and under-rewarded, and natural capital, to a large extent, it's not valued at all, which it's leading that in the last 20 years, according to the statistic which was published by UN 2018, we have depleted natural capital for 40%. And that's actually indebting future generations with economic system which we have created. Trade is part of that story. And we should understand it in that way. And it could be part of the problem, as commonly it is, but it can certainly be part of the solution. And since I agree with that trade will and should remain also important part of our future lives, we have to set the things right.
Thank you very much for fascinating introductions. When I compare the introductions, or let's say the views, I actually see two ways of dealing with, let's say, with the problem, or the approaches, I would say. The first one is let's say, top-down, trying to use mechanisms through the WTO, through Europe, kind of forcing countries to change their policy. And the other one is trying to change consumer preferences, and so trying to change the trade, the way we're trading on how people consume and what they would prefer. One could say, of course, we can do both, but what is the best way to go? I mean, can we go top down without the bottom up approach? Actually, I would like to ask this perhaps first to Ms. Bernasconi Osterwalder.
Thank you very much. It's quite a difficult question, the top-down and bottom-up. I think it's not only through trade agreements to force countries to change policies. It's more of a cooperation and designing a new way forward to achieve goals, common goals. So I don't think it's top down. The question, it could be top down when the two partners are not on an equal playing field, and one has much more maybe economic power and political power over the other. So then you could say that, for example, the EU might force its approach on another one. But I think more and more, the idea is to get a cooperative approach, which doesn't mean that it should be just, completely non-binding and not making commitments. But it's not necessarily top down, is what I would say. So one of the things that in that context, of course, that's quite important is what was mentioned by Geneviève Pons about the standards, right? Because standards are very much about what the consumer wants, but at the same time, you can influence that behavior as well. So, for example, more and more, I think we can say that trade, it has contributed to consumer choice, more choice, has also brought prices down for the consumer. But at the same time, it hasn't really helped the producers or for example, the smaller farmers, or even the environment around the production of the product. And so the consumer, first of all, needs to know what's happening. Where does the product come from? What is the whole value chain, the transparency about the value chain? And what I think that Ms. Pons was suggesting is that you can influence that, because of course you would want the whole value chain to be sustainable. You don't only want to look at one element, which is, the price of the product and the choice, but you want to make sure that the production is sustainable. So I think that production and process and production methods are key. But at the same time, in that case, it shouldn't be top down, because the production that is harming the environment, could be in a country, or often is in a country that is less well off than, for example, Europe. So you can't just top down impose things on how those countries should produce, but you need to find cooperative ways so that it works for everyone along the supply chain. I think that was maybe a little bit too long, but hopefully that makes a little bit of sense.
No, it was I think it was essential and very interesting. And before I come back to Special Envoy Dion, I perhaps would like to ask to Geneviève Pons, what would you react to that? I mean, do you completely agree, or I mean, how do you see that?
Thank you for your question, and I would like to react on what Janusz Potocznik has said first, because I share his views so much. You know, I was in the Jacques Delors cabinet in the 90s, and we were inventing social sustainable development for Europe, with the so-called at that time economic, social and environmental pillars. That's the way we called them at that time. But after Jacques Delors disappeared from the European scene, at least the head of the European Commission, I must say that we departed very much from sustainable development, with terrible consequences. As far as trade is concerned, trade is part of the problem, and trade is part of the solution. Trade is not at the root of the problem, and trade is not probably not the most powerful tool to overcome that, but it has a role to play. So this was for what Janos said. Now, for your question and what Natalie has said, I must say that I am very much in agreement with her. I think that consumers have a very important role to play, but it has to be an informed role. They must know where their products come from. And that's why I consider that the Parliament resolution on deforestation-free products is very, very interesting, because it will be about due diligence of all the actors along the supply chain. They have to ensure that the product that will finally enter the European market is deforestation-free. I think that everybody has a role to play, and the consumer has its role to play if he is well informed. Others have a role to play. And now, coming back to trade, I think that we should have a cooperative approach to our main trading partners, the strong ones. We can forget if we are not able to do so. I take the example of the extension of ETS to aviation. And the problem is that if we don't do it after having had proper dialogue with our main partners, it ends up in retaliation, and finally it is abandoned. So we should have this cooperative approach with our main trading partners, and now we can. And second, we must have a supportive approach towards the developing countries, and especially the least developing countries, and help them transition towards this economy.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Special Envoy Dion. I mean, you are the big specialist, I would say, from the CETA, of course, Canadian-European Trade Agreement, and where, as you said, there are elements, at least for, for climate and environment. And since the period it has been in place, has it changed anything in Europe or Canada towards climate change and environment? Do you have any, perhaps also examples of it? I mean, how did it work so far? I mean, that might be interesting if we talk further about possibilities of trade agreements for climate change.
Yes, I'm first, Mr. Duboeuf. I'm told that in my introductory remarks, I a bit misspoke. I spoke about the cooperation between Canada and Czechoslovakia. I guess I wanted to say the cooperation between Canada and the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And maybe it's because in my memory, it was so difficult to win against Czechoslovakia in house hockey that I cannot stop myself to think about that. But I would say CETA is not only an improvement regarding the fact that the clean tech, there are no tariffs on clean tech anymore, so it's helping. But trade is more than only trade. It's also opportunities to sit together, to cooperate, to have more scientific cooperation, to also to foresee what we will do in the future. I think a key point, for example, would be hydrogen. Germany wants to make hydrogen the next source of energy for the country, but they don't have a strong capacity to produce clean hydrogen by themselves. Canada is in a situation to provide that. So the fact that we have CETA will help us to do this transition in this direction. Now, if you want, if you allow me, I would like just to mention the fact that I'm well aware that we'll need to improve our trade practices, and an agreement like CETA will not stop this improvement. So I don't know where the EU will go with the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I must say I understand the logic. The logic is to avoid carbon leakage, companies leaving the EU and going in countries less demanding about their climate policies. Because if you have carbon leakage, not only the activities, the economic activities of these companies will go in other part of the world, but their greenhouse gas emissions as well, and the planet will be not better off if we have carbon leakage. So I understand the logic. I understand the logic also to avoid the companies coming from countries that are poor in their climate policies to be more competitive in the EU market in an unfair way. And also I must say that if countries have carbon border adjustment mechanism, it will help each country to argue for carbon pricing and strong carbon policies in their own countries. Canada has a electoral campaign 1 year ago, where the government had difficulties to be re-elected, partly because its carbon policy is not popular through the country. So if we are able to explain to Canadians, look, if we want to trade with the EU, we need to have a strong climate policy, including carbon policy, it will be a great help around the world, I would say. This being said, the design will be very tricky. Is it the fact that a country has carbon pricing? Then Canada is okay, we have one. But President Biden, elected President Biden, he wants to invest $1 trillion to green the American economy. He campaigned on it, and he won on it. Yes, he won. But he did not campaign on carbon pricing. He did not campaign on carbon pricing. So will the EU impose a border or border tax on the US economy when the new president is starting a big change in the US economy? If the EU does that, imagine what kind of retaliation the US would do right away. At the end of the day, these tensions, these trade tensions between these two giants will certainly hurt the planet and our ability to do the transition. So I'm just warning that we need to look at, with the experts we have at this table, I'm very impressed by the suggestions that have been made. We need to be very careful in the way we will design this kind of mechanism. As I said in my introductory remarks, it must help greening the economy through trade and not prevent it through damaging protectionism.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to Ms. Geneviève Pons concerning the mechanism, I would first like to touch upon another point which has been mentioned a few times, and that is what to do with developing or less developed countries or developing countries, the poorer countries. As you said in your presentation, Mr. Potočnik, I mean, you said the richer countries have 3 to 7 times bigger footprint than poorer countries. So if we want to include in our trade, I mean, this kind of higher standards, will it not increase the unfair trade that is already there today? I mean, isn't this a big question mark? I heard already we have to adjust, we have to do this and this. I mean, is our trade policy, if we make it more climate friendly, not going to be more unequal actually in world trade?
Yeah, difficult one. The world, it's not fair. And the obligation which the developed countries have is huge. That's absolutely clear. And I think we have to be also clear about that. And this is sometimes terribly misunderstood, that the real need for change when we talk about implementing sustainable development goals lies in developing countries. It's just the contrary. It's in developed countries. We are those who are basically responsible for many of the side effects which we are today facing. And we absolutely have to approach to those countries with an open heart, with help, and design the things in a way, in particular in the governance, that in whatever development the world will take, they will take the share which will fairly approach the quality of life which they deserve and approach it to the quality of life which we have. But if you would allow me, just very quick comments on the things which you asked the colleagues before. I definitely agree with the special envoy that we have to approach to those questions carefully with one remark. Unfortunately, we don't have time. So we need to agree fast about those things, and we need to move, because it's pretty obvious that we can't raise those problems with that they will be the victims of the political vanity in one or another country or continent. We are so much interconnected, and the problems are so close and so obvious that we simply need to cooperate more, full stop. The second comment would be, indeed, the process is extremely important. I agree with that. I was basically even proposing that maybe we would need something like we have a convention when we talk about climate change or biodiversity, where we have CBD, that we would need a kind of a convention on natural resource management, which would set the relations in economic world and including the trade a bit more on the equal footing, because we will need some equal footing and some equal understanding what are the things which are the most obvious and which we would need to address. Geneviève was very rightly pointing to some nice moments in the history of the European Union, but I think with the European Green Deal we have a new hope. It's a document which is very bluntly saying that economic development and well-being development should go hand in hand with environmental preservation and with social story, because if it does not go like that, it will simply not go. And I think that's a very clear position on which we should all collectively build. And finally, on the question which you ask on top-down and bottom-up, unpopular answer, but very much the true answer. It will always be both. But what we have to agree and what we have to maintain or build, it's consistency between bottom-up and top-down. That's many times actually really missing. If I just give you an example of how the things on the markets today work. So we are sending the signals to producers and consumers, buy more, no problem. You will anyway not pay the cost for the environmental degradation. This will be taken later by the society. You will contribute a bit, but don't care about that. So do that. And if you will do that, you will actually stimulate the economic development. So great. But on the other hand, we are, as consumers and as citizens, worried because we see what are the challenges which we are facing. And then we create regulation, we create public funding, which is actually trying to address those problems which we are creating in the marketplace. So consumers are confused, because if you are a consumer and you have to pay much more if you are responsible, if you are taking the signal which we are getting, and then you are by either public funding or some regulation which is trying to remedy that. So it's a lot of confusion on the markets, to be honest, a lot of lobbying, which is a consequence of that, and a lot of bad will. So fundamentally, we have to align and bring consistency in our behavior on the markets. And that should be consistent with policy making, and that it's including, of course, fully also the trade implications.
Thank you. I mean, as said, let me go 1 second back to you, Geneviève Pons. Special Envoy already explained more or less the idea or from the carbon border adjustment mechanism, but can you come back to it? Like, I mean, what exactly would it do, and perhaps also, I mean, how much chance does it have to be successful and on the shorter term?
Thank you for the question. I very rapidly come back to the Green Deal, because I want to say that I am very much in agreement with Janez Potočnik. It has been a very good surprise, and the package that has been released for recovery makes the Green Deal not only a very good idea, but something that can be financed. Okay, so hopefully 2 member states will finally lift their veto. That's one point. Finally, on what the special envoy has said, yes, I think he knows CBAM very well, and what it is intended to do, and what are the obstacles. I must say I very much agree with him. We should not put accent on the tools. We should put accent on the objective. The objective is that we should go all together towards carbon neutrality as soon as possible, to save our planet and to respect the Paris Agreement. That is the objective. And now, how to do it? I think that we have the conditions now to go all together at a very high level. So let's say Mr. Biden in a few weeks or months, Mr. Xi Jinping, the European Union leaders, and probably many others, including Canada, New Zealand, and a lot of very, I would say, green states, with nuances, of course. Go all together and look at the way we will achieve carbon neutrality. That is, we have a common objective, and we will try to get the answers right. Among these answers, we have the carbon price. We have, yes, the price signal. I mean, we must give a price signal to economic actors. That is what Janez Potočnik said. We have not valued natural capital. We should put a price on this capital, and giving a price to CO2 is a way to repair some of the damages that have been created to the nature. And one of the ways to give a price to carbon is this famous carbon border adjustment mechanism. But once again, it is not the objective, it is a tool. And I think that it is possible to reach an agreement on this mechanism. It is possible. I would not say that it is likely, because it is difficult, but it is possible with the goodwill and being very smart, but we can do it. And so, but don't forget that it is only one way to achieve the objective.
Thank you very much. That makes it clear. So I would say, before we go to the public questions, one last question to Ms. Bernasconi Osterwalde. Trade agreements, in order to be made, it takes years, as the Special Envoy knows very well. I mean, every trade agreement is extremely difficult, and once it's concluded, like recently with Japan, it's an enormous process that has been gone through on so many levels with so many countries. I remember that one of my countries here in Belgium, I'm from Brussels, was blocking the agreement with Canada because of some detail within. So if you put, let's say, all these extra standards in it, all these extra leverages in it, I mean, will we be able to have agreements, trade agreements in the future? I mean, it will make it even more difficult. And let's say with Canada, it was not easy, but still it's Canada. But if we want to do it with Brazil, for example, or with Nigeria, just to say, to give a few examples, or Russia for that matter, I mean, yeah, it's going to make things perhaps too difficult. I mean, so my question is, how big is this political will, even seeing the fact that, for example, some countries in Europe don't even agree with our policy so far?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think one of the first issues to think about is, you know, to what extent should the EU and other countries do, you know, bilateral negotiations or trilateral or whatever? To what extent, what should be brought to that forum compared to the multilateral forum? So I think that's something that isn't off the table. You need to think about it. You know, if you have a multitude of all these different trade agreements, what advantage does that bring? That's just one issue. And one of the reasons that we have all these agreements is possibly or probably because we didn't advance very well on the multilateral front. So what's happening at the multilateral level, even there are now split-offs. When countries don't agree, altogether, the whole WTO membership, others will come together, some like-minded countries, and start new initiatives. And one recent one, which I welcome very much, is one on that was just launched this week on environment and trade. And you know, sometimes that's to be faster than at the multilateral level. Now, sometimes not ideal because you're leaving out all those other countries that are WTO members. But so I think that's the first question that should always or never be off the table is what do we want? Do we want to try to get, you know, multilateral agreement, or to what extent do we compromise that? And where does it make sense? Now on environment, what did I want to say here? Yeah, on environmental issues in trade agreements and how they would make the negotiations more complicated. Well, like I said, some things won't even fit there. So, for example, the border carbon adjustment issue, I don't think it should or can be resolved in a bilateral. It has to be looked at the multilateral level because it affects everyone. It's interrelated. So I think that if we you know, develop a mechanism and a code of conduct that was mentioned, that would have to be done probably in the WTO context. Or in this new context, could explore how to do it, would be this trade and environment split off at the WTO. So that would a possibility. But on bilaterals, yeah, it makes it more complicated. But it's also an opportunity because unfortunately, countries don't as often come together specifically just on environment at the bilateral level as much. And so if you have this relationship on trade, you know, to take the occasion to really look at trade more holistically, it is a good thing. Now, I may have indicated at the beginning, and I'll stop here, but you know, right now the environmental issues in bilateral agreements are mostly in these distinct chapters, and the bulk, and they're not very ambitious, to tell you the truth. I know we like to be positive about it, but it's not as ambitious as the trade parts. And the trade parts are actually not living up to this new economic model. They're kind of old school. The trade and investment doesn't really integrate a new paradigm where you bring in all these perspectives. So the sustainability perspective is put in a garage with these environmental chapters or sustainability chapters, while the trade part stays quite aggressive and traditional. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time to go to the public and see whether there are any questions. I'm sure there will be. So I'm going back to Prague.
I have here some questions that the public, the audience send us. I remind that you can write your questions down into the chat and we choose some of them and then some of them will be answered. So our first question is, how should the EU approach the new US administration in terms of trade agreements and climate provisions? And please, I'll ask His Excellency Stefan Dion to answer us. Thank you.
I think we need, that's an excellent question. First thing I want to say, we need US leadership. Nobody may replace the US. If the US don't lead, other countries will do their best, but we will miss a key leader. It's great that elected President Trump, the new elected president, I think it's great that he wants to invest $1 trillion US dollars to green the US economy. So President Biden, that's fantastic. But at the same time, if he does that with only in mind Buy America policy, that to use this greening economy effort in order to have a protectionist policy, it will deprive all the innovation that may come from the Czech Republic, from Europe in general, from Canada, to help the Americans to green their economy. And if they do that, many countries will retaliate too. And they will not have the ability to have access to the US innovative capacity as it should. So it's very important that we convince our US friends, yes, now they are back in the Paris Agreement and the world effort to transition toward a no emission economy. It's very important that they understand that they need to do this in a multilateral way through progressive trade, inclusive trade. Include us, please. We'll help you to succeed, and we need your help. That's, I think, the message we need to send to the United States with their new president.
Thank you very much. I'll ask also Ms. Geneviève Pons if you can add your point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there is an obvious progress at the head of the United States, and I agree with the special envoy that it makes a very big difference. And I think that it goes much beyond a simple question of style. We have now a much more civilized style, much more normal attitude, but it goes beyond. I think that there are convictions, and there are convictions about the necessity to preserve the environment. The question of Buy American is an important question, but it cannot go too far. I think that it's politically useful for Mr. Biden to mention that, but we know that the interconnection of the economies is so advanced that such an attitude will not go very far. So it does not escape to my mind, and this is probably something which makes things a bit more difficult, but I think that we can go together in the right direction, and we can, with the new US administration, green the multilateral trade agenda. There is a dynamic inside the WTO. You know that this week in Geneva is devoted to greening trade. And there are real progress that are made. Canada is part of the coalition, the Green Coalition, and New Zealand is part of it, the EU is part of it, of course. And what we can hope, and it becomes likely, is that the US will be part of it. And then everything will become possible again.
Thank you very much for your complex answers, and let's go to another question of our public. How should we persuade less developed nations to trade in more environmental way without being hypocritical, as we emitted much of emissions through our growth? And I ask for the first answer, Mrs. Natalie Bernasconi-Osterwalder. Thank you.
Yes, that's always the million-dollar question. It's hard. For sure, developing countries who are generally not responsible for most of our big environmental global problems need to get proper support financially, and also in terms of cooperation on capacity building and helping. But at the same time, I think that the economic sector, the economic players, the different companies who are responsible for the value chains need to take responsibility as well. And so if you have the companies, yes, that value chain need to ensure that not only are the workers treated properly, but also the environment isn't harmed, and possibly even good is done to the environment, positive effects. So I think that the bottom line is we can't only think of this as a government issue, but really the economic players have to take on responsibility to contribute to sustainable production in those countries where they are active. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a small moment, please. If you're here with us and your sound isn't good and you're hearing something from the mirror hall, please refresh your website, refresh it, or close the mirror hall website if you want to stay here with us in the main hall. So there won't be any problem, there won't be any more problem with the sound. So we can continue and you will hear everything what is needed. Thank you very much. And I'll go back to our guests and I'll continue. I have the same question. I'll remind it. How should we persuade less developed nations to trade in more environmental way without being hypocritical, as we emitted much of emissions through our growth? And I want to know also the answer of Mr. Janez Potočnik. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been many times involved in those types of talks, and the lesson which I have learned and which I would basically recommend to everybody is whenever you talk to those people, you have to be sincere and you have to take them extremely seriously. And the first thing which you have to do in any kind of talks is explain them in detail what you will do yourself, that you will change the things at home so that they start to take you seriously. Second, explain them how you intend to help them, that their transition would be easier and that the problems which could potentially occur will be overcome. And third, explain them why this time you are sincere. So they need to feel that it is different. And here, maybe also in the context of the things which were said before by the colleagues, in particular, I think this joint objective, Genevieve, which you basically underlined, I think it's something around which we should build stories and approach. The first thing we should be aware is that the transition to a more sustainable economy and society, it's unavoidable. Full stop. If we understand that, we have done half of the way. So it is not anymore about how, it is just about how. It is not anymore about what, and it's not anymore about who. because we will do it all together, and we have. Otherwise, it will simply not be properly done. So where I see, and where some of the colleagues have underlined also very rightly, the problem and the worry, is that for political purposes, sometimes we see also through our democratic systems that we are pushing a lot of polarization among citizens and a lot of manipulation with simply wrong facts and data, which do not help anybody. And I think it's essentially important, if we want to address those things, that we do not basically repeat some of the mistakes done through the history, because human history, it's not a very good history. It's a history of many failures, many wars and conflicts, and not the history of a lot of cooperation. So let's be as smart as we can be, and let's cooperate on the issues which are today obvious. We are interconnected. We are connected by the trade. We are connected by the transport. We are connected by tourism. We are connected by common challenges which we have either in the health area, either in the climate. They will become even more frequent than now. It's obvious. That's obvious. And we can address them much better together and in cooperation.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Stefan Dion wants to react, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to the excellent comments we just said about that. Here again, the task is enormous, and I think we need to focus on some key issues, and I will mention two of them, coal and water. Coal. 40% of the electricity of the world is coming from coal as we speak, from the 7,000 coal power plants in the world, plus 1,000 that is planned or in construction, 40% of the electricity. You have, as we speak, 1% out of 9 without access to electricity, according to the World Bank. 1 out of 9. Will they have access to electricity through coal? That would be a tragedy for the world. So that's something that we need to focus on, and it's why the UK and Canada started the Coal Power Past Alliance to be sure that we'll work all together. If for Germany it takes until 2038 to without coal, a country with so much technological capacity like Germany, imagine for India what it would mean to replace coal by an affordable, clean source of electricity. So that's, I think, a main target that we need to have. And I'm sure that if we design trade better than what we are doing today, it would be a great help. And the other one, I don't have the time to develop too much, but it is water. If I had to choose what is the challenge of this century, before climate change, I would say water, access to clean water for human beings. Climate change will make it worse, but it's not climate change that is doing all this pollution and is pumping all the water from everywhere. And so don't forget that even without climate change, we would have ecological crisis in the world, and it would be a lot linked to our mismanagement of water. Canada has, again, a lot to offer about water management, and I think we should do more as a country for that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I saw that Natalie Bernasconi Osterwalder was waving. She agrees. If I saw you well, is there something you want to add? Any remarks?
No, I was just very pleased to hear that the issue of water was raised, because sometimes it used to be kind of an issue that was very much on top of the global talks, let's say, but I think it kind of lost traction, and it's still going to be the source of great conflict in many places, and we have to really keep track of that. So water, I was just very happy to hear that this was mentioned, because sometimes in these days we've been forgetting about the urgency of looking at water issues.
Thank you very much, and let's go to thank you. Let's go to another question of our audience. How should we persuade less developed nations to trade in more environmental way? Sorry. We had this one already, so another. how can we ensure having relevant information if the products are from countries whose ability to provide such info is limited? Infrastructure, trustworthiness. So please, Mrs. Genevieve Pons.
Well, it's coming back to what many of us have said. We have, as developed countries, a high responsibility in the present state of the world, and we have financial means to repair them. And so we have a special responsibility towards developing countries, and especially the least developed ones. It is nothing new. It is written in the Paris Agreement, for instance, with the notion of common and differentiated responsibility. So I think that we have a duty to support them, and especially as far as trade is concerned, to help them going on this pathway of greening their trade relations. So I think it's our duty.
Thank you very much. Let's go to another question we have here. While trade is important, exploitation is unacceptable. How can the EU take a world lead in reducing exploitation and corruption? So, Mr. Janez Potočnik, your opinion?
Yeah, with more sincerity and with clearly changing some of the governance practices which were present in the past. I think that European Green Deal, it's actually an excellent opportunity that we divert from, if I can say it, a kind of resource imperialism which many countries and continents have practiced in the past. And let's take that opportunity and let's put the things on a bit different footing. And if I'm allowed to comment also, just to add on what was a very important comment coming from the Special Envoy, International Resource Panel, which I'm co-chairing, as explained before, it's actually dealing exactly with those questions. It's dealing with biomass, metals, non-metallic materials, fossil fuels, water, and land. So natural resources. And yes, it is true. It's not that the climate change is the reason for anything. Climate change is the consequence. But since we are in the climate change, the extreme weather events and other things are actually then potentially influencing again on depletion of those natural resources. But the real reason for the depletion of natural resources lies in the real driver, and the real driver is human behavior and economic systems. That's why I'm so much pointing into direction that focus on the real drivers, which are at the end causing that we have problems with water, that we have problems with land, because land is the most limited resource, if we are honest, and the demand for land is terrible and will continue all across the world. And I agree with you also that water is also an enormous problem, in particular drinking water, of course. And bio here again will become a very, very serious issue. And those debate, whenever we come to those questions, are very delicate, and we need to find the proper balance. But really focusing on the real drivers and pressures which are causing the consequences, I think it's essential if we want to find the answers.
Thank you very much. The question is, how can the EU take a world lead in reducing exploitation and corruption? And I'll pass the floor shortly also to Mrs. Natalie Bernasconi Osterwalder, just to add her point of view.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just raising my hand here because, as I mentioned earlier, I think that there's a due diligence obligation on those that the actors that control value chains. So definitely, this is also true with respect to the issue of corruption and exploitation. I think that trade agreements currently, of course, are not only trade agreements, they're trade and investment agreements. And currently, trade agreements have provide quite a few rights to investors, protections and other rights. And so there is a real movement to discuss the need for also integrating obligations and responsibilities for investors in the same agreements to counterbalance the rights that they're granted under these agreements. And the OECD is doing quite a bit of work on that right now. And the EU is definitely also, to my knowledge, the Commission is looking into this quite a bit as well. So I just wanted to mention that it's a very important issue, and since it came up, I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so I'd love to thank all our guests, His Excellency Stefan Dion, Mrs. Natalie Bernasconi-Osterwalde, Mrs. Geneviève Pons, and Mr. Janez Potočník. And I'd love to thank also Kurt de Boeuf for moderating this lovely debate. Thank you and have a nice day. Ladies and gentlemen, one discussion is over and another will start in a minute. The next topic is how can the European cities help the green transition, and it will be moderated by Mr. Oliver Moody, the Berlin correspondent of The Times. I'd love to welcome here physically two guests, Mr. Zdeněk Hřib, the mayor of Prague.
Hello.
And another guest, which is Jakub Dvořák, country manager for Czech Republic from Bolt.
Nice to be
Welcome.
here.
We have also two online guests, and this is Judith Blake, leader of council and executive member for economy and culture from Leeds City Council. Welcome. Hope we hear each other. And we have here also Mrs. Lilyana Pavlovová, Vice President from the European Invest Bank. I have to say that at the same time we offer you another discussion on democracy in decline. Can Europe lead a renaissance of multilateralism and democracy? This program's presenter is Mr. Ondřej Dittrich, Director of Institute of International Relations, Prague. To follow this one, you just have to switch into the mirror hall, and if you stay there, another discussion starts at 3:35 p.m. Decarbonization and just transition, rethinking the EU's approach with Mrs. Aneta Zachová, Editor-in-Chief of Euractiv, says that. Oliver, the floor is yours. I just remind that at the end of this discussion I will come back with your questions, and that you can write into the chat during the debate, and we will choose some and we will try to find the answers with our guests. Have a nice time.
Congratulations on... Can't see you, but clearly you're the optimistic members of this summit. In my past life as a science journalist, I attended quite a lot of talks on how to make cities greener, and they followed a certain pattern which was never boring, but certainly became familiar after a while. There'd be one or two examples of environmentally friendly technology. You might hear about green walls or wooden skyscrapers. You'd have some examples of good practice. People would talk about places like Utrecht and Oslo. But always there was this sense of incremental change, things getting a little bit better with every passing year. Well, things are very different now. The pandemic has accelerated some trends, it's stopped others, and it's started a number of new ones. And today we have a very diverse panel, including two policymakers in city government, and a vice president of the European Investment Bank, and a country manager from a mobility company who will guide you through some of these changes. A quick note on the format of today's panel discussion, because we are going to be under quite significant time constraints. There will first be brief opening statements from each of the speakers, and then there'll be a series of structured questions to go through, particularly some of the central issues that have been raised by the pandemic. And then there'll be an opportunity for members of the audience to ask questions to the panelists. We also, I believe, have an electronic poll, which is as follows. Should low carbon emission vehicle zones be introduced into all of Europe's major cities? And I hope to give the panelists an opportunity to provide their own thoughts on that subject. Given the time constraints, I would like to ask everyone involved in this discussion to please keep their contributions as concise as possible. And if anyone watching online has trouble with their audio, I'm told that you can refresh the live stream page, and that ought to sort it out. So I think we will go straight to Councillor Blake to open the opening presentations.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and it's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon and to be among friends talking about this very important agenda. And I'm delighted that I'm able to represent the work that Leeds is doing on this agenda. And I very firmly believe that cities need to be at the forefront of leading the work in this area. Leeds declared a climate emergency in March 2019. And I think it's fair to say that since then we've seen a step change in interest, in influence, incredible upsurge of activity from young people in the city in particular. And I just want to say one of the reasons why I believe that cities have such an important role, and particularly the democratic organisations, is that we can come up with the best policies, the best evidence, but if we don't take people with us on this journey, then we're not going to succeed. And I just want to outline some of the approaches we've taken very briefly to make sure that we're not just preaching to the converted. I've been in too many meetings where I've asked the question, was anybody skeptical about this agenda before you came in the room? And too often, people who come are already convinced and signed up. And what we have to do is reach the people who aren't. So we set up our big Leeds climate conversation, taking it right out into the widest areas of Leeds. Leeds is the second largest city in England, in the UK, outside of London. So we have a very large geographic area, very different communities. And that climate conversation, over 80 meetings and reaching a range of people we've never met before. We also set up a citizens' jury, presenting evidence to them and asking them for their verdicts and their conclusion. And we have, I think, one of the groundbreaking institutions now, the Leeds Climate Commission, which is a venture very much run by Leeds University and Leeds City Council, bringing together all of our partners, world-leading academics in the field of climate science, preparing our evidence base. But the other major factor that I have to say, we have other examples that might come out in the questions, of course. We have to lead by example on the council. It's absolutely essential that we get our own house in order. But what we have to do is make sure that the whole debate is framed in language that is relevant to people's lives. And particularly now, with the stress and the pressure that people are facing by the consequences of the pandemic, we have to make sure that we're not just talking about carbon emissions, as important, of course, as that is, but we're also talking about better quality housing, affordable, accessible transport, green jobs, absolutely critical, health. How important is the health agenda right now? And of course, addressing poverty. So I would just say that our role as the democratic leaders is to go out and seek permission from the people we represent to bring in some really life-changing new systems, new ways of working, new ways of moving around. And I think if we can work together on that, then we have a great deal of opportunity and hope for success to achieve our ambitions to become carbon neutral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Hřib, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great opportunity for me to share with you a few ideas on this critically important topic of the green transition and the role of the cities in it. And yes, we are now dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. However, I believe it's crucial not to lose sight of other key challenges. And the city of Prague, under the current leadership, has been putting a strong emphasis on tackling this issue and these challenges linked to climate change. So the last year, City Council had adopted the climate pledge to reduce CO2 emissions by at least 45% by 2030 and to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, and this is significantly more ambitious than the climate policy of the national government. So we had also established a multidisciplinary committee for climate change, which is working towards to fulfill the climate pledge. Because cities like Prague are hubs for innovation, science and business, and we are in a unique position to become leaders in this progressive investments into sustainable solutions which will improve quality of life and protect the environment. And moreover, through the trickle-down effect, these innovations have the potential to spread also in the regions outside of the cities, and other people could also benefit from them. So this model is even more relevant in the case of COVID pandemic, which of course poses a massive challenge. Because, however, we had decided to approach this as an opportunity for innovation, for strengthening the resilience and tackling the climate change as well. Because that's why Prague is a big promoter of the green recovery after COVID, because the economy will need to be supported by investments. And I believe that we need to create conditions for the green investments specifically. So the city itself is investing into the green and sustainable projects. And we also believe that cities like Prague can lead by example and prove that this approach is really feasible and beneficial. So together with other mayors of the V4 capitals, Budapest, Bratislava and Warsaw, we had signed an open letter to the European Commission and to Chancellor Angela Merkel, in which we have endorsed the European Green Deal and the Green Recovery approach. And naturally, political proclamations are not enough, so the city of Prague has been working a lot on the projects in this area of the circular economy, sustainable mobility and building renovations. So we had promised to plant 1 million of trees in next 8 years in the city, and we have established a new position, that of the manager for sustainable energy, and we are also preparing a Prague cooperative for sustainable energy, which enables the production of green energy both on the municipal buildings and also on the privately owned buildings. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I would like to pass the digital baton now to Lilyana Pavlovová.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oliver, dear mayors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, panelists, colleagues. I'm really glad to join this this important, I believe, event and debates. A very timely one. Unfortunately, we cannot all be in person. On behalf of the European Investment Bank, I should say that we, as the EU bank, support very much the implementation of the European Green Deal by investing in sustainable urban transport, social infrastructure, energy efficiency and innovation, and really supporting also urban development and transition of the cities, and so by so-called local green deals. We all have set ambitious climate targets, and we specifically as EU Climate Bank also are really very much targeted to complement to the implementation and achieving the global EU climate targets. In doing so, we have recently adopted our Climate Bank roadmap. It was adopted last week by our board. It is really the blueprint we as the EU bank are really proposing to tackle this crisis and to ensure that the recovery from the pandemic is green. So this is our Climate Bank roadmap will guide our investments over the next 10 years, allowing us to support massive €1 trillion of investments, like an injection in sustainable development, in green investments, which will help us throughout those periods. Our overall ambitious targets over the next decade is really to 50% of our lending to be dedicated to climate and sustainable environmental finance. All our investments to be Paris aligned as well. So this is really important, and in order the EU Green Deal and the goals we have all set and agreed upon to be implemented successfully, cities and regions will play a key role. I should say a crucial role in that process, because without the involvement of the city and regions, we won't be able to achieve those targets and those ambitious roles which we are having. So this is the best way forward, because cities as well placed to find really synergies, co-benefits between green investments and really enhanced resilience to COVID and to future challenges which we have of us. And here in the bank, I should say that urban and regional investments are really an important part of our portfolio. 1/3 of total EIB lending is dedicated to urban development. Alone in 2019, we have invested around 20 billion euro in support of urban lending, 40% of which was dedicated to climate action. So really, we are providing lending and financing, but as well as advisory support to the cities and governments and our project promoters in preparing their strategies, identifying their projects, and supporting them also in preparing strong and bankable projects and supporting their implementation, as well. Therefore, it's really important that for the cities to plan in a sustainable and in an integrated manner, because really it is a prerequisite for the EIB lending. Our financing tools, like especially the urban framework loans, are well attuned to financing any multi-sectoral investments which are needed in support of the city's development and achieving green recovery and all targets which are set currently. In addition to what I'm saying about the cities, I would like to underline as well that we are also actively supporting the private sector. Mr. Dvorak is here and with us today, so I can share that we have excellent example of a project we supported and provided 50 million venture debt facility to Bolt in the beginning of this year, supporting them to boost R&D and to develop new projects. And Bolt will invest in improving and expanding its ride-hailing technology, as well as personalized mobility services like food delivery. So we have excellent examples in supporting private sector as well. So as I said, or maybe in a conclusion, only by acting together we can enhance synergies between public and private sector, synergies between public and private sector, between more advanced and less developed regions, in order really to achieve, to improve lives, to strengthen resilience to climate change, and to be able to recover from the crisis. And this is today is a critical moment, and we need to be united in that effort. And you can count on us. You can count on EIB to support in this endeavor, because it is a joint journey we are all in, and we have to go together ahead. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And Mr. Dvorak, it sounds as though I scarcely need to introduce you after that mention.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm here to represent Volt, the European leading mobility platform. Our goal is to make the urban travel more affordable, convenient, and responsible. We have over 30 million users across the world, mostly in Europe and Africa, including Czech Republic, where we are live in 8 cities, including here in Prague, where we actually have ride-hailing. You can try one of our beautiful e-bikes, or you can order food using our Bolt Food app. To answer the question of how we can make our cities greener, I think that this can be done following 3 simple principles. One would be a vision of a 15-minute city. Second would be putting different means of transport in one place. And third, it would be a cooperation between the private and the public sector. So what all this actually means, vision of a 15-minute city is a pretty popular concept nowadays. It basically says that we should plan and build our cities the way that everything is reachable within either a walking distance or a short bike ride. A great ambassador of this whole idea is the city of Paris today. We would sort of decentralize the city, having these individual parts of the city where everything is just behind the corner. So you would eliminate the need for transportation for those long trips, which means trips taken by personal personally owned cars. Second, different means of transport in one place. This is what we do at Bolt. Bolt has been the first app in the world that actually introduced all ride-hailing, e-bikes and e-scooters in one app, and this together with a perfectly functioning public transportation system, such as the one we have here in Prague, can make the best alternative, because people still need to move. So you first reduce the need for those long trips, and then you replace the rest of the trips taken by cars by having a great availability of a public transport, and then to cover the rest of the use cases, such as, I don't know, if you go to the hospital or if you just are in a rush, you can take ride-hailing, or for your short trips, you take either a bike or a scooter. And then last, I mentioned the cooperation between the private and the public sector. I think, from the public sector side, it's rather about it's sort of about creating the regulatory framework within which the companies can move and then can adopt those changes, so they're not blocked by certain old legislations, etc. And then from the private sector side, it's about being a responsible player, to respect the city. To give an example of how this can look like, we recently launched e-bikes here in Prague. It's been a month ago. So what we did before we actually launched the bikes, we would speak to every single individual Prague district from Prague 1 to Prague 10. Then we would speak to the city hall, and then we would deploy the bikes. We are also the only app here in Prague that have designated parking spots. So we wouldn't let you park the bike anywhere you like, but we actually force you to park the bike in those dedicated parking spots. And again, all those spots have been agreed with the city districts. On top of that, we introduced our vision for sustainable development, a sustainable way of doing business, which is called our Green Plan. And this is our long-term commitment to to reduce our ecological footprint by first reducing CO2 of all European ride-hailing rides, and by bringing sustainable transportation solutions such as e-bikes or scooters, as we do, for example, here in Czech Republic. So yeah, that would be how we actually see we can make our cities greener.
Well, I'd like to thank all of the speakers for their admirable discipline in keeping their contributions to more or less 4 minutes. I appreciate it's not easy. Following on from Jakub's mention of the concept of the 15-minute city, and in particular of Paris, which underwent fairly radical urban surgery at the hands of Baron Haussmann in the 19th century, and then by subsequent planners, I'd like to ask each of the panelists to what extent they think this concept is really a practical one that can be implemented without similarly radical planning reform or expense or upheaval. And perhaps we could begin with Mayor Hřib.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. The fact is that this concept is already embedded into our coalition declaration here in Prague. Although we do not call it a 15-minute city, we call it we want to make the city multicentric, and we want to make the city of short distances, which is basically the same thing. Because the problem of Prague, in fact, is that the Prague is a very monocentric city. It's got one center, and everything else is outside of the center. So this is a thing of urban development, and it's definitely a long-term run. However, I think that the deputy mayor who is in charge of the urban development is doing a very good job on this. And however, we will see the results in a few years.
Lilyana, would you like to contribute? I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through clearly now.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, I do believe that urban planning should be done in a sustainable, in an integrated manner. So the idea of 15-minute city, it's a very good idea on one side, and maybe COVID era might be the perfect moment for this idea to be implemented. On the other side, we should be careful and should be cautious, because it might mean that we have to undo quite a lot of investments, a decade of investments this kind of industrialization and economic development and urban planning, which was focused on siloing different activities in distinct parts of the cities. So I believe a very coherent and balanced approach is needed whenever the new planning is done. So to ensure that it's done in a very sustainable way, and really that it would not lead to kind of really undoing those decades of huge investments and then starting all over from scratch. So really, we need to find the best synergies and really to have a balanced approach.
Jakub, perhaps with your professional experience, you could explain a little about how you've seen mobility patterns change over the past 9 months and how that might in turn alter the calculus of urban planning in the future.
We've seen the COVID crisis had a obviously significant impact on the transportation world. I think everyone can see it in the streets of their own city. We dropped by 80% during the pandemic, and we stayed at this level for many weeks. And we still, in certain cities, haven't fully recovered, which again can actually be seen when you walk across those cities. And that's why, I think that actually the time to act, to make this green transition is now. Because if we wait, if we let the traffic to get back to the city, it will be very hard to make those changes. But if we do it now, and we actually create, we stop letting cars to go everywhere, and we build the cities for people, for the cyclists, for the scooters, not for the cars. We can really help it. But again, it will be hard if we let all the cars to get back. We need to do it as soon as possible.
Thank you. And Judith, is the 15-minute city something that Leeds City Council has considered or even wired explicitly into its policy agenda?
No, I can honestly say that it isn't so far. However, I think the pandemic is really enabling everyone to have some serious rethink about how we live and work and travel. Leeds covers a very wide geographic area and actually is probably made up of a collection of villages going back over the centuries. Obviously, with more people working at home, the district centres around the city have seen a very interesting increase in people staying local, shopping locally. But basically, Leeds, like most other UK cities, is very heavily dependent on its city centre in terms of the location of employment, particularly office space, and the transport infrastructure. So I think it's an interesting moment for us in actually analysing what the long-term impact of the pandemic will be and how we can make our smaller communities more sustainable and more relevant. But I have to say that it isn't an idea that has really caught on here yet, but we'll certainly be looking at it and explore the potential of it.
Thank you. And another question for all of the panelists. It strikes me that there are two ways of thinking about the impact of the pandemic on this discussion. And the first is, as Mayor Hřib put it, that this crisis is also an opportunity, that we're seeing state bodies mobilizing enormous and in some cases unprecedented resources for things like green technology and infrastructure, and that people seem to be really open to the idea of change. Green spaces have become very valuable to them. On the other hand, there is also the downside, which is that in many ways after the first lockdown and in many cities, life to some extent went back to normal in some places, financial resources are constrained and people are having to prioritize, and things like health and the economic recovery are not always in harmony with the green agenda. And so I'd like each panelist, please, to set out where they think the balance lies between this crisis as a brake on the green transition and an accelerant of it. And perhaps we could start with Lilyana.
I do believe that, in fact, it's not a break. It's just it's indeed an accelerant of the green transition, and we should use that momentum, because it's indeed a window of opportunity, and it's a kind of a transformation of the way we live and the way we work. And people have already really not only rethink the way they live, but already have used to, and really changing the way they will go to work. I mean, switching to more walking or cycling, not using cars for short distancing, so relying on public transport more. And even change the way they spend their free time. I mean, exploring nature, spending more time in nature rather than just traveling long distances or airplanes and longer expensive vacations. So completely change the way we live. And we need to acknowledge all efforts also done by the cities and local authorities, like pop-up bicycle lanes and all their efforts. They were temporary ones, and now I believe all of us, we need to support them financially, and with all the additional measures, really to all those temporary measures to become a permanent one, and a sustainable one, in order really to promote this greening of cities, of changing and our urban mobility systems. So this is a very, very excellent opportunity for all of us, I believe.
Jakub, from a private sector perspective, do you see any possible downsides in terms of the green transition resulting from the pandemic?
Not really, to be honest. I definitely agree here with the Vice President. I mean, if you check the studies, you can actually see that the economic growth typically comes from the parts of the city where actually privately owned cars or cars in general just simply cannot go, because people tend to spend more time in those areas. So it also creates certain economic opportunities. And, you know, that's, I think, what this is all about. During the crisis, and if I may follow up on the previous question as well, we've seen that people would prefer more and more those different individual means of transport. I'm talking e-bikes, I'm talking scooters, and this is why we also decided to become the biggest micromobility provider next year here in Europe by investing 100 million euros into micromobility, having 100,000 and 130,000 bikes and scooters across different cities in Europe, because we actually believe that this is the opportunity, and we believe that not only the companies but also the cities will react to that the same way.
Judith, has the pandemic raised any challenging trade-offs for your council in policy terms, or has it all been opportunity rather than break?
Well, it's in terms of the people that we represent. I think the pandemic has exposed some new divides, if you like. So in terms of the fact that the pandemic has been most successful in areas of high deprivation, areas where people live in really overcrowded housing conditions. And I think one of the biggest divides that we've had is for people who have their own personal garden space against those who don't. And it's through that we've seen a real upsurge in the use of our local parks, for example. So I think perhaps there's been a real opportunity to explore the assets, the green assets that we have on our own doorstep that perhaps we've ignored. So we know that we have neglected land that could be used for people. to be able to enjoy their leisure time and just to get some space. I think the biggest difference in terms of government policy and investment has been in the area of active travel. So investment in widening the pavements, for example, so there's more space for people to move about safely, which has reduced the amount of space for vehicles on the road, which is an interesting one. Also in money to invest in temporary provision for cycle lanes, for example, and a real active effort to keep the habits that developed during the pandemic. I think everyone was absolutely amazed at the transformation of air quality during the first lockdown, and it was absolutely unbelievable in terms of the clarity of the air, the taste of the air, everything, and the way that wildlife was thriving and coming into our urban areas in ways that we hadn't seen before. And of course, the real risk is that we still have advice that you should only use public transport if it's for essential use. And unfortunately, we have seen more people buying second-hand cars, for example, and of course they have older technology. So a lot of conflicting impacts that we're trying to assess, but we have seen a drop in emissions in the city, and we're very keen to make sure that that continues and that we can continue with our own investment in electric vehicles, but also encouraging our businesses and other transport operators, taxi firms, to continue that investment as well. I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to leave the call now. I'm so sorry.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. I'm very glad that you could be with us.
Thank you. I'm sorry I've had to cut it short, but thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the time.
Goodbye. Thank you from everyone. And Mayor Hřib, the word opportunity was yours, but is it possible that there is a rhetorical trap here where we fall into a mood of over-optimism and don't spend enough time thinking about the possible setbacks that could arise to the green transition as a result of the pandemic?
Well, the possible setbacks. I would like to maybe return back a little bit. Well, the fact is that the post-COVID era will be definitely different in many ways in terms of transportation, and also it poses a huge challenges on the urban development, because definitely there will be most likely a less demand for the office space, because there will be more home office opportunities. This means that there will be less commuting. That means a lot of changes in the mobility. Also this means a change for the urban development, because there will be less office space necessary in the city. But also it will need another changes in the city, for example, to support the direct delivery of the goods. So we had, for example, opened a new depot for the courier companies or delivery companies in the city center, so they could use for the last mile deliver using the e-bikes, cargo e-bikes in Prague. This is quite new thing, but I think we can see the changes already happening right now, also in the public transport. However, I think that it's quite hard to presume all the changes that will be necessary. However, for those we can see, we should prepare as much as possible.
Thank you very much. We have a little time left for questions from the audience, and perhaps given that we do have very little time, it would be best if they could be addressed to individual panelists.
So thank you, Oliver, for this lovely discussion and for all these interesting points of view and opinions. And yes, I'm back and I'm here with the questions from you, from the audience, and we'll try to find the answers. So our first question Should Prague implement a carbon toll on cars entering its territory? I think this is the right question for Mr. Hřib.
Well, this question has been discussed in previous years in Prague. And the fact is that we've got a sort of legislation deficit for such a thing. And there is also a sort of parallel idea of having the toll system or the low emission zone in the city. And right now it seems that the more favorable idea is the toll system. We would eventually need that in Prague due to other requirements, because actually to complete the urban circle, the road circle, we will have to have the toll system. But right now we do not have the legislation, so there is a lot of work that has to be done, and a lot of work ahead of us.
Thank you very much. If you let me, I'll stay by you with another question, because it's the question that wasn't posed only once. More people ask the same thing, and one is, how did the pandemic influence the funding for municipal programs aimed at climate action?
Well, I don't think that we would cut the funds for the climate action. In fact, yes, the COVID pandemic poses enormous budgetary challenge for us. We need to do a lot of cost-cutting activities. However, for the good things, we will eventually find the money, or at least I hope so. So we are basically staying online with our former projects, like for example the 1 million of trees for the city. This is a target that we would like to meet, and there is a lot of other projects I've mentioned in the previous speech, like this cooperative organization to make sure that we can produce the energy on both the municipal and privately owned buildings. So we will definitely still invest into the green projects, into the green innovations for the city. And there is actually a new organization that sort of takes part in this, and that's the Prague Innovation Institute, which is taking care about certain projects in this area.
Thank you very much. I've got here one more question for Mr. Dvořák. How can we make V4 cities more cycling friendly?
That's a great question. And again, I think we've mentioned it before, and this is again to take this opportunity we currently have, thanks to not having that many cars in the city, and make those changes. And I'm glad that Mr. Mayor here mentioned that they would like to allow only certain cars to enter either the city or the city center. But it's important to realize that an electric car, for example, it's still a car. It's still not efficient. It's 2-ton vehicle moving typically 1 to maximum 4 people, right? Maximum 5, all right. But what we can do, and what I hope that there will be tools, but I don't know, would be to create those zones where not only low carbon vehicles, but only light vehicles would go. So people, bikes, and scooters.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we are unfortunately out of time, even if we still have the questions. So we hopefully gave you the answer. Maybe you were among those who gave one of those questions we answered. And now we will make a 15-minute break, and then we will be right back with another program. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm Kurt de Boeuf. I'm the editor-in-chief of the EU Observer. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. Since 20 years we are bringing independent, in-depth news about what is happening in Europe. We are reporting on the big events, but also on the small events that otherwise no one would see. We are a platform for powerful, famous voices, but also for small voices, people who would otherwise never be heard in Brussels. And we investigate to hold power in the EU onto account. For 20 years, we are the experts on Europe, and we want you also to become an expert on Europe. So celebrate with us our 20th anniversary and join the EU Observer.
Please think more seriously and
pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Prague European Summit 2020 program continues. Mrs. Teija Tilikainen, Director of European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, recorded for us another important message. Please, here it is.
Digital age and democracy is a very interesting topic because in principle the digital age provides many new possibilities for democracy and democratic practices. There are many new channels for people to come together, to express their opinions, create campaigns, build political movements. Digital forms of participation lower the threshold for political participation and activity. New groups of people are engaged in political and societal issues. In particular, young generations are interested in new forms of online political activities, which is a welcome phenomenon. Also, new transnational, international, global fora and channels are opened for democratic engagement, new forms of democratic activities, even scrutiny of international bodies. Access to information is the key in the digital age. But there are also challenges emerging along with the digital space, which can also easily be used against democracy. Democracy has its vulnerabilities in the digital age. We should all be aware of them. Today we are all engaged in combating disinformation. In the digital age, there is a new need to protect our elections, our information space, public debate from malign interference, foreign as well as domestic. What we think is of domestic origin might not be so. So we need to be aware of who is leading the discussions. Also, our elections has become a very vulnerable target for foreign interference. So we will simply need to learn to cope with the digital age and take the best out of it, also with democracy. Thank you.
Many thanks to Teija Tillikainen, and we'll continue with a micro-study on how can democracy reinvent itself in the digital age, written by Daniel Piatkiewicz and Nicola Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Jiří Mach, and I'm here to present a study on behalf of Daniel Piatkiewicz from European Institute for European Policy and Nicola Schmidt from the Institute of International Relations Prague. The authors present a holistic approach to how technologies have shaped the world we currently live in. On a positive note, it has rapidly advanced societies to integrate technology to help democratizations. In recent cases, digital technologies have been a megaphone for societal good. On the negative side, Western democracies have become susceptible to actors seeking to undermine Western values. They use targeted disinformation or hack into elections. In addition, governments are failing to keep up with digital transformation, leaving room for tech giants to set the standards and bypass the principles of democratic legitimacy. As corporations become significant global political actors, democracies must be courageous enough to force them to follow the principles of humanism on which Western society is based. Cosmopolitan democracy still looks too utopian, so the authors propose a semi-cosmopolitan technology governance embraced by liberal, humanistic and cosmopolitan values that will unite those who wish to preserve societies that are based on a normative framework and shine a light on authoritarian powers and populistic politics. We see firsthand what is at risk when digital space is used to undermine democratic institutions and its legitimacy. It is vital for governments and tech companies to work together to create stronger defenses while keeping the space for the digital evolution. Join us on 18th and 19th of November to discuss this study and get further recommendations from our authors.
Let me remind you that all the micro-studies are available on the website of the Prague European Summit. This micro-study will be immediately followed by another debate and discussed widely for 1 hour with our guests. I'll pass the floor to our next presenter. Please welcome Mr. Roland Freudenstein, Policy Director of Martin Center. I will be back at the end of this debate with the questions from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina, and welcome to everyone. Welcome to our speakers and to the audience. With the panel, how can democracy reinvent itself in the digital age? This is co-hosted with Forum 2000. So information technologies and social media have altered politics to an extent probably not seen since the invention of the printing press or radio and television. Or maybe better, have just begun to alter politics because we're by far not at the end of the path. In a way, it has brought us much closer together, and yet, on the other hand, it has helped to create information and opinion bubbles. It has polarized society and thereby logically presents new challenges to democracy. So the overriding questions today are, how can tolerance and compromise regain popularity? How can disinformation be fought? And how can resilience against disinformation and hate speech be strengthened? So I think we have the best panel I could imagine, with participants representing the sectors of policymaking, civil society, and the corporate world. And more specifically, let me introduce our 5 speakers for today. It's Claudia Luciani, who is Director for Human Dignity, Equality and Governance at the Council of Europe. We have Anna Herold, Head of Audiovisual and Media Services Policy Unit in the European Commission. We've got Marietje Schaake, who is the Director of the Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence and the President of the Cyber Peace Institute and a former member of the European Parliament. We have Aura Salla, who is the Head of Policy at Facebook. And last but not least, Saskia van Uffelen, who is GFI Corporate Vice President, a company that I understand is a digital champion in Belgium. And we have agreed to stick to just about 3 minutes each for the initial round of questions. And then we take it from there. We will have a more lively debate, maybe follow-up questions from me, and so on. So, without further ado, Claudia Luciani, what is the connection between human dignity and the digital sphere? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and greetings from Strasbourg. I wish I was in Prague with some of you, but here it is. Now, your panel is extremely interesting. When we saw the title, we thought that maybe there's a few things we wanted to say. Now, let me start by saying that we have had a clear recognition of the name of the title, that is that there is certainly, as you said, a disillusionment with formal political institutions. But political participation is on the rise. This is what the Economist Index tells us. Participation is on the rise in about every region of the world, and the population is actually called into action. And women's participation, speak about dignity and human dignity, women's participation is on the rise. Now, as you have announced it, this is a lot done through social media and technology that have been a huge amplifier of such expressions of protest, but also participation. Now, the good side of it is that, of course, such technology can help broaden the space for democratic representation by decentralizing information systems and communication platforms that can improve the way in which citizens and society receive and collect information about political processes, help them to participate remotely, even let's think about real remote parts of our world, and provide feedback to politicians. So there is huge advantages when it comes to democracy. There's big advantages when it comes to also governance, because many, for instance, artificial intelligence systems help with accountability, with responsiveness, efficiency. But as we know, at the same time, you have introduced this. Such systems can be used in a way that maybe unintentionally or intentionally hamper democracy. So we need to be very vigilant. Now, what can be done about this? Two things. One is to reinforce actually traditional democracy. We need to make sure representative democracy is strong, that institutions are functioning, that checks and balances are functioning, that elections are free and fair, and they represent a very true moment of choice. Now, there are indications that this is what citizens want too. They want to vote. You've seen the latest turnout in both the European Parliament, more recently the US elections. When there are stakes, people turn out to the vote. So we must make sure that we remain very vigilant about all those fundamental tenets of representative democracy. But of course, this happens only once every 4 or 5 years. So secondly, we must ensure that the new technologically facilitated forms of democracy and participation are themselves subject to some degree of democratic control. In other words, they should not escape a democracy test themselves in order to be for the other democracy. The two forms of democracy are reinforcing each other. In fact, we have seen in countries that when participative democracy tends to be higher, representative democracy is strengthened. So there is a very, of course, for the latter, for the technological facilitator forms of democracy, we wouldn't have rules. don't have rules, and we need to have rules. So at the Council of Europe, and I went with that, we are, for instance, working collectively with all our member states and the EU and other international organizations on a set of fundamental binding rules, for instance, that would encapsulate the fundamental rights that citizens should have when it comes to application, for instance, of artificial intelligence to democracy. There is a beginning of realization that all of this cannot happen without a set of rules.
Okay, thank you very much. Also sticking to the time. Let me now turn to Anne Herold from the European Commission. And let's start talking about big tech. What's called big tech, you know, Google, Facebook, and other technology companies that, you know, have more and more become the target of criticism and of course are more and more powerful, no question about it. So my question to you, Anna, would be, is big tech then an enemy of democracy or rather a partner in strengthening democracy's resilience? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, it's you know, it's one of these $1 million questions that you are here putting on the table. But I think it's also one of the questions that we certainly should be increasingly asking ourselves, considering that I think we have seen very clearly how important online platforms, social media, or as you call the big tech companies are in a way, you know, to enable us, all of us, all citizens, to be able in an informed way participate in democracy and all the, you know, democratic processes. Huge, and without giving, you know, a very straightforward answer to your very big question, I think that what we can say from the European perspective is that we are extremely keen on continuing our continued effort to work together with those companies to indeed make sure that our democracies can remain or become actually more resilient to all these new threats we have seen, you know, with the processes with what already was mentioned, you know, partly in your introduction and also by the previous speaker. So just to give you a few examples, I think that, you know, everybody knows, and in particular, we have the pleasure to have Aura with us that knows this very well. We have a very positive example of engagement with certain tech companies that led to the Code of Practice on Disinformation. As you know, this has been recently assessed by the Commission, and we have come to the conclusion that it is a preliminary conclusion that, you know, that it really contributed decisively, you know, to fighting the disinformation online. It had some lasting impacts also on some policies, because I think Aura will explain this to us hopefully in a minute, but it really had an impact on how the terms and conditions look like and what in practice the signatories of the code actually are doing to fight disinformation. At the same time, I think what we, the European Union and Europe, are particularly sensitive to, and I'm pretty sure that the following speakers will join me in underlying this, is of course that all of it is an important, all these actions by companies have of course an important impact on this careful balancing between, you know, trying to protect or empower our citizens vis-a-vis their interactions with social media, and of course freedom is extremely dear to us. So I think that the way the European approach has been to try to see indeed big tech companies as partners in this dialogue, but also to try as much as possible to avoid that these decisions about, you know, how these policies are shaped and in the end, you know, how information rich are taken on the basis of very clear, you know, public rules, and also that there is a clear oversight over it, public oversight. So I think that, you know, in this debate, I think the EU has been clearly towards clear preference for public enforcement vis-a-vis private enforcement. So I think that's been the leitmotif of the revision of our audiovisual rules, where we have tried to put in place a clear core regulatory framework, where it is still up to the, you know, to the companies to provide functions, but there is a clear framework and also a clear idea what standards we want to see observed on the platforms, and a clear oversight over it. And this will continue, and it will be again a leitmotif of the upcoming reforms that, you know, that we are all eagerly awaiting. A new framework for platforms, enhanced responsibility for platforms under the Digital Services Act that we are currently preparing, and further legislative actions that will be set out in the European Democracy Action Plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. So a kind of public-private partnership that we're talking about here. Let me now turn to Prahy Zdeněk, and we talked about the question of big tech, so to speak. But let me talk a little bit more closely about two technologies that have emerged or are about to emerge: artificial intelligence and big data. How do you see their impact on the democracy question? Are artificial intelligence and big data friends or foes of democracy? Are the risks or the promises more prominent? Over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to join the discussion. I think we have to keep in mind that no matter what technology, no outcome is inevitable. We have seen a lot of hope of positive effects, particularly on democracy, when the open internet, mobile technology, but also social media platforms first emerged. And the promise was so appealing that it discouraged democratic lawmakers in the US, but also in Europe, from putting in place the proper regulations to make sure that intendedly or unintendedly, these new technologies that were disruptive by default would not disrupt democracy. And I think we only need to look at the United States over the past year, months, days, hours, to see how dramatic the new vulnerability to democracy is linked to the amount of connectivity and the reliance on big tech. Now, you mentioned emerging technology, artificial intelligence and big data. I'm afraid we're already more than a little bit pregnant. You know, it's already among us. Big data is there. Artificial intelligence is there. We cannot look to the future and wonder where the new technology is coming from. It is a part of almost every aspect of people's lives and our economies. And that's what makes, I would say, the governance question over AI, data flows, infrastructure, security, rights protections, so urgent. And for me, in relation to democracy particularly, one aspect has been analyzed in many ways, and I would say it's the question of the legitimacy to govern. So how come in societies where the rule of law is often hard fought, you know, we are convening online, but with our minds we are in Prague, and I think many people in the Czech Republic, but also in many other parts of the EU, have in their own lifetimes fought for democracy in ways that we really wish to never see repeated in terms of how hard it can be to defend those fundamental values, to defend the rule of law, and to defend fundamental freedoms. And unfortunately, some of these fights that we thought we could leave in the past are back with a vengeance. And so the need to make sure that we are not allowing private companies to govern over these essential layers of our lives, the layer of data, the layer of artificial intelligence, the layer of technology, but rather to make sure that it's anchored in rule of law principles and democratic frameworks, I think it's probably one of the most urgent questions for how democracy will progress, or rather degress, if we're not careful. And so the legitimacy question and the question of why we have accepted private advertising, digital company, corporate governance over the very infrastructure of our lives, of our democracies, I think needs to be answered urgently. And I personally think we need a dramatic balancing against privatized governance for public interest governance, against the rule of boardroom for the rule of law, against efficiency and profit aims for questions of protecting minorities, checks and balances, independent research and oversight, and the specific aspects of AI and data, and make it even harder than it already was with other technologies. So I'll end there, but I think we have to start answering these questions from the starting point of the deep desire to wish to protect democracy, and not from the starting point of the inevitability or the deterministic outcomes that these technologies might bring. Nothing is inevitable. We've learned those lessons in Europe, and if we want democracy to survive, we have to govern for it.
Yeah, very clear statement, Marita. Thank you so much. I have one follow-up question concerning China. I mean, we are, you know, the things like the social credit system in China, which gives every citizen, or is about to give every citizen, a score which gets better or worse according to which people they talk to, how many speeding fines they collect with their cars, whether they're trustworthy on their credit, and so on. You know, isn't that an external threat to our perception of democracy and individual rights? But our legislation has no direct chance of regulating this. I mean, this comes from the outside. This comes from the soon-to-be economic power number one. How do we deal with this phenomenon and also the use of artificial intelligence in the People's Republic of China?
Well, thank you for bringing it up. I think in China, but also in other more authoritarian regime-governed systems, we can see how successfully these regimes have managed to instrumentalize technology to serve their governance models. In the case of China, for top-down control, but also the development of the AI industry as such. And so I really wish that there would be more attention for the human rights violations as a result of these surveillance systems, which, by the way, also appear in our own societies. You know, it's not like our societies are free of systematic surveillance and then China is the only country that does it. It's just that the consequences are different for people, and the rights protections are much weaker in a country like China. But the idea that there's nothing we can do about these technologies flooding our markets or being invested in developing economies like those in Africa and Southeast Asia is, of course, not true. There's a lot that we can do, but it begins with an appreciation for the stakes that are very, very high, and for an urgent need on the European part to marry geopolitical aspirations and to turn them into practice, and to actually have the technological aspects of foreign policy, whether it be trade, whether it be national security or human rights, much more prominently integrated into what the EU seeks to advance in the world, how it wants to protect its values and how it wants to protect its interests. And I think we can see emerging examples of foreign direct investment screening in Europe, the discussion around 5G and network technologies, and how they can be put in line with national security concerns. But I think the EU is lagging behind in understanding the pace with which China is advancing both its technology sector and its geopolitical aspirations, and it's important that the EU is more able to forcefully defend and promote our values and our interests. And the question is whether we will find in the US a better ally that we've had in the last 4 years. But in any case, Europe should not depend on others to make sure that it can play this role, which I think a lot of people in the world, civil society organizations, populations, are really hoping the EU will be successful at.
Yeah, it's a question to be discussed whether the last 4 years were a low point or whether we haven't seen the end of it. But let me now turn to Araceli. Big tech companies have been mentioned before. Let me also switch the debate a little bit to the conservative side of the political spectrum, from which we've had massive criticism recently against companies such as Twitter, such as Facebook, such as Google, for actually censoring free speech. How would you respond? You know, one of the most prominent critics that put forward these views is the still President of the United States, Donald Trump. So how would you respond to the criticism that what big tech are doing right now as we speak amounts to censorship?
Okay, thank you so much. And first of all, I want to thank you for having me here today, and I'm looking very much forward to this debate. Let me start by saying that this claim is not only unproven, but publicly available data on Facebook, on our own platform, actually shows that exact opposite is true. Conservative news regularly ranks among some of the most, I wouldn't say most popular, but popular content on our sites. And our aim is to give everyone a voice, and like we are the advocates of freedom of speech, and no matter what your political views might be, or which party you represent, or which causes you advocate. So we take these kind of accusations of political bias made against us extremely seriously. Our policies and how we apply them can have huge impact. So we have a responsibility to apply them evenly, and without favoring any side, without devaluing the principle of freedom of expression. While we believe in free speech, there are critical exceptions, of course. We don't allow content that might encourage offline harm or is intended to intimidate, exclude, or silence people or any groups. We have clear and publicly available community standards where you can find the rules for our platforms. And we work to slow and reduce the spread of content like debunked hoaxes and clickbait by downranking it in our news feeds. We know we need to listen more, and we work to strike the right balance with these policies, and we are very much waiting for the Commission's proposals on the DSA and the European Democracy Action Plan, because let me emphasize that we welcome regulation. What comes to content, what comes defining harmful, illegal, unlawful content online, because even we have our community standards. We think that we should have some rules at the European level, European-wide rules. And also let me thank the Commission, because we have had a really good cooperation when it comes to code of practices in every level. However, now we are very much looking forward to having democratic discussion with European policymakers in the European Parliament, European Council, and in member states.
So a short follow-up question. Thank you. Short follow-up question to you. Then explain to me, why is Mark Zuckerberg such a hate figure for many people in Europe and America?
Well, that's an interesting and very personal question, I would say. I cannot answer to that. For me, he is an advocate of freedom of speech, and also not only that, he has given us a voice to people in those places in the world where people privileged having a voice. Yes, the company has grown enormously in a very short time period. We need to remember that. And I can assure you that we are doing our very best, like tackling some harmful content or behaviors online. However, joining this company, I have also learned that there is goodwill and aims behind all this. So that's why we are here also engaging with you today, talking about democracy, because we want to do more and we want to do better. And that's why also I was emphasizing that we welcome this really good cooperation with the EU institutions and also democratic decision makers in member states.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Saskia van Uffelen. And Saskia, thanks for being here. I would say digital is more than technology. What other challenges and opportunities do we have in our digital future? Over to you.
Thank you, Prague, for being in this fantastic, mostly female panel. This doesn't happen often, so thank you for that occasion. I'm here with a double role. I'm here as operational manager, as corporate VP for an IT company at one side, and at the other hand, I'm representing the Belgian federal government to help to roll out digital agenda in a fast but safe mode. So I will try to make some parallels between government and industry. And the first thing is, like you said, when we are talking about digital, you asked about AI, and I think Marietje said it correctly. It's not a future technology. I think we need to realize that we are already living in a world where everything and everybody is connected. And lucky we are, because in the world we are living because of the pandemic, we still have roads, we still have our buildings, and we can still use it to do these kind of events. But the fact that everything and everybody is already connected has a major impact on society, because it's turning the society upwards down. I will speak now as a CEO myself. Before, it was me defining what my customers would buy after 3 years. But today it's my customers who say, no, I don't want to have that stuff. I would like to have that one. I want to have it delivered at my home, and it should be this weekend. So we need to be agile, we need to be flexible to adapt to the customer's demand. And those companies, some of them prove it during this very difficult period, to reinvent themselves and to really start focusing on the customer. And in policy, it's the same. In politics, it's the same thing. It's not the citizens have to do. The citizens have a lot of information, fake news or correct news, but they think that they're better than whatever governmental policy can do. And that is something I think we do underestimate today in the culture we are living. It has a major impact on the roles of organizations and management in organizations, but it has also, you could also argue the question, what is the role of a government going forward? Because in the past, it was there to serve the citizens. Now you can ask the question, is this still valid going forward? Or should we really, we've talked about public partnerships, should we a little bit rethink about the role of the governments and also the role of Europe? I have the occasion of working with Europe. Sometimes I compare it, and apologies for direct comparison, but I sometimes compare it with the complexity of the government in Belgium. Because I have a lot of silos, and me as a citizen, I do not understand anymore. And that's maybe talking about democracy, that citizens do not follow anymore. They do not buy in your stuff anymore. And you have this exactly the same in an organization. If you're not clear and very crisp on where you want to go, and all have the same voice, I will be very alone as a management, and I will not have my employees with myself. And I think we need to use the technology to simplify our organizations, our governments, make the communication we do much clearer. So maybe the citizen is our competitor and not the other DG or the other focus area between economy and connect and emploi, which maybe we see still today, and was referred to 5G. 5G, the discussion we had around 5G was also showing that these discussions are showing the limits of our democracy, because on one hand, we have a fantastic technology who can help to boost not only the economy, but also our social offering delivered to the society. We can do fantastic health, we can do fantastic e-inclusion, we can do fantastic proactive services to our citizens. But at the other hand, we are blocked because somewhere there may be one person who is not agreeing. So we need also to redefine, I think in 2020, our way of working. The first speaker talked about we need guidance, we need roles. Sometimes I say in my organization, if you have too many roles, then you kill innovation. And what we need now is maybe a little bit, I need to have leadership, not of controlling, but I need a leadership of trusting. Trust organizations, trust some societies that they can also have the possibility to invent. And I think in that way, that's why I was changing the question a little bit, is technology really challenged or is it a huge opportunity? I think maybe like we were doing yesterday, we are focusing a lot on the challenges, but maybe not enough on the opportunities. And to end up, AI, yes, AI has a lot of challenges and they have been expressed very clearly. But on the other hand, we can help a lot of people by using AI. So how can we communicate in a positive way towards the different member states? That's what's happening in the last elections we've seen. Communication is guiding citizens. And communication is influencing the democracy. That's our interpretation. It's not a reality, but that's our interpretation. So the most important aspect is work on your communication. Do it in a coherent way, with very simple messages. Give a little bit trust to the people that they can use the technology really to help to build society. My kids and my grandchildren, what I would be proud of.
That was a very passionate statement. Trust but verify, I think, is maybe the answer to this. But yeah, I would like to just one follow-up question to Saskia here. When you say communicating, well, who should do this communicating? Obviously, the corporate sector itself, because you talked about clients and citizens, but I mean, are you calling upon public institutions? Are you calling upon NGOs and civil society to help you in communicating your message?
No, I think we first need to define what we want to communicate, and I think if you're not aligned in the communication, and I sometimes had DGs saying something else because of the priorities were different. So I think between the European entity as a whole, they need to decide what kind of communication do we want to get out. And if you are very clear, then there is one issue. What I discovered is that there is a difference between somebody made a reference to 4 to 5 years. If you really want to help the democracy to survive, we will not be capable to do it in this period. We will need to take actions today, which maybe will be the next team winning the next elections. That's also said what I said, the local government, maybe you will lose the short-term elections, but you need to work on messages, clear messages that can be repeated. And that is the responsibility of everybody. It's also the responsibility of the media, by the way. I'm not excluding anybody when I'm pointing out. But I think in moment of crisis, which we could say that we are living in for the moment, communication is one of the aspects that may not be forgotten. And we are working a lot on policies and a lot on very good recovery funds and initiatives, etc. But what is our main message that we want to get out there?
Yes, thank you very much, Saskia. We have a few minutes left before we turn to Q&A. So I'd like to return to our first speaker, Claudia. Maybe do you have a response to especially the comment on free speech, also on communicating more the opportunities than the challenges of our two last speakers. Would you like to come in on this with a minute?
With pleasure, but let me first return to a common thread that we had with the fellow speakers, which is rules and what rules, and rules are rules, and who sets the rules. For me, that's the fundamental question. At the Council of Europe, we span larger than the EU. We're 47 member states. At the Council of Europe, this question has been very clearly settled a year ago. Our Committee of Ministers has asked us to look into the possibility of a binding treaty. So not only rules, but the possibility of a binding treaty, binding of course the 47 member states, but open to US, to Mexico, Israel. We have many observers working with us. So we are looking into this. For us, there is no question that AI applications need to be ruled. Like any new technology, that can be harmful. Imagine if we didn't have rules for very, very newest aviation technologies. I mean, we would have planes colliding. I mean, this is a very sophisticated new technology that does need rules. And no, innovation is not stopped by rules. It is actually it can take comfort because companies can much more comfortably and freely work and sell across borders if they know that they have the same rules. So we are looking into this. We're in the middle of this process. I welcome all you all to look into a website. We have a new committee that is composed of member states, but also of tech companies, of NGOs. Facebook is part of it as well. And we're looking into what kind of rules. We're speaking here about very fundamental protection of democracy and human rights, as I said. This is the core business of the Council of Europe. So this is what we focus on. What are those fundamental rules that member states should abide by as they apply AI, automatic decision-making systems? So this is what we're looking at. So for us, the question is not a question anymore. It's a clear answer. Now, what kind of rules? I cannot tell you whether states would definitely agree to a treaty, whether this treaty will have enforcing mechanisms, what kind of mechanisms. But it is clear also from what Mark Zuckerberg has said himself lately, he's looking for rules himself. It cannot be left to the companies to define how AI is applied to the citizens. So that's the first point. On the second point about the communication and what should be the message, well, the message should be that citizens should be able to rely, again, on strong institutions that would defend them, on strong rule of law, on justice systems that are independent. For me, that is a fundamental message. And they know that at the end of the day, the tech companies are not going to solve that for them. So, as I said, there is an intimate connection between reinforcing traditional institutions. Look at the US vote now and the contestation. What do they turn to? Judges, ultimately. So we have to make sure that belief of citizens and the trust that citizens have in those institutions is not eroded. And so the new enabling tech companies that do enable, so there I agree with the last speaker, we should emphasize the positive they bring, but they must help to reinforce the trust in the traditional institutions. Because without that trust, companies may not want to invest. If they don't, you cannot rely on very independent boards. And citizens will not turn out to the poll anymore if they don't believe they can trust the systems. So there is a very close connection between those two systems. And of course, the cornerstones of that, you have said it, is freedom of expression. That, of course, must be upheld. Of course, bad crimes, hate crimes, and crimes that, again, must be defined. So you always have to have a balance between very clear protected rights that must be clearly protected, and of course the freedoms that enable our citizens to keep trusting in the institutions we have.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Just one question to Anna Herold. We've talked a lot about regulation. The public debate is often very much about regulation, but what about the other end of the spectrum, so to speak, of instruments? What about building resilience, reinforcing resilience, using education to make people more immune to hate speech and disinformation? As a Commission representative, how do you see the balance between the two? Or should we just say, well, we need to do both?
Thank you. thank you, Rani. And in fact, it was one of these issues that but probably wasn't so apparent in our discussions, because we focus so much on making sure, you know, we have clear rules for the players. No, and certainly Europe has an ambition to lead the way in, you know, very close dialogue with those players, because we, you know, we have very good experience as regards, in particular, co-regulatory approaches. So, but coming to your specific question about then, you know, equipping actually the citizens then to interact properly with what is at their disposal, no? Because one thing is to make sure, you know, that the players, you know, do a lot of things, but another thing is indeed to empower citizens. And in a way, if you look at our discussions that we are now having on the, you know, in shaping the type of obligations and rules under the Digital Services Act, but also about, you know, big pillars that we are discussing for the Democracy Action Plan, which revolve clearly around these big topics of elections integrity, having, you know, functioning and free media, and of course doing more on disinformation. It's a lot about empowering citizens. In the, you know, the discussions on the regulation itself, if you think about one important part of possible obligations we are contemplating in the discussion, the DSA, which is about transparency, accountability for the content recommender system, so the algorithmic transparency. In a way, it is nothing else than giving the empowering citizens, you know, understand why certain information is arriving to them, how it is presented to them, and giving them possibly choices to do something about it. You know, I don't think there is a, how should I put it, we shouldn't maybe see the word in you know, compartments. This is regulation and this is empowering citizens. I think within regulation you can have elements that will then empower citizens. In our example, in the new audiovisual rules, we have a clear obligation for video sharing platforms, so for certain platforms. And by the way, also, you know, the any type of obligations that we might contemplate under the DSA, of course, will also be will take into account the specific roles of certain big platforms. But in the AMSD, for all video sharing platforms, we are asking them to put in place certain tools to help users to interact better, you know, to make more informed choices. And we have seen a lot of these tools and policies already put in place, but certainly more can be done. And this is something, one of the, you know, one of the issues that we certainly will include in the upcoming projects to work more, you know, on the basis of what we already have in the directive with the players. So I come back to my favorite point, that it cannot be done, you know, simply by the government. So maybe that's maybe my only nuancing point, that because of the scale of certain players, I think we have all interest to and also their understanding of the technology to work very closely together, but within a clear framework where it is up still to the public institute, you know, how they, what sort of citizens they you know, ideally, or what sort of skills and tools would like their citizens to give. So, you know, maybe just these two examples to say that I couldn't agree more, but I'm not necessarily seeing this sort of tools as you know, as soft tools that have nothing to do with regulation. I think in a way we see that they are becoming part of this regulatory and regulatory design that we are trying to develop together. And maybe one last word about communication. I think it was very, I really fully subscribe to what my colleague from the Council of Europe, you know, so eloquently described in terms of, you know, objectives. And I take your point, Saskia, that we should be clear, but I think it's also quite remarkable that now the European institutions are so clear about, I think, what also was very eloquently described by Mariette in her remarks about, you know, the defense of democracy, defense of the basis of our societies, rule of law. I'm Polish, so I still have, some very, very vague memory of, how should I put it, different type of media and different type of societies, where still as a child, I had to, for a very short period, luckily live in. And I think that this is quite amazing that we see, the EU now coming very forcefully with, rule of law report where we clearly set out issues, including media issues, and that we now, for the first time, are, proudly about to present a European democracy action plan. So in a way, you are right that probably we should be clearer, but I think we are getting there, in terms of what the message actually is, at least from the EU. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us turn to our announcer, Katerina, and ask her whether we have any questions from the audience.
It's a very inspiring debate, and thank you all for being with us. Well, I am back as promised for the Q&A part, and yes, I have the questions from our audience, and I hope our guests will try to find the answers. So, the first question: as we see a rise in disinformation and populist rhetoric, should digital technologies become more regulated? And if so, who sets those standards while upholding our democratic values? So I'll ask for the answer, Saskia van Oefelen. Thank you.
I'll do my utmost best to give an answer to that one. I think we need to take into consideration that it can help. I think the colleague has just talked about digital skills. There is another word which has been mentioned now is ethics. And I'm linking digital skill and ethics because the ethical way on treating data is not a responsibility of a government or an institution. It is the responsibility of every citizen. So citizens first need to realize how they handle data can have an impact on what with data will happen. And that has nothing to do with the technology, but it has to do with competence. So the ethical behavior of everybody handling data is a digital skill for the future, which we should learn our youngsters firstly. Secondly, can tools help? Is it a solution or a problem? I think that's why innovation is that important. Because we can create, depending on what the problem in the society can be, we can use it and create a solution. Do we need to wait for that? No, but we will have to handle going forward the possible issues that it will create. And we are only talking today about the technologies we know. We just need to realize that if we really are going for a world where everything is connected, and airports and airplanes and every car, factories, that we will have to talk also about how will we handle B2B data. We have a lot talking about democracy. We have a lot talking about GDPR and personal data. I'm a bit worried that in a few years we will urgently start talking about business-to-business data. But that will, going forward, that will be a real challenge, also in the aspect of democracy. And it's not the same playing field as the discussions we are having today, but it's certainly part of the democracy, the new democracy going forward.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the floor to Claudia Luciani. I'm also interested in your point of view.
Well, I think the colleagues have said it. I can only reinforce the message about the digital literacy, as we call it. But that's not just only being familiar with the new technologies. It is understanding that that technology should be used to make you a citizen, an alert citizen. So that must be cultivated. We're not born with skills. We're not born Democrats. We learn through our life to become active and hopefully peaceful democratic citizens of this world. So I could not emphasize more the importance of those skills from an early age. At the Council of Europe, we deploy a lot of means towards that end, notably with ministers of education who understand this call very well. But it's not only a question of formal education, it's also a question of informal and other kinds of educations. When it comes to the role of technology companies, of course, they can themselves create their own guide. They can set up. This is one of our recommendations on a report we recently did on disinformation that the EU, by the way, uses. The European Union colleagues use quite a lot. Here, some of the recommendations are that technological companies can have their own international advisory council to guide the technology companies as they deal with the information disorder and act as honest brokers. So the job is also for the companies. The job is for citizens, the job is for certainly governments, although there again we are of course for free speech, therefore expressions, forms of expression should be not regulated. But I would say education, digital skills, and more enhanced role for companies, that those would be two immediate answers.
Thank you very much. Let's go to another question we have here already. Do social media algorithms favor those with inflammatory views? The ability to react and reply to comments pushes them to making them the most visible. So I'll pass this question directly to Orasala.
Algorithms on our platforms, of course, the aim is to serve our people, customers, and who uses our platforms the best possible way, so that they can find content that they actually enjoy. So if you are enjoying some sports or particular things on our platforms, our algorithms will fit those more to you. And let me emphasize that in most and majority of the cases, it's only positive information that you will see in our platforms. But of course, I also tell that we are moving 3 million pieces of hate speech from our platforms every month, more or less. So what we have been talking about here, I would like to also emphasize that how we actually behave online and offline. I think that we all need to take some responsibility here, because what we do on internet or what we do offline, I think that we should be respectful for one another. And our platforms are doing our utmost to keep our platforms as enjoyable as possible, because I can assure you that we don't want to see, for example, hate speech or harmful content on our platforms. It doesn't serve our communities, building communities or giving voices to people, or even businesses use our platforms. So our aim and goal is the same as I think our democratic decision makers, to keep our platforms as enjoyable as possible. And that's why also media literacy and digital literacy and people understanding how our platforms work and also algorithms, how they work, and transparency there, it's very important for us. That's why also my team in Brussels and in every member state, we are here to engage and learn and also tell how our algorithms work on our platforms.
Thank you very much for this complex answer. And we'll go to another one. When will democratic countries be ready to a larger extent to introduce credible online election systems? So I'll ask Anna Herold for her opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's quite an important question, I have to say, yeah, because it sort of presupposes that we don't have anything online, as if the online world was immune, to what we have built over the years in terms of democratic processes. This will be in a way one of the common threads that we'll try to address through the actions of the European Democracy Action Plan. Just to quote one particular issue, which is among those that we are considering, if we take, let's say, the world of what we can say established media, in many countries, European countries in particular, and not only, but of course I can speak for the EU because these are the legal systems that we have certain knowledge about. have for years implemented rules on what we call a parity of treatment during elections, moratoria on political activity during elections, rules on campaign polls, and so on and so forth. So, and in particular, also rules that, at least in a big number of European countries, also ensured that there is a fair representation of political views during election periods. This has worked very well on the traditional media, and I think that the challenge is to see whether we can have anything that at least would serve a similar purpose. So don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating, for simple, application of any rules that were created for a different environment to the online environment. But at least we have to ask ourselves the question. We're not saying that we do have an answer right now, but at least we have to be able, to ask ourselves difficult questions and try to provide answers. And again, I will come back to my favorite point, with the help of those that in the end control those processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll pass the floor to Mariette Schaake to tell us your opinion on this online election.
Well, it shouldn't be a goal in and of itself. And the most important thing is that elections are verifiable, so that people, even if they don't trust the system, can find ways to check on the system itself. In the Netherlands, one of the most IT advanced countries in the world, we start with a red pencil on a piece of paper. And it works because people are more suspicious of an electronic or online voting system than they are willing to give up, this perhaps old-fashioned but very reliable, simple and easily accessible mechanism, also for people who not have the digital skills. So I would say that democratic integrity should be leading, not some kind of utopian view of what digitization might mean. And I think that that we have learned many painful lessons about how easily democracy can be attacked and destroyed if you leave it into private hands to govern the digital world, or if you take democracy for granted. And there's plenty of examples, even in the hour we just spent discussing, where we can see that the current momentum is a critical one. The status quo is, I think, unacceptable, and it's really important to start with democracy and then to look at what's necessary, and not to begin with a technology to attach all kinds of hopes if you do not carefully look at what the incentives of different actors are. So a lot more to say, but I would say do not have unrealistic hopes of online voting. Make sure that the system works.
Thank you very much. We are unfortunately out of time, so I would like to thank you all for being... Sorry.
Just a little point to add on.
Go on. Sorry.
That indeed we have seen in the 47 member states that the question of online voting is indeed, as she was saying, not a solution. Many countries have adopted that and dropped it. It doesn't increase at all voters' turnout. It is not increasing young people's turnout. So indeed, it should not be pursued as a goal in and for itself. In some countries, it facilitates operations, but it is used very seldom, though it has been available for a very, very long time. So not a fundamental goal, as she rightly pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last remarks from Claudia Luciani. And well, I would like to thank you all and thank you for joining us today, and have a nice day.
Take care.
And let's go immediately to another interesting panel. Rule of law. Should the EU mechanisms for its safeguarding be revised? It's up to our guests to try to find the answer. I'll pass the floor to our presenter, Eric Maurice, manager of the Brussels office of the Foundation Robert Schuman.
And welcome. One that is about the fundamentals of the EU, but also about one issue that these days will decide whether the EU has a budget for the next 7 years and whether it can launch its massive and much needed recovery plan. The issue of the rule of law and how to uphold it is about the values shared by the 27 member states. It is also about confidence between them and ultimately about whether Europeans live in a society when their rights and freedoms are fully guaranteed. Different mechanisms have been established to protect the rule of law in the EU, especially the Article 7 procedure and the recent rule of law mechanism. But so far, they have failed to ensure that the highest standards are applied in all member states, and especially in the 2 member states that are subjected to this Article 7 procedure, namely Poland and Hungary, which are also the 2 countries that are blocking the EU budget right now. So what is missing in the toolbox to obtain the expected results? How can this toolbox be strengthened or reformed to become more efficient? Should, for instance, the EU integrate the existing mechanism in a single comprehensive EU mechanism? Should the rule of law mechanism incorporate all Article 2 values of the EU treaty, such as democracy or fundamental freedoms? And of course, given the current events, should EU funding be linked to the protection of Article 2 values? There is also the general context of the COVID-19 pandemic and all the restrictive measures that governments have taken so far. Does this crisis make the rule of law even more at risk in the EU? There are many questions, and to find, hopefully, many answers, we have a very relevant panel at our disposal this afternoon. First, we have Corina Rebegea. Hello, you are Director for Democratic Resilience at the Center for European Political Analysis, which is based in Washington. We have Gennady Barba. You are head of the Rule of Law Unit at the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, which I think is in Warsaw. And we have Michal Šimečka. You're a member of the European Parliament from Slovakia. You sit with the S&D Group and you are a member of the Committee on Civil Rights, Justice and Home Affairs. I think you're Renew, right? I made a mistake. Sorry. And yeah, sorry about that. And we also expected János Boka, who is Hungary's State Secretary for Cooperation in the European and International Justice Affairs at the Ministry of Justice. But today he was required to prepare and to participate in tonight's video conference of EU leaders, which will mention the rule of law and the budget discussion. So we will try to put into this debate the Hungarian point of view, so we have more or less the debate that was planned. So in our discussion, I will start with you, Gennady Barba, because the OSCE is, of course, active on the rule of law. I think it was involved in the rule of law report that was published by the European Commission in September. So I would start with this question from your position, which is more general than the EU. How do you see the situation of the rule of law in Europe these days, especially with the COVID crisis? Would you say that the problem is changing in magnitude or in nature with the crisis we are getting through?
Thank you. I apologize if you hear some noises. I'll try to speak close to the microphone. I'm very pleased to participate in this discussion. It's an honor to be present at the Prague Summit. Unfortunately, we cannot do it in person. And as you mentioned, Eric, indeed, I'm in Warsaw right now, where is the headquarters of our organization. So we are an organization part of OSCE, but we are an autonomous institution. So we have 57 participating states, including all EU member states, but also United States, Canada, Eastern Europe, Central Asia. So these are the member states of our organization, and we work on issues of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Now, when it comes to the European Union and rule of law matters, I have to say that the European Union it's still, and it's a good example for us and for many of our states when it comes to how check and balances work and how legal certainty works or how judicial independence works. So we still have many experts from the European Union who are present and are examples in many OSCE participating states in the East, Southeast, and Central Asia. Nevertheless, we also see with concern latest developments in some countries in the European Union, and this is one of the reasons I would like to share with you more information. As you mentioned, we participated actively in development of benchmarks for the EU report. We believe it's a welcome and needed instrument to assess the observance of rule of law principles in the EU member states. Now, coming back to your question, I think what we see now, we see both changes in magnitude, but also in nature. And first of all, I have to say, maybe our other interlocutors will also mention it, I have to say the challenges we see in the rule of law are linked with the challenges which our democracy faces today. We see increased populism. We also see trust in democratic institutions is decreasing. Last year, for the first time, we saw that more than half of the global population live in autocracies. So this trend, unfortunately, has an impact also on how rule of law is implemented in our countries. Rule of law is a building block of our democracies. So I believe the solutions to these problems are also part of the solutions to how to increase the trust in democratic institutions. And I think the previous speakers in the previous panels also touched upon this. So that's one on the one hand. On the other hand, we see clearly problems related to specific rule of law principles in EU, but also outside. And first of all, this is judicial independence. Judicial independence is at the key. It's a key principle for rule of law. And OSCE states said that it has to be respected in law and in practice. Yet in 1991 in Moscow, unfortunately, the attempts of political control of the judiciary, which we see in some countries, are very sad. And this is unfortunately the negative examples which also happen outside the European Union. We all are aware of the justice scoreboard, which shows a tendency of decreased trust in the judiciary. And we also see the scoreboard showing that political influence is one of the major problems which people, but also businesses, see happening now in the European Union. So I think here is the key of the problems, and the ways judicial independence is undermined are several. I can briefly go through that if I have some time. So one of these avenues is control over the work of bodies who administer the judiciary, councils for the judiciary. And this is by increasing political control of members coming from political branches of power in these councils who can influence the decisions regarding appointment, promotion, or sanctioning of judges. So that's one example. Another example is disciplinary proceedings against judges and limitations of the freedom of speech. So we see again examples of political branches of power influencing disciplinary proceedings by initiating these proceedings by political actors like Minister of Justice, or by initiating disciplinary proceedings by presidents of courts who can be appointed by Minister of Justice. We see example of disciplinary proceedings being used against judges who, as part of public debate, criticize some reforms which undermine judicial independence. And this again is a very, very sad example. Another example or avenue through which influence on the independence of the judiciary is happening, in our view, is termination or early termination of mandate of judges. It's one of the key guarantees of judicial independence to have security of tenure. Nevertheless, we see different measures so-called reforms which undermine this, which reduce the term of office of judges. Again, it's another problem. And finally, I think what is also a challenge, but at the same time a solution, is transparency of the judiciary. As I said at the beginning, trust in public institutions has a tendency of decreasing right now. And transparency of judiciary can help improve this trust. We believe the work of judicial councils, the work on how judges are being selected, promoted, has to be made public, has to be opened, especially in countries which have issues of corruption. I think the criteria for selection, the procedure has to be transparent and based clearly on merit, both for judiciary in general, but especially for senior positions. So these are the main issues and questions which we see happening in Europe, but also outside. And then finally, related to COVID crisis, I think the impact of COVID on the functioning of the rule of law and of courts is visible. We saw that from the very beginning, from spring, because all year our institution was monitoring how emergency measures were being imposed in different countries. So we saw that from the beginning that there is a tendency for the executives to take more powers and to limit the role of parliaments. And what we think is needed is for the parliaments to supervise actively the governments in this. The legislation, again, there was plenty of pieces of legislation, and that created confusion. So what is needed is to have coherence and legal certainty, again, another principle of rule of law, and this was missing at the beginning. Now the situation is improving. Another issue we saw is courts, well, silent at the beginning, but slowly courts became more vocal on the legality of emergency measures. So some courts decided that emergency measures were not constitutional. So I think these are the major challenges, but when it comes to the functioning of courts, of course, they were directly impacted by the COVID crisis. They were not, all of them, they were not able to deliver justice to citizens. Some tried to find solutions very quickly and adopted protocols and measures which allowed to hear cases remotely or in person. But again, this was an improvisation. What is needed is a clear legal basis to regulate such situations, and also legal basis to use IT solutions in courts. And these IT solutions should be, of course, used whenever is possible, but they should not undermine the right to a fair trial. And unfortunately, in some examples, that is what we noted, that use of IT solutions precluded some defendants to examine evidence. And this was again another set examples from the influence of the COVID crisis. I think I will stop here, but this is the general overview which we have at the moment.
Thank you very much. We'll have the opportunity to develop all these points. Corina Rebedgea, you have the experience of rule of law and justice reform projects, especially in the Balkans, in your professional experience. Do you see common patterns between the rule of law issue in the EU and democratic challenges you have seen in the EU challenges, in the EU neighborhood, sorry? And there are, in the field of democratic resilience, potential solutions for the rule of law debate in the EU. What kind of parallel of solutions do you see in that?
Thank you, Eric, and thank you all very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to be with you on this panel. I would start by saying that there is no democratic resilience without the rule of law. And I think we've heard that quite a bit in the previous panel, and also Gennady alluded to that in his remarks. And that's kind of the infrastructure upon which a lot of our institutions and values and norms and practices are being built. And I would say that in terms of the challenges that the EU countries are facing right now, they're not fundamentally different from the challenges that some of the countries in EU's vicinity, and you alluded to the Western Balkans, I would add Eastern Partnership countries, are also facing. And again, Gennady also talked about the trends that we've seen developing, at least in the past decade, with a global depreciation of democratic standards and rule of law, with an increase in the wave of populism and illiberalism, polarization, corruption, disinformation that contributes to all of this, the creation of this culture of the other and demonizing others, which is also part of populism. Of course, the erosion of fundamental formal institutions, from checks and balances and constitutional guarantees to judicial independence. Again, Gennady talked about this before. And all of these also kind of point to the lack of sustainability of reforms that I think is also something that has marked a number of countries, both inside and outside the EU. And all of these also, to add kind of a bigger picture challenge, invite a slew of foreign hostile actors to manipulate our systems. But I would take your question and sort of rephrase it a little bit, if I may. And I think your question is about the EU's normative power and whether the EU is still an effective norm promoter and norm enforcer, or whether the EU has lost some of that leverage. And I think that has been a debate, at least again in the past 10 years, regarding the latest rounds of EU enlargement. So the Central and Eastern European countries, Romania and Bulgaria in 2007, and then Croatia. This is a big topic because a lot of the academic literature, if you will, shows that perhaps the EU has not had the impact in socializing mainly political elites into this culture of rule of law, and the culture that sort of of democratic governance that Article 2 of the treaty instills. That perhaps this was not entirely successful, and that perhaps the mechanisms in place and the set of incentives were not the right ones. And I think that this is a conversation that is sort of catching up with us today and even this week, with all the developments and the discussion about the EU budget and the recovery package, because some of the actors that were somehow the poster children of the EU accession or EU integration are no longer those poster children. And I think one of the questions here is what happens with the model of integration that the EU represents, and whether this still has that seductive effect that it had for so long in the Western Balkan countries and in Eastern Partnership countries. So I think one way to look at this, and I think we are seeing some developments inside the EU, is to have a more integrated approach. And I think you alluded to that, Eric, in your introduction to the panel. There is a wide range of mechanisms that the EU has developed over the years. And I think the focus on anti-corruption, anti-fraud, and strengthening the rule of law is only going to increase just by the nature of how the different mechanisms have evolved inside the EU. And now we're seeing an increased role of the European Parliament, which I think adds the so much needed effect of sovereignty and legitimacy, popular legitimacy, acting on behalf of the European voters. So I think the challenge that we will have to face is going to be a political one. Not so much on the technical side where solutions exist, but on the political side. And again, this is the challenge we're seeing today. And the ability of the EU to deal with let's say, more insurgent countries inside its borders will have an impact on how we're dealing with on the outside. So going back to some of the solutions, I think, again, looking at a more integrated approach, I think will be useful. I think we have all of these documents and frameworks, and sometimes we get lost on how to enforce some of these. What measurements are we using? are they an accurate measurement that would allow us to compare the countries and create benchmarks and also give clear indications to, let's say, political leaders or civil society leaders to actually do the work domestically. So that's on the one hand. Secondly, I think just admitting that that most of the issues are actually cross-border issues. And I think the EU, again, is coming to that realization. So for instance, dealing with malign finance, corruption, money laundering, and organized crime, disinformation, of course, and the dark money that is behind it. And even the golden visas situation that, again, the Commission has begun to address now. These are not EU per se issues. They are EU and its neighbors, or EU and other actors, global actors issues. And I think that needs to play into how the EU envisages its sort of rule of law construction, but also rule of law enforcement. And I would add here, just because we are in the middle of another debate, and that's about the Magnitsky legislation, I think that's another indicator that the EU is thinking about its global role in setting norms and regulations on that. And I think, and I'll try to stop here, but I think on the issues of, like, the question you asked before on substance and magnitude, I think we are seeing the changes are substantial on both, and I think kind of the magnitude also of the problem also is a result of having ignored the substance for a number of years and not having thought about how to address it for a number of years. So to conclude, I think it depends on whether you're a glass half full or glass half empty kind of person. I think there has been a lot of progress in the EU, and I think there are a lot of encouraging signs that could be seen there, but also just a lot of very problematic developments that might lead to some of the political solutions that we have feared so much in Central and Eastern Europe. You know, speaking of 2-speed or 3-speed Europe, and so on. And I'll stop here, and I'm happy to elaborate on some of these later on.
Thank you, Corina. You stressed the importance of having a more integrated approach and action at EU level. So it's perfect moment to turn to Michal Šimečka, who, as an MEP for the Renew Group, you are the author of a resolution that was adopted last month at the European Parliament, calling for the establishment of an EU mechanism on democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. And this mechanism would establish an annual monitoring cycle that would cover all aspects of the Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union, and it would lead to country-specific recommendations with timelines and targets, so some a kind of mechanism with teeth compared to what exists now. But how do you think the mechanism that you proposed would ensure more efficiency? And is it still relevant with the COVID crisis, as we see that the situation has evolved in all member states? So what was the thinking behind your resolution, your proposal, and how do you think it would be more efficient than what we have now?
Thank you very much. I have to be at the Prague European Summit, not least because before I went to politics, I used to work as a researcher at the Institute of International Relations, which at the time, and I believe still is, one of the organizers or the instigators of the Prague European Summit. So definitely great to be here, unfortunately, just virtually. Now, a lot has been said about various issues affecting rule of law, democracy in Europe. When it comes to the initiative, or to the European Parliament's initiative, or to the various other efforts to strengthen rule of law, monitoring and enforcement, I think there are two key moments or two key drivers of why why there's so much effort put into this. The first one, and let's be kind of blunt here, and I'm sorry that our Hungarian colleague couldn't make it because it would make for a good discussion, but let's be honest about where we are. And the fact is that the European Union finds itself in a grave crisis of its founding values. It's not just Hungary, although to a large extent it is about Hungary and Poland, but not just about these two countries. But we have a situation in which it is uncertain whether the European Union will remain a club of liberal democracies, and some say it already isn't. And you can imagine a situation in a few years where we have a union where some member states would be, you know, liberal democracies, full functioning with democratically elected legitimate leaders. Some would be hybrid regimes, some would be dictatorships. And this simply would be, and I strongly believe that it would be, the end of the European Union as we know it, even in practical terms, because that kind of union simply cannot function and cannot sustain its cooperation and its various policies, from the single market to Schengen to what have you, because all of those are based on trust among fellow member states and their politicians. And that trust is based on the fact that we're all, after all, Democrats who sit in the European Council or in the various council formations. So I think this is one of the drivers that really we're in a state of crisis, and things are not getting better. Things are getting worse. I mean, have all sorts of, as you mentioned, Eric, we as the European Union have all sorts of instruments on how to address law shortcomings in its member states. We have obviously Article 7. We have different frameworks for dialogue with member states. We have infringement proceedings. We have decisions of the European Court of Justice now. And all of these are somehow in motion, but things are actually getting worse on the ground. You don't see any progress in neither Hungary nor Poland, which are the most problematic member states. So that brings me to the conclusion, and brought us in the European Parliament to the conclusion that we need to do more, not just in terms of the existing mechanisms and the existing instruments, because some of them are clearly going nowhere, such as Article 7. We have all sorts of, never-ending dialogue and hearings, but it's not going anywhere. Which is why we need to have a more effective instrument, and to integrate the various existing tools, because frankly, it's quite a confusing landscape even for people who do this in the European Parliament and the Commission, not to say about citizens. And this was the idea, to integrate the various things that we have, add an annual monitoring, which is a crucial piece of this. It's much like the European semester in economics and economic policy making, where you would have an annual objective monitoring of all 27 member states based on clear benchmarks. And on that basis, on that monitoring, there would be, recommendations on how to improve the situation, and there would be clear consequences also, when it comes to enforcement, what happens if this or that is not remedied. This is something the Parliament has been calling for years, and has reiterated in the resolution that I authored, which doesn't mean to abolish the existing instruments, the budget conditionality, but to kind of put it into some order so that also citizens can orient themselves in it and can understand it. I'm very I have to say that it's good that the European Commission has also acted in the meantime and has come up with this first step, which is the rule of law report released last month, which goes in the right direction of monitoring of all 27 member states. And it's very comprehensive, it's very good. It offers sort of a map of where all the member states are, what the problems are. But what I think it lacks is follow-up and teeth. And this goes back to the debate we have at the moment in Europe, which is the Hungarian and Polish kind of veto of the European budget. I think one of the ways to give all of this monitoring and all these rule of law instruments some real teeth is to tie it to the disbursement of money from both structural funds and the recovery package. It's unfortunate that it has come to this, and it's partly because all of the other instruments, namely dialogue, has failed to improve the situation. And well, we can just hope that kleptocrats like Mr. Orban will finally at least take this seriously, because it's about money. And it's unfortunately we have come here, but this is where we are. In some ways, I have to say though that respect for the rule of law, issues such as independence of the judiciary, as a precondition for receiving EU money, is in theory should not be controversial at all. It should be something that's kind of fairly straightforward. It should have been there from the very beginning. I frankly don't see anything why it should be controversial. There's no real, I mean, I would assume all member states want to be seen as respecting the rule of law. So I can't quite fathom why Hungary and Poland, of course, I do understand why they're doing this, but it doesn't make any sense. It's as if they're saying that, well, they want to continue, stealing EU money and destructing rule of law and independence of the judiciary. And if we don't let them, they'll just bring down the whole European economy. This is the kind of signal that it sends, fortunately. But this is the instrument that could, especially in this form, where it could really be used, is something that could give also the European Union the tools to enforce its basic values. And this, I will end with this. And this is one of the key problems, one of the key features of the European Union as a political body, is that it developed as a common market, as a way to bring down barriers to the four freedoms that we now know. So it regulates almost every detail of our economic life, and with good reason to safeguard the single market. But it is very, and always has been, very vague on protecting its core values. I mean, if I take it to the extreme, I mean, the European Union regulates how our vacuum cleaners should be constructed and what kind of power they could have, but it doesn't really care about whether a member state, imprisons journalists. And this is just to take it to the extreme. But it is so that until there was no real EU instrument on monitoring and enforcing the key values of Article 2.
Thank you. Since Janusz Bokak could not be with us, I will raise some of the points of his government and the Polish government too. And since you're a parliamentarian as well, I think the Hungarian and the Polish government stress the fact that this is a politicized process, which goes against the government that don't accept the mainstream policies of the EU on migration, on gay rights, for instance. And so maybe the failure of the current mechanisms comes from the fact that it's difficult to ensure that it is a non-political process and that it is not used against governments that do not want to follow, who want to keep their own way of doing policies and having their choice in what they want to do with migration or with gay rights and so on. So what should you oppose to this kind of argument?
Well, my response would be that it's pure propaganda. It is absolutely nothing to do with the legal reality of this particular regulation that we're speaking of the conditionality. You just have to read it to see that there's nothing about migration. There's absolutely nothing about LGBTI rights. It's rather precise about what it is about, and that's rule of law, independence of judiciary. So I mean, this is one thing, that this is pure propaganda for domestic consumption in Hungary or in Poland. It's the same kind of propaganda that they, as is the fact that they're accusing the European Union of being like the Soviet Union, of punishing states. So you can see, what kind of absurdity does this come to. The fact of the matter is that that there are issues in which governments can legitimately and should disagree. We have conservative governments in the European Union. We have socialist governments. We have liberal governments, although unfortunately not as many as I would like to see. But that's one issue, and nobody's constructing a rule of law mechanism against anyone. It's a mechanism that will apply to everybody, to all member states, regardless of what political persuasion their government is, and it's supported by everybody. It's supported by the conservatives. This rule of law. It's supported by those who don't like migration or are not in favor of a more liberal migration policy. It's supported by socialists in the European Parliament. It got this particular proposal. It gets a huge majority across the political spectrum. It is supported by every member state for Hungary and Poland, and there are member states which have conservative governments or which are perhaps anti-immigration as well. And it's supported also by the wide majority of European citizens, as the recent Eurobarometer has shown, including, by the way, by Hungarian and Polish citizens. So whenever there's an issue which touches upon cultural values, such as fundamental rights, of course, the European Parliament as a political body, and me as a liberal, for instance, will criticize that, and even the European Parliament may criticize that if there is a majority for that. But that's another thing as saying that this regulation, this particular piece of legislation, has absolutely nothing to do with the ideology, and also the fact that when we say that Poland undermines the independence of the judiciary and its rule of law, it's not an ideological statement. The European Court of Justice has said so. And it has nothing to do with the fact that the Polish government is conservative. It would have happened even if the Polish government was socialist or liberal. So I think we shouldn't sort of let this propaganda kind of blind us to the fact that we're talking about the very basic values which are not about ideology per se.
Thank you. The debate about, and it's raised in your proposal, is to cover all Article 2 of the treaty issues, which are not only the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. It's also about equality, democracy, respect for minorities, human dignity. I will turn to Corina now. Do you think that's enlarging the scope of the action of the EU, not only on the rule of law and judiciary, but also on all these values, would be a strong instrument, or on the other hand would be at risk of creating or enlarging the cultural war we can see already between Poland, Hungary, and the rest of the EU? How do you think that could be used? And would it be helpful to cover all these issues and not only the rule of law and judiciary?
Thank you, Eric. I don't think there is a risk of diluting the framework. On the contrary, these countries, when they became members to the EU, subscribed to all of these principles. They subscribe to the Copenhagen criteria, for instance, that include just a broad definition of democratic standards and rule of law. It wasn't just about the independence of the courts, for instance. Also, I do not think that we can separate rule of law principles from democratic principles. And for instance, as we've seen, particularly during the pandemic, in terms of ensuring mechanisms of accountability, legal mechanisms of recourse in case certain rights were limited, these all have rule of law implications. Media freedom is part of it. General freedoms and liberties are also part of it. So I think, and we've seen in the debate, and I think, Michal, you alluded to that as well, there is a tendency to kind of separate or insulate certain topics, for instance, saying that the economy or finances have nothing to do with the rule of law. This is about the economy. Well, it's not true. This strikes to the core of the European Union in ensuring that the funding and European citizen taxpayer money is actually is spent well. So I think it was a good development in the rule of law report of the Commission that they included checks and balances and the way the fundamental constitutional structures and setups are being respected, really. That they've included the ability of the media to provide scrutiny and keep governments and politicians accountable, and combine that with corruption and independent judiciary. I think these are all core pillars. And I would also add, and I'll finish here, this is not a new development. If you think about Romania and Bulgaria, for instance, that became members of the EU with an accompanying cooperation and verification mechanism, even there, I think the trend of making the concept of rule of law to be more comprehensive and include democratic governance principles there is quite visible since 2007. And if you read the reports now, you'll see that they refer to how, for instance, political power and political bodies like parliaments and governments are attempting to encroach on all these fundamental liberties. And I think, so that points to this recognition inside the EU that I think is becoming more mainstream, that rule of law is not just about an independent judiciary, and it is about a variety of principles of democratic governance, and that includes transparency, liberties, freedoms, freedom of expression, and so on. So yes, it's a good idea to base a rule of law mechanism on Article 2.
Thank you, Gennady. I think you would agree with that. I would I would like to come back to the point of the trust of the population that you raised, because maybe the paradox of the situation is that if we take the example again of Hungary and Poland, Viktor Orban has won 3 elections in a row, and this year we saw the PiS candidate in the presidential election win again after PiS winning again a majority in the Polish parliament last year. So how do you explain the fact that the trust in the institutions is maybe stronger where the rule of law is under attack? And how do you think this paradox could be reversed? And what kind of lessons do you draw for the whole of the EU, and what kind of policies should be implemented to defend the rule of law and regain at the same time the trust of the citizens?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I think the issue of rule of law, as other speakers also said, is linked with the challenges which democratic institutions face. And the paradox is that what we see, the latest developments, I will not refer to countries, I would just mention in general, but this is a tendency which we see also outside the European Union, is that there is strong support for political forces who actively promote undermining the rule of law, and then coming to power, adopt legislative initiatives which undermine the rule of law through all those means which I mentioned earlier. And of course, the question is why that is happening. There are various reasons. We don't have a definitive answer, and I think this is exactly the right area to explore more, to understand why people support heavily such politicians. And the solution is also in this way, because the solution would be for people to support politicians who defend the rule of law, for politicians who promote democratic values. So how to reverse this? How to make people make these choices? I think we need to understand the problems which people face, and I think these problems lie in lack of integrity. In some cases, we see corruption. Corina mentioned it earlier. Lack of understanding how democratic institutions function. If we refer to the judiciary, not always we see transparency on how judges are being appointed, or how high-level positions are being filled. So that's another problem. Or lack of integrity on how political parties are being funded. Again, another problem. All this together, I think, generate lack of trust. But it's not our area of competence, but I think we need also to look a little bit deeper. There is huge distrust and huge dissatisfaction with the social inequality. There is huge dissatisfaction with poverty. And I think the governments have to look at that as well. So the solution, I think, is complex. It's not only building institutions and trust in institutions, but trying to solve the problems, underlying problems. And this is the example is very clear. Building an institution and adopting a law which is good and democratic can be easily reversed, as the examples show, in a matter of a few years. In a matter of few years, the rule of law degrades quickly by changing the policies and by changing the legislation. So the solution is to have people support for political leaders who support and promote rule of law values. And I think that is part of the solution. But of course, we do not negate the other side, and we work on this actively, and we support other organizations who work on building trust in democratic institutions. So we promote independence of the judiciary by developing guidelines for judges, by developing guidance for politicians, how to ensure transparent selection of judges, how to strengthen the capacity of judicial councils to resist political influence. So we work on all these areas, and I think that is the other side of the solution to the existing problems.
Thank you. Maybe we can do the questions of the audience because time is running out. So, Katarzyna in Prague, do you have questions from the audience already, or shall we continue to the discussions before we have enough questions?
Thank you very much, Eric. Yes, of course, we have already questions from our audience. I'd love to thank you for this great debate and great discussion. And well, let's go to the first question from Teresa Novotná. Can you envisage any tough measures against Hungary, Poland, e.g., next gen EU outside of MFF, as in euro crisis, Fidesz out of EPP? What would be consequences for Hungary, Poland, and the European Union? Please, Michal Šimečka, I'll pass you the floor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the question. If I understood the first part correctly, the question is whether there is a way out of this impasse that we're in, and constructing the next generation EU, the recovery package, just among the 25 or 24 member states, that is leaving Hungary and Poland aside, so to speak. Now, there is, I mean, technically, legally speaking, this is absolutely an option. There are actually two options of doing it. One is through an intergovernmental treaty, on the likes of the European Stability Mechanism, which, if I recall correctly, was created this way precisely because there was opposition from some member states. But there's another option which would be community-based and which would be based on enhanced cooperation. I think it's Article 236 of the Lisbon Treaty, if I'm not mistaken. But that's also another way of doing it. Now, all of this would, however, be very, very difficult. It would cost time, and it would be controversial, of course. Therefore, I think this should be sort of a last resort pathway of this. I still think or hope that by come January 1st we'll have a budget and we'll have next generation EU up and running, and there will be a way in which this could be done without or with the current arrangement. That obviously is falls onto the German presidency to help deliver that. But I still think for the time being we could still do it and without weakening the rule of law conditionality. Because I mean, whenever we speak of a possible compromise, it is absolutely clear that the regulation as it is, and has been agreed and passed by the Council already in the Coreper, and has been agreed with the Parliament, that cannot be weakened. The European Parliament has said so. Member states have said so. The Dutch Prime Minister has said that what has been agreed is already a compromise and a bare minimum of what the Netherlands would accept. So I think there's still a way out, even without the last resort of doing it, sort of bypassing Hungary and Poland. There's still some work. And the other question, whether Fidesz could be kicked out of the EPP, me being a Renew member, actually a vice chair of Renew, it is difficult for me to say what they'll do. All I can say is that obviously there's a debate and a process going on in the EPP for a long time now. But I think with what's happening today with Hungary and Poland, crossed the line. I think Fidesz has crossed the line. All of this, not just the veto, basically the blackmail, but also the rhetoric around it, comparing the EU to the Soviet Union and that. I mean, if I were an EPP member, this would definitely be, the camel that broke the straw that broke the camel's back, although it should have been broken a long time ago.
Thank you very much for your complex answer, and we'll go to the second one, which is here. Do you see the rule of law situation in Hungary and Poland improving under current administrations? If so, do you think the current dispute over MFF can be the impetus? And I'll ask for the answer Corina Rebegea.
Thank you for this question. It's hard to predict the future, and I think we've done this in the past and we were wrong. I would offer perhaps a couple of scenarios, and I would start with the positive. I think one of the effects that the EU has had in a lot of these countries has been to provide support to civil society organizations and sometimes to new parties. And if you look at, particularly in the rule of law area and good governance, watchdog organizations have always relied on the EU and what the EU had to say, the evaluations that the EU provided for these governments to find backing in their own fights inside the country. And I think there are encouraging signs both in Poland and Hungary and in other countries that civil society is getting stronger. And that ties back to the question Eric asked earlier about this sort of majoritarian dilemma. And I think it's a little more complex than that, because in both Poland and Hungary, you could claim there was not a level playing field for opposition forces, for instance, to campaign and have access to the media as the government forces had. And the races were also tied. So, and just the fact that you win a majority doesn't give you an absolute blank check to do everything you want. You have to provide for the minority option as well. So I could see a scenario in which perhaps in the medium to long term, in which civil society forces are able to mobilize and provide a viable political alternative. I see this happening more in Poland than in Hungary. So, you know, if you're on the optimistic side of things, I think you can be hopeful that there will be a political change, perhaps starting with the next round of elections. And there are some encouraging signs in Hungary as well with the local elections last year. And I think a lot of local political forces are starting to make their voice heard even inside the EU. There is obviously also a negative scenario in which things will become worse, potentially become worse in Hungary from a variety of points of view, not just rule of law. I think, you know, there's a more complex, even geopolitical situation in Hungary that will have an impact on the system of alliances that Hungary is part of, including the EU here. And then if I could offer a quick third scenario that is more of a futuristic, wishful thinking scenario, is that looks at the EU as becoming even more integrated in terms of rule of law, anti-corruption and anti-money laundering or anti-fraud. And so some of the recent trends, and the previous speakers talked about that, for instance, with the judicialization of some of the matters in the EU by involving the European Court of Justice in the debate, for instance, in Poland about the disciplinary chamber at the Supreme Court. What if, and then the creation of the European Public Prosecutor's Office that is going to have jurisdiction to go after corrupt officials, no matter where they come from. Can we imagine a scenario in which corrupt officials or officials that infringe these basic principles of anti-corruption and rule of law will be actually trialed or brought to justice in a different jurisdiction than their national jurisdiction? Will the EU ever reach this type of integration? And I'll stop here. That's a scenario for a future conversation, perhaps.
Thank you very much. It was very complex. Yes, it is a complicated question, and we are a little bit limited here. So let's go to another question, and this one is for Mr. Barba. What country that has OSCE mission on its soil has recently made significant improvements regarding the rule of law and democracy.
It's an interesting question. As I said, we have to compare because we work in different regions and in areas where for a long time we saw lack of progress. We see some improvements right now. We see these improvements in Central Asia, for instance. And there are some changes which help countries in Central Asia to become to have better guarantees for rule of law. And I will give the example of Uzbekistan. But again, in this discussion, I think it's important to underline that European Union is still an example for many countries outside Europe and in Eastern Europe and in Southeastern Europe, and we actively promote the values and the level of democracy and rule of law which the countries in the European Union achieved. So again, to say there is progress based on the many years of stagnation, or many years of lack of progress. But a general trend which we see in the European Union, of course, based on the latest analysis and latest surveys, is a deterioration of rule of law. That is the overall impression of what is happening right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we will continue with another question we have here from our audience. What would be the repercussions of having an autocratic regime in the EU ranks as opposed to allowing, although it cannot be forced, another EU member to leave? And I'll ask Michal Šimečka.
That's an interesting question. Well, I mean, EU member states are allowed to leave, as the British people have experienced and have seen. It reminds me of a debate that I was part of a couple of months back, where there was a U.S. academic who, when we were debating sort of democracy in Europe, and he says, like, why is it such a problem in the European Union? Why couldn't their democracies and dictatorships coexist? Like in the US, for part of its history, I mean, you had illiberal, what we would call, perhaps authoritarian regimes, racist regimes, perhaps, alongside, in the same union, alongside, democratic liberal ones, and well, it worked of sorts. And so the question from the academic was, why can't this work in the European Union? As why is it such a problem that we would have a dictatorship among our ranks? And well, I think, but this is again, perhaps we'll see, unfortunately, we might see that. But the problem with the European Union and the way it's constructed is precisely that it's not a federal structure with the kind of with the power of the center. It is absolutely based on the cooperation and trust, almost intimacy, one might say, between its member states. Every decision that the European Union does requires the Council to come up to find a majority. Most of the key decisions are, as is the budget, are still have to be unanimous. For the European Union to work in practical terms, we have to have that trust. Let us say, for the sake of argument, that we would want to integrate further in security, because obviously there are emerging threats. We've seen terror attacks. And the European Union also, and this is what everybody kind of is aware of, needs to integrate and cooperate more closely in security, in internal security as well as external security, which requires a much wider share, a closer sharing of data, of intelligence. Now, how do you do that if you don't trust the other government that it's not going to abuse it? If you have a government which is, say, a dictatorship, how would you have that cooperation if you don't trust the prosecutors, the policemen, or the investigators of one member state? How can, because you're afraid that they're going to misuse that data to imprison a journalist, or to, these are the sorts of questions which it opens up. And we already, in a way, seeing that when it comes to judiciary cooperation, because the European Union has 27 judiciaries, but they are all European judiciaries in the same way, in the way that they interpret and decide on European law. And the European Union and the single market is based on the EU being sort of a common legal space. And if you have a situation where judges and courts in one member state don't recognize the independence and therefore the legitimacy of judges in another member state, judiciary, I mean, then we have the single market falling apart. Because, and now this is a problem for Poland, of course, because there are member states, other member states, judges and judiciaries, which don't recognize the Polish justice system as being independent. And what then, if you're in Poland and you are in a court case with the government, and suddenly there are all these charges you can bring to the European Court of Justice, alleging that the Polish courts are not independent. This could really bring down the single market as we know it. So this is just a practical, example of how it is enormously difficult for the European Union to operate as anything else but a club of democracies which trust each other.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are already out of time. I would like to thank you all our guests and even our moderator for being part of the Prague European Summit 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
And we have here for you one more video message. This one is special because it's in fact an interview made by Daniel Piatkiewicz, a research fellow from the European Institute for European Policy, with Daniel Hamilton, senior fellow from Johns Hopkins University.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today at the Prague European Summit. My name is Daniel Piatkiewicz and I am a research fellow for European Institute of European Policy. I'm delighted to speak with Dr. Daniel Hamilton to discuss today's session entitled Transatlantic Relations Beyond Repair, What to Expect from the US 2020 Presidential Elections. Dr. Hamilton is an Austrian Marshall Plan Foundation professor and formerly executive director of the Center for Transatlantic Relations. Previously, Dr. Hamilton was a Richard von Weizsäcker professor at Johns Hopkins SAIS, a fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin, diplomatic fellow in the German Foreign Office, and executive director at the American Consortium on European Union Studies, among many other prestigious positions, Dr. Hamilton. Today we are here to dive into the latest developments of the US 2020 presidential elections and get your take on its impact on the US-EU relations, as well as relations in regards with Central and Eastern Europe. Dr. Hamilton, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I was going to say hello to all my friends in the Czech Republic.
Thank you. I'll start off by asking you if you can give us your take on the ongoing developments in the United States after the elections. Are you surprised by the turn of events and President Trump's reactions? And how do you think this will play out?
I think it's important to distinguish between the legal process and sort of the political headlines that one is seeing. The legal process is moving forward. The states record their votes formally only in early December. So even under the real procedure, it takes a while. Our system relates to the Electoral College, and those electors also don't record their votes until December. So the process will continue. President Trump has every right to ask for checks on everything, but I don't know anyone, including many of his own advisors, who believes that'll change the final result, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be lead the next administration in January.
Thank you. So it is certain that the Trump administration will no doubt leave a lasting impression on both the US and the world. How do you see the transition to a Biden administration affect the transatlantic relationship? Do you think it will revert back to the traditional relationship reminiscent to the Obama years? Or will there be some continuation of Trump policies, specifically towards external challengers, such as Russia, China, or Iran?
Well, my friendly caution would be to avoid making what I think is going to happen in Europe is to make two mistakes. The first you can already see right now. There's sort of a collective sigh of relief. Thank God the Americans have come to their senses. Now we can go back to business as usual. I think that's a mistake. There isn't really a going back. The relationship has changed in many different ways. The task for us now is how do we reinvent the transatlantic alliance and partnership to look to the future and a very different set of challenges than we have tended to face in the past. I think that requires a lot of work on our parts, not just what Europeans expect from the United States, but what Europe itself is prepared to do. So there are 2 critical months right now of transition. I have the sense Europe is waiting for America. I think it should be the opposite. Do your homework, prepare. What is it that Europe is prepared to offer to the United States to reinvent this alliance? That should be a really good use of 2 months right now. I think the second potential mistake is when the Biden administration takes office, it will be confronted by an unbelievable conflation of crises at home. We have the ongoing pandemic. We never left the first wave of the pandemic. It's the worst it has ever been today as I speak. There's no prospect of it getting under control anytime soon, despite the hopeful promise of the vaccine. It's related then to a second crisis of the U.S. economy, which has been, basically in deep depression, despite trying to recover. But it'll never recover until we get a handle on the pandemic. Third, we have a massive social reckoning in the United States that is ongoing because of systemic racism and ongoing inequalities. Both have been brought out by the first 2 crises, but I believe that social reckoning is what ultimately propelled Joe Biden to the presidency. And he will have to, start to work on that. And then finally, there's a 4-year legacy of Donald Trump and all of what that has meant and trying to heal the nation after that. That is an incredible set of challenges, which means the administration will have to turn to domestic challenges first. And the danger will be Europe will interpret that as a return to isolationism. I think that's wrong. If Americans can't help themselves, they can't help anybody else. That's got to be the premise of everything. Foreign policy starts at home. And so the challenge for us together is to think of how our common domestic challenges can form a basis for a way to reinvent the alliance. That means working together on distribution of vaccine, for instance. It means thinking of a transatlantic recovery initiative for the economy. It means building down barriers in trade to elements related to the recovery, such as medical equipment, other types of things that we could deal with quickly. It means thinking differently about how we engage with other parts of the world. I think the Biden administration, these are my personal views, will expect far more of Europe, not less of Europe. It will want Europe to step up, not to be a sort of a counterweight to the United States, but to be its counterpart. I think Europe is probably unprepared that the president-elect has said within 100 days he will host a global climate summit. That's a far faster track than the COP process, the Paris process, which calls for a summit only next fall in the UK. The trick will be how do we align these 2 processes? We're about to enter sort of a new type of race, which is who defines the rules of the green economy. There is a Brussels effect, people like to talk about, regulatory rules set by Brussels. There is a California effect that's often set by the state of California, but now will become national policy in the United States. And then there is a Beijing effect of how Beijing is setting norms and standards in lots of areas of the world that we have to think hard about. So there's an opportunity here, but it's also a real challenge. We're also going to face some ongoing issues that continue simply as a legacy of the last few years. We have not got a handle on lots of digital disconnects across the Atlantic. The privacy shield that regulates data flows has been rendered invalid, so what will happen? We have issues about data governance. The digital economy is becoming the economy, and the deepest links in the digital economy are across the Atlantic, of all in the world. So we have to get our act together on that. There's the issue about Iran. How do we come back to the JCPOA in a way that starts to work? I think the administration, again, will have higher standards for that agreement than just the nuclear dimension. It'll include Iran's refusal to recognize Israel, its support for terrorism, its efforts to undermine its neighbors. It's a different playing field that going forward. So there are a host of issues. It's about going forward and rethinking things, not about going back to the past. And my question will be, is Europe ready for that type of ambitious relationship?
Dr. Hamilton, thank you so much for that. I do have a follow-up question to that. So you're talking about Europe, but obviously Europe is a combination of many different states. So what we see is, in the last 2 weeks, when the news agencies called for a Biden administration, a sigh of relief, as you mentioned. However, some countries who had, I would say, strong relations with a Trump administration might not be so keen on that. And I will have to point out Poland and Hungary as like. So when you see that these kind of diverging approaches towards a Biden administration, how do you think that will play into effect with the transition to a Biden?
Well, I mean, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland have all been very important allies for the United States. That goes beyond any administration. But of course, it's always important not to try to, just be partners with one part of the American political spectrum. If it helps, it's important maybe to recall that the Democrats were the ones that got those three countries into NATO. And in an interesting sidelight of history, when it came down to the ratification debate in the US Senate about the entry of those countries into NATO, the Republicans had the majority, but they asked a Democrat to manage the debate on the floor of the US Senate because they trusted him so much to have a bipartisan effort, and that was Senator Joe Biden. Joe Biden managed the floor debate for NATO entry to the Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary. He's had a deep commitment to those countries as our partners and allies. I think that we face a common challenge that's beyond any of the particulars, and that is to reestablish a sense that we are an alliance of values, an alliance with adherence to free institutions and democratic norms. That's faded in recent years, and the United States, frankly, has led that fade. So this is not pointing fingers at anyone. It is that we have to look self-reflectively, honestly at ourselves and shore up our own efforts to prevent democratic backsliding within our alliance. That's sort of foundational to everything else we will want to do. Those will be tough conversations, no doubt. But I think it's incumbent upon all of us, if we really believe the principles we say we stand for, we have to look in the mirror and say to ourselves, are we upholding those standards as we should?
Fantastic, thank you. So my last question to you, and this is to address the fundamental question in the session title. Do you think that US relations with Europe can be repaired, or are they irreparably damaged?
No, I think we go through these phases. It's probably helpful to remember, European-American relations have always been the history of difference. Simply saying we have differences isn't a case for divorce. It's a case for a bit more effective partnership. And I think we have a new opportunity here to get things on track. As I said, not to go back to something, but to think in a new, fresh way. That's a great opportunity. I would suggest one way to do that in a good way is to think about our alliance. NATO needs a new strategic concept. It's the guiding document for the alliance. We need to position NATO for the future, not the past. The last strategic concept was written in 2010. It's way out of date. And here is a good agreed process by which we could move forward. I suggest this alliance of values as a foundational concept for a new strategic concept. We have to update the core tasks NATO performs. And I would add we should think very hard about a new task for NATO, which I call comprehensive resilience. Most challenges to our societies today are about disruption. It's cyber attacks, it's attacks on infrastructures, it's the pandemic. It's things that simply disrupt how our societies function. That is security, but it's not the kind of security we've been accustomed to thinking about. And yet all of it is shared resilience because we're so deeply intertwined with each other. That's a huge task, not just for NATO, but for us as an alliance and a partnership, also with the European Union. So I think we should think hard about that as a new task, a new forward-looking way to deal with a challenge that's confronting us every day. And we don't have the tools or even the mindset yet to how to confront that.
Dr. Hamilton, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to the rest of the discussions at the Prague European Summit that will dive deeper into many of the areas that you touched upon today. So thank you so much for your time.
I welcome it, and thank you. Hope you have a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, we would like to offer you one more debate, the last one you will see within the Prague European Summit 2020. Europe as a geopolitical actor, a new leader in a greener digital world. And I'd love to welcome again Filip Nerad from Český rozhlas. Have a nice time and the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last exclusive chat at the Prague European Summit 2020. This time we are going to speak about Europe as a geopolitical actor and if Europe can be a new leader in a greener and digital world. New European Commission declared itself as a geopolitical commission with aim to play a bigger role in international relations. At the same time, European Union wants to be frontrunner in climate and digital policy. Could she reach its geopolitical goals through its green and digital plans? And can European Union be a key geopolitical actor in general? These are some questions we would like to discuss here today in the next roughly half an hour. Answering will be our distinguished guest, former Foreign Minister of Sweden and former First Vice President of European Commission, Margot Wallström. Welcome, Ms. Wallström. Thank you for joining our chat and congratulations to the Vision of Europe Award that you received here at the Prague European Summit yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Now I'm turning to our audience. As you surely know, you can send us your questions to our speaker through the Slido, which you find next to our stream, and I will put the questions to Ms. Wallström during our Q&A session in the second part of our talk. But let's start with a chat. I would like to open it with a question I mentioned in my introduction. Can the European Union be a key geopolitical actor in general, combating United States, China, Russia and other powers? And if so, how could climate and digital policy help European Union in this way?
Yes, absolutely. We are already a very important geopolitical actor. We become strong and convincing if we stick together. So of course unity among the EU member states is absolutely crucial. I think that we are an important trade partner. We are one of the biggest donors of development aid to countries around the world. We are a hub for innovation and technological development as well. And I think that we convince the rest of the world about our strength through cooperation and showing that we have turned from being enemies and fighting wars to being able to cooperate and develop socially and economically. And I think we will first be put to a test in fighting the pandemic and the current ongoing crisis. And I think we can best do that by showing the world that we can distribute vaccines in an effective and fair way. So that will maybe be the first thing that the world will look at, how we manage that. And the second, I would say, is the Green Deal, and to show that we can implement the decisions that have already been taken, again be an example to the rest of the world, that they will see that this offers first and foremost opportunities, including business opportunities for our countries. And I think a third challenge to all of us is, of course, to redefine security. and we have to move into an understanding that we need common security, and security has to include also climate change, hybrid, cyber, disinformation, all of these new threats to our societies. And I think we also have another challenge right now, which is to fight for and defend multilateralism. To some, this is a difficult word, but it simply means international cooperation, and to show that we continue to stand up for human rights. So that is really the challenge ahead of us. But I think also we are that entity with a stubborn heartbeat, as somebody has called the European Union and Europe. And we just have to show that that heartbeat will take us a long way into the future.
When you mention on Green Deal or climate on one side and the security on the other, I would like to remind one of your quotes that you said in July 2018 in New York. I quote, "To prevent the conflicts of tomorrow, we can no longer afford to ignore this threat of changing climate," unquote. Are we really aware of this connection between security and climate policy? A lot of European politicians and ordinary Europeans still take it as two separate issues, I think.
Yeah, they might, but I think increasingly we have learned about the link between climate change and security. And if you allow me, I will just use an example. I traveled when I was a foreign minister, and also when we were serving 2 years as non-permanent members on the Security Council. We traveled to Lake Chad. And in that part of Africa, you know, that lake has shrunk by 90%. So only 10% of an enormous lake area is left. And that has also created a lot of tensions, because, of course, if you cannot get fish or water to give to both people and cattle, you change also the power balance between those who are herders and those who are farmers. And even on those small islands that have been created, when the water evaporates and disappears, then there were small islands, and actually terrorists have settled on those small islands and create their own sort of small kingdoms, and they take people prisoners and bring out there, and they can plan their deeds also from there. So it has changed the livelihoods of people, and it has also been the source of new conflicts that could turn into, in the end, wars or armed conflicts as well. So I think that with an increasing pressure on sources of water and food, of course, if people cannot find water, you will see that there will be fights over water resources. And this is already something that is brewing in many parts of the world. And you can see it along the Blue Nile River, because several of the countries along the Blue Nile River are dependent on that water. And if you cannot agree on how to distribute water, and with climate change making it even more difficult to find enough water, this can become a source of conflict and even wars.
How can help to European geopolitical, but also climate and other aspirations, the outcome of the US presidential elections and win of Joe Biden?
Well, I think that we are so dependent also on having a good transatlantic link for our safety, and I mean also, of course, military safety, but we trade with the US and with a new president that actually believes in international cooperation, in multilateralism, that is open to discuss with Europe, and also understands climate change and realizes that also the US has to go back to the Paris Agreement. We will have a very different starting point, at least. Not to say that it is easy for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but they are no miracle persons. But I think that they come with an honest understanding, sincere understanding of the problems, and they want to be partners and friends with Europe. They don't see us and identify us as an enemy any longer. And that was unfortunately the way President Trump saw us.
Regarding Joe Biden, we have one of the questions of our followers. What do you think of President Macron's calling for strategic autonomy in EU even after Biden's election? Is it complementary to NATO or in contrast?
No, I don't think that we should do things that are in contrast or creating sort of a controversy with NATO, but cooperate with NATO. I think we do that as individual countries, and I think the European Union must continue to do so. I think that everybody realizes that Europe and the European Union also has to invest in its own security arrangements, that it has to, the European countries have to work together to make sure that that they can take decisions also to make us less dependent on the things that we cannot properly decide upon. I think that we work better with the Americans as well to look at the kind of very self-sufficient posture that China has, and also some of the security threats that we see from Russia. If we work together, but still Europe invests in its own to create a capacity of its own, I think that's the way forward.
Mm. What about other global challenges for EU, like pandemics or trade rivalries with China and other powers? How much they threaten these EU aspirations as a global actor?
No, of course. I mean, I remember also and I experienced as Minister of Foreign Affairs that we had that discussion also in the Council with all the foreign ministers, and we all had to deal with Huawei wanting to invest. We all saw that China insisted on creating trade deals or agreements that should make us open up our economies, but we could not see that that was reciprocal, that they did the same thing to allow our companies in or allow competition. So, of course, if we then stick together, if we act 28 as it was, 27 countries together, we will be a force to reckon with. The minute that we are torn apart, the easier it will be for a country like China or Russia to also interfere in our businesses or to threaten us in different ways. So that's why I'm saying we have to stick together. And if we take decisions on sanctions, they will only be powerful and effective if all of us embrace and implement them. So this is where our strength lies, and we have to be, we have to take care of that power that the European Union has. We are a very important market, of course, to both China and other countries, and the Americans as well.
Speaking about the trade, one of the question of our followers, Magdalena asked, the 15 Asian countries signed the Trans-Pacific Agreement, which will be the largest free trade zone with 30% of GDP of the world. How to prepare the EU to compete with this bloc?
Well, I do believe that that free trade agreements are that's a good invention, and I believe that there has to be more of those regional sort of trade agreements as well. I mean, the whole European Union builds on that idea, so we cannot say no, you cannot do it in other parts of the world, and let's hope that we can then link up to and make agreements with those organizations as well. It makes all of us stronger and more predictable, and it will help our economies. So I think that that's a good idea. And we know that many of the conflicts that we now see are building up in parts of the world, including in Asia. I mean, they would be helped if there were regional security arrangements as well, a discussion about how do we organize and solve conflicts, as we have already with the OSCE in our part of the world. So I think that we should be helpful in building those sort of multilateral arenas and those organizations that will be beneficial also to us.
Staying out of Europe, one of our followers asked, do you think that EU should be more active in Africa, not only because of migration, but also because of climate and demographic reasons?
Yes, and we have, of course, a cooperation with Africa and with the African Union, and that's an important link between the European Union and the African Union. And we see that this will be, again, a win-win situation. If we can, through our sort of political and economic contacts with African countries, we can help them to build their own resilience. We can adapt to climate change together. And we can also make sure that people have a chance of staying and growing in their own countries, and they don't have to flee to come to Europe in unsafe boats and what have you. So I think that this is clearly a strategy that has already been embarked on, and that I think will have to continue. And we see so many of these both opportunities and challenges in Africa, because there are also growing economies, they have a very young population, and they should be able to do much more also to fight climate change. And as it is now, of course, China has taken a lot of space that maybe the European Union ought to be able to claim instead.
For the end of our discussion, I would like to return back to Europe and to the Central Europe, to where we stand now. Does not Central and Eastern Europe threaten this green future of Europe with its lukewarm and sometimes even hostile attitude towards climate and environmental measures?
I don't think that we should speak that way about members of the European Union. We are all in this together, and I think also one has to show an understanding of countries who come from a very different background, politically and economically and what have you. You have to understand that some countries have a longer way to walk and bigger changes to expect from turning from fossil fuel-based economies into a green economy. And then we have to help them. I mean, that's the whole idea of what was used as a concept, a common but differentiated responsibilities. But I think now is really at such a turning point where also countries like Poland or or Hungary have to understand that this is a time to change, and that it will be beneficial to them, that this will be again a win-win if we help each other. But I think what is problematic right now, more problematic maybe than that kind of transition into a green economy, is that we have different views on defending human rights and sort of the basic requirements for being a member of the European Union, and how we look at democracy. But no, you are not being difficult, and I even think that it's a good thing if countries come together and say we have a common culture, or we come from very similar conditions, so let's work together to see if we can also be a somewhat more coordinated or stronger voice within the European Union. But it must be used in such a way that it helps all of us to better understand and respect each other. And I think we have much more to do in the Balkans, and we have to show that we are a reliable partner also to the countries in the Balkans if we want to see a democratic development, if we want them on board. But I can tell you one thing. It's something that we can choose to do or not do to address the environmental challenges and problems that we have and climate change. It is simply, it's a must. We are already there, and we have to just be much more forceful in making the right decisions and move along.
You are speaking about helping these countries. Do you have any recipe how to do it, how to convince them to make their attitude toward these policies more positive, and to convince them about these connections with other relevant issues like security, as we mentioned it in the beginning?
I think that we must listen to young generation, because they understand this. They see that this is already established science since a long time back, that this offers new opportunities, new businesses, a new lifestyle that is actually bringing more quality. But do you remember also, was it a year ago, or maybe not even that long ago, that Croatia had 50 million bees that died? And we believe that this was caused by a pesticide. If we don't have bees any longer in Europe, we cannot survive. We need the bees. We need biodiversity for our economies to grow, for our societies to survive. And we see some of these disasters, but it's, you know, prevention is better than cure. And I think that especially young people know this. So we just have to make the leaders listen more maybe to young people and respect the voice of young people in our countries. That will lead us.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is unfortunately running out, so thank you very much for joining our chat, for your answers. Have a nice evening to Sweden.
Thank you.
That was former Swedish foreign minister and former vice president of the European Commission, Margot Wallström, as the final guest of chats of this year's Prague European Summit. I would also like to thank you for your attention and for your questions. This chat is over, but Prague European Summit 2020 is not over yet, so stay on our stream. And for myself, I would like to say goodbye and have a nice evening.
Well, I am very sad I have to say that, but the end is already near. The Prague European Summit 2020 is quite behind us. I'd love to welcome here Mr. Vladimír Bartovic, Director of Evropskou Institute for European Policy, and Mr. Aleš Chmelaš, Deputy Minister for European Issues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. Please let me ask you kindly for a closing word.
So first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and all the participants for this very successful summit, for a two-day summit under very difficult circumstances and very difficult conditions. It is already a sixth Prague European Summit that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was able to host, co-host and support in the past years, and it is with great pleasure that we could have been organizing this even under the very difficult circumstances that have first of all postponed the date towards this autumn date, but and also somehow shifted the debate towards a virtual debate, but still in a way a very successful, very fruitful, and also with high participation both in terms of the number of participants and also the number of viewers. So I would like to really again thank and congratulate all the organizers and all the participants for the good work done. On the substance, I think that we have also shown that the Prague European Summit has its place among the paysage or the countryside of European policy-related summits. I think that we have seen that even despite the pandemics, we can continue a substantial debate on different topics than the pandemic itself, and on the overall environment in which not just the European policy, but the world and global policy is taking place. Indeed, with the pandemics, even if it does disappear in the near future, we hope that, we expect that the challenges will remain, and we hope that the Prague European Summit contributes to the capacity of individual countries, but also of the world community to tackle and to handle these challenges. Many topics were on the table in different panels, in different discussions, in different formats. Of course, the green transition, the digital transition was planned also as the main topics of this year of Prague European Summit, somehow partially disrupted also by the pandemics. And we saw also an emerging topic, a very important topic of a renewed hope for multilateralism and also for rule of law. And let me just very briefly stop and talk very briefly on this topic of multilateralism, of respect of rules, of democracy and of rule of law. We've seen that this was sort of a line that went through all the panels, that if we want to have a world in which policy-related discussions do contribute to a better environment in terms of how we deal with conflicts or with disagreements, we need also rules to which we do abide. And these rules are both internal, which concerns the European Union, but also external. And I think that we've seen also, considering the results of different elections in the past days and weeks, that there is a certain glimmer of hope, but that we have to work on so that we can have not just a successful green transition, which would preserve a world as the one planet on which we all live, but also as a world in which all the nations do share just one world. And we need to be able to rebalance with enough analytical capacity and also with policy advice. We need to rebalance the new assertive powers so that we can really have a full, let's say, agreement on how the post-pandemic, but also a post-green and digital transition could work. So again, we have just one planet. We need to know how to live on this, and we need to be able to somehow balance the different interests and different opinions. And I really think that these fora are one of those that do contribute to a balancing and to a creating a more comprehensive and more peaceful world. So again, thank you very much. It was very enriching, I hope, not just for the participants, but also for the viewers. And on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to thank you and for this contribution to a successful policymaking arena in the world. Thank you very much, Vlado, and thank you very much also all the moderators and participants for today's and yesterday's debates.
Thank you very much for your important message, and Mr. Bartovec, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 6th Prague European Summit. This year was certainly different that anybody living can remember. It's more than 100 years since the last pandemic, and this situation of course influenced the Prague European Summit not only in terms of the format but also in terms of the content. Let me give you some statistics. From 2 virtual studios here in Černin Palace in Prague, from the Great Hall and from the Mirror Hall, we have organized 38 different types of debates, such as panel discussions, chats, past talks, closed topical discussions, early bird sessions, young leaders forum, or video messages. I am especially proud of the fact that out of the 119 speakers, 46% were women and 44% were men. We have debated many important topics, also in very timely manner, such as the consequences of the climate change, the EU recovery, rule of law, transatlantic partnership, EU enlargement, digital green transformation, and so on. We have witnessed many strong messages, such as the one from Martina Vietrovcova, one of the young leaders, who said, "The events of this year reminded us that we cannot take our freedom and democracy for granted." Federica Mogherini said, "World changes, and it changes rapidly, and it doesn't look like it is changing in the good direction." But Margot Wallström, she stressed that just now during the crisis we realized how important the EU is, and that we can only be important if we stick together. But I couldn't agree more with the words of Deputy Minister Aleš Chmelaš, that there was a connecting line in all the panels, in all the interventions, and it was the hope. It was the hope that Europe will get out of the crisis stronger, more resilient, more modern, and also more democratic. That solidarity in times of crisis is not distant to European countries and European people. That transatlantic partnership and multilateralism can and will get a new impetus. And that we will be able to save our nature by transforming and adapting not only our economies, but also our way of life and our way of thinking. Well, let me thank to our partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Office of the Government, and the European Commission. Our generous sponsors, International Visegrad Fund, European Investment Bank, Hans Seidel Stiftung, Stratos Auto, City of Prague, Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. Our partners, such as Heinrich Bolt Stiftung, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, French Institute in Prague, Blažek Gras, and Forum 2000. But as always, my biggest thank belongs to our fantastic team that was able to adapt quickly to this situation. They put together a fantastic program full of interesting and inspiring speakers and navigated all of us through 2 full packed days of enriching program. I would like to thank also to our moderator, Madame Etrichova, who also navigated us through all the debates. Thank you very much. It was fantastic moderation. At the end, I would like to thank all of you who participated at the Prague European Summit discussions at our online platform and social networks. You voted in our polls, you posed questions to our speakers. But let me express my hope that next year we will be meeting in Prague again, but that this time in person. Thank you very much, and see you in Prague next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all the organizers, guests and presenters and all those who participated in this hybrid edition of Prague European Summit 2020. I'd love to thank you for being with us during this whole 2 days, and me too. I hope we'll meet together, hopefully face to face next year. Have a good night.